Encyclical letter Nobilissima Gallorum gens on the religious question in France by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical letter of our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII, by Divine Providence Pope, to the Bishops of France. Venerable Brethren, health and the Apostolic Benediction. The most noble nation of the French, besides many splendid achievements in peace and war, has deserved from the Catholic Church praise for special services, gratitude for which will never die, and the glory of which will never grow old. Having embraced Christianity at the initiative of its king Clovis, it was rewarded by this most honorable testimony to its faith and piety, the title of eldest daughter of the Church. From that time, venerable brethren, often have your ancestors been the helpers of Providence itself in the performance of great and salutary works, and especially has their valor been illustrated in defending Catholicism throughout the world, in propagating the Christian faith among barbarous nations, in delivering and protecting the more sacred places in Palestine, so that it is not without cause that the ancient phrase "gesta Dei per Francos" has become proverbial. And thus it has been their happy lot, through faithful devotion to the Catholic cause, to become, as it were, associated with the glories of the Church, and to found many public and private institutions marked by a singular strength of religious faith, charity, and greatness of soul. And these virtues of your fathers, the Roman Pontiffs, our predecessors, have been accustomed greatly to commend, and with the favor due to desert, have more than once heaped praises upon the French nation. Great indeed are the commendations which Innocent III and Gregory IX, those great lights of the Church, awarded to your ancestors. The former, in his letter to the Archbishop of Reims, saying, "We love the kingdom of France with a kind of special and preeminent love, inasmuch as it has always been obedient and devoted to us and the Apostolic See, before all the other kingdoms of the world." And the second, in a letter to St. Louis IX, declaring that in the kingdom of France, which could never be torn away from its devotion to God and the Church, ecclesiastical liberty has never perished, and Christian faith has never at any time lost its proper vigor, and that for the preservation of these blessings the kings and subjects of the said kingdom have not hesitated for a moment to shed their blood and expose themselves to many dangers. And God, who is the Father of nature, from whom states receive on earth the reward of their virtues and good deeds, has conferred much prosperity on France, fame in war, the arts of peace, national glory, and imperial power. And if France, forgetful as it were of herself, and neglecting the office conferred on her by God, has sometimes chosen to assume a hostile attitude towards the Church, yet by a special mercy of God she has not for long, or as a whole nation, remained in these evil dispositions. And would that she had escaped altogether unhurt from those disasters to religion and the state, which times not far distant from our own have brought forth. But when the human mind, filled with the poison of new opinions, had begun, in the pride of an untempered liberty, to reject the authority of the Church, its downward course has been rapid and precipitate. For when the moral poison of false doctrines had penetrated manners and customs themselves, society, to a great extent, came to fall away from Christianity. And in France the propagation of this plague was not a little promoted by certain philosophers in the last century, professors of a foolish wisdom, who set themselves to root up the foundations of Christian truth, and started a system of philosophy calculated the more vehemently to inflame the desires after unlimited license which had been already enkindled. Nor was the help of these wanting, whom an impotent hatred of religion binds together in unhallowed bonds, and daily renders more eager in the persecution of Catholics. And whether emulation in this evil work was greater in France than anywhere else, nobody, venerable brethren, can be a better judge than yourselves. For these reasons, therefore, the fatherly love we bear to all the nations of the world, and which impelled us to recall the peoples of Ireland, Spain, and Italy to their duty, when the need arose, by our letters to their bishops, has induced us to turn our attention and thoughts to France. The designs of which we have just spoken are injurious, not only to religion, but are also harmful and fatal to the state. For it is impossible that prosperity should follow a state in which the influence of religion is extinguished. The moment man ceases to be in fear of God, he is deprived of the most necessary basis of justice, without which, even in the opinion of the pagan philosophers, society cannot exist. The authority of rulers will lose its weight, and the laws of the land their force. Self-interest will weigh more with every man than high principles, and the integrity of rights will be threatened, for the fear of punishment is but a bad guarantee for the fulfillment of duty. Those who rule will easily be led to exceed the proper limits of their authority, and those who obey seduced into sedition and revolt. Moreover, as there is nothing good in nature which is not to be referred to the divine goodness, every human society which does its utmost to exclude God from its laws and its constitution rejects the help of this divine beneficence, and deserves also that that help should be denied it. Rich, therefore, and powerful as it appears, that society bears within itself the seeds of death, and cannot hope for a lengthy existence. It is indeed with Christian peoples as with individuals. It is safely to follow the counsels of God. It is danger to fall away from them. And it often happens that when nations jealously retain their fidelity to God and the Church, they arrive almost naturally at the highest pitch of natural prosperity, but that when they fall away from it, they perish. These facts are to be found in history, and we could cite to you more recent instances, even in your own country, had we the time to recall the events seen by a previous generation, when the impiety of the mob shook France to its very foundations, and church and state perished in the same destruction. But on the other hand, the certain causes of the state's ruin are easily removed, if, in the constitution and ruling of the family and of society, the precepts are observed of the Catholic religion, for these are most eminently fitted to preserve order and the welfare of the state. And first, as regards family life, it is of the highest importance that the offspring of Christian marriages should be thoroughly instructed in the precepts of religion, and that the various studies by which youth is fitted for the world should be joined with that of religion. To divorce these is to wish that youth should be neutral as regards its duties to God. A system of education in itself fallacious, and particularly fatal in tender years, for it opens the door to atheism and closes it on religion. Christian parents must, therefore, be careful that their children receive religious instruction as soon as they are capable of understanding it, and that nothing may, in the schools they attend, blemish their faith or their morals. Both the divine and the natural law impose this duty on them, nor can parents on any ground whatever be freed from this obligation. The Church, guardian of the integrity of the faith, which, in virtue of its authority, deputed from God its founder, has to call all nations to the knowledge of Christian love, and which is consequently bound to watch keenly over the teaching and upbringing of the children placed under its authority by baptism, has always expressly condemned mixed or neutral schools. Over and over again she has warned parents to be ever on their guard in this most essential point. To obey the Church in this is to obey the requirements of social utility, and to serve in the most excellent manner the common welfare. Those, indeed, whose early days were not enlightened by religious instruction, grow up without any knowledge whatever of the greatest truths, which alone can nourish in man the love of virtue and repress in him his evil passions, such as, for instance, the ideas of God the Creator, of God the Judge and Avenger, of the rewards and punishments in another life, of the heavenly help offered to us by Jesus Christ for the conscientious and holy fulfillment of our duties. Where these are unknown, all intellectual culture will prove unhealthy. Young people unaccustomed to the fear of God will not endure the restraint of an upright life. They will not venture even to deny anything to their passions, and will easily be seduced into troubling the state. Next, as regards those most beneficial and real principles relating to civil society and the reciprocal rights and duties of the sacred and the political powers. For, as there are on earth two principal societies, the one civil, the proximate end of which is the temporal and worldly good of the human race, the other religious, whose office it is to lead mankind to that true, heavenly, and everlasting happiness for which we are created. So these are twin powers, both subordinate to the eternal law of nature, and each working for its own ends in matters concerning its own order and domain. But when anything has to be settled for which different reasons, and in a different way, concerns both powers, necessity and public utility demand that an agreement shall be effected between them, without which an uncertain and unstable condition of things will be the result, totally inconsistent with the peace either of church or state. When, therefore, a solemn public compact has been made between the sacred and the civil power, then it is as much the interest of the state as it is just that the compact should remain inviolate, because as each power has services to render to the other, a certain and reciprocal advantage is enjoyed and conferred by each. In France, at the beginning of this century, after the previous public commotions and terrors had subsided, the rulers themselves understood that they could not more effectually relieve the state, wearied with so many ruins, than by the restoration of the Catholic religion. In anticipation of future advantages, our predecessor Pius VII spontaneously acceded to the desire of the first consul, and acted as indulgently as was consistent with his duty. And when an agreement was reached as regarded the principal points, the bases were laid, and a safe course marked out for the restoration and gradual establishment of religion. Many prudent regulations indeed were made at that and at subsequent times for the safety and honor of the Church, and great were the advantages derived therefrom, which were all the more to be valued in consequence of the state of prostration and oppression into which religion had been brought in France. With the restoration of public dignity to religion, Christian institutions manifestly revived, and it was wonderful what an increase of civil prosperity was the result. For when the state had scarcely emerged from the tempestuous waves and was anxiously looking for firm foundations on which to base tranquillity and public order, it found the very thing which it desired opportunely offered to it by the Catholic Church, so that it was apparent that the idea of effecting an agreement with the latter was the outcome of a prudent mind and a true regard for the people's welfare. Wherefore, if there were no other reasons for it, the same motive which led to the work of pacification being undertaken ought now to operate for its maintenance. For, now that the desire of innovation has been enkindled everywhere, and in the existing uncertainty as to the future, to sow fresh seeds of discord between the two powers, and by the interposition of obstacles to fetter or delay the beneficial action of the Church, would be a course void of wisdom and full of peril. And yet we are troubled and grieved to see that perils of this kind are at the present time arising, for certain things opposed to the well-being of the Church have been and are being done, in consequence of the aroused mistrust and hatred of hostile minds against Catholic institutions, which have been wont to represent them as the enemies of the state. We are also no less concerned and anxious at the designs of those who, with the object of dividing the interests of Church and State, would wish to break, more or less rapidly, the salutary compact concluded with the Apostolic See. In this state of affairs, we have neglected nothing which the times seem to call for. Each time that it has appeared necessary to us, we have ordered our nuncio to make representations to the rulers of the state, which they declared they received in a spirit disposed to do justice. We ourselves, on the law being passed for the suppression of the religious orders, made known our sentiments in a letter addressed to our dear son, Cardinal of the Holy Roman Catholic Church and Archbishop of Paris. Similarly, in a letter of June last to the President of the Republic, we complained of certain acts injurious to the salvation of souls and infringing the rights of the Church. We have acted in this manner for the double reason that it was the duty of our apostolic office, and that we ardently desire that France should preserve, with pious and inviolate fidelity, the religion it received from its fathers and ancestors. In the same manner, with the same firmness and the same steadfastness, we will never cease to defend the Catholic interests of France. In the carrying out of that just and strict duty, you have all, venerable brethren, been our strenuous supporters. Compelled to deplore the lot of the religious orders, you have nevertheless done all that lay in your powers to prevent the fall of those who deserved as well of the state as they had done of the Church. At present, as far as the laws allow, you are applying your most earnest care and attention to procure for youth numerous facilities for a good education. Nor are you backward in demonstrating how pernicious to the state itself are the plans which some men entertain against the Church. No one, therefore, will have the right to accuse you of yielding to human considerations, or of warring against the established order of things. For when God's honor, when the salvation of souls are endangered, the duty of your office is to take up the protection and defense of all such matters. Continue, therefore, to fulfill with prudence and firmness the duties of your episcopal ministry, teaching the precepts of heavenly doctrine, and pointing out to your people the path to follow amid the great wickedness of the times. There must be a perfect union of mind and will, and where the cause is the same, the mode of action should likewise be the same. See that schools are never wanting in which the young may be carefully imbued with the ideas of the rewards of heaven and of their duties to God, and in which they may obtain accurate knowledge of the Church and learn submission to our teaching, so that they may understand and feel that they should be ready to brave all risks for it. France is rich in instances of eminent men who have not feared to face, for the Christian faith, all misfortunes, and even the loss of life. In the social upheaval of which we spoke just now, many men of unconquerable faith were to be met with, who maintained the honor of their country with courage and their blood. We see virtue worthily maintaining itself, with God's help, in the midst of snares and perils. The clergy are attached to their duty, and fulfill it with the charity ever ready and apt to help our neighbor, which is proper to the priest. Large numbers of laymen openly and boldly profess the Catholic faith. They rival one another in the multiplication and variety of the testimonies of their devotion to the Holy See. They provide, at great cost and at great trouble, for the education of youth. And they come forward in aid of public needs with admirable liberality and munificence. All this good, which affords the best hopes for the future of France, must not only be preserved, but increased by united efforts and constant watchfulness. Above all, care must be taken that the ranks of the clergy shall be more and more filled with worthy and capable men. Let the authority of their bishops be sacred to the priest. Let the latter be convinced that their ministry will be neither holy nor profitable nor respected, if it be not exercised under the guidance of their bishops. The prominent laymen also, those devoted to our common mother, the Church, and who are able to render useful service to the Catholic religion by their word and by their pen, must multiply their efforts in the defense of the Church. To obtain these results, it is an absolute necessity that wills should be in harmony, and the action unanimous. There is certainly nothing more wished for by our adversaries than dissensions between Catholics, who should avoid nothing with greater care than any disagreement, mindful of the divine words, "Every kingdom divided against itself shall be made desolate." But if any one is compelled, so that union may be preserved, to renounce his own private opinion, let him do it cheerfully for the common good. Catholic writers must spare no effort to preserve this harmony in all things. Let them prefer that which is of general utility to their own private interests. Let them favor common action. Let them willingly submit to those whom the Holy Ghost has set as bishops to rule over the Church of God. Let them respect their authority and never undertake anything against the will of those they should look on as their leaders in the battle for Catholic interests. Finally, following the invariable custom of the Church in times of difficulty, let all the faithful, under your direction, unceasingly pray and beseech God to look down on France, that His mercy may overcome His wrath. The unbridled license of speech and of the press has many times outraged the majesty of God. Men are not wanting who not only ungratefully repudiate the benefits of Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, but even go so far in their impiety as to glory in not believing in the existence of God. To Catholics will fall the duty of making reparation by a great spirit of faith and piety for these perverse aberrations of mind and deed, and of publicly proving that they have nothing more at heart than the glory of God, nothing dearer than the religion of their forefathers. Those especially whose life is passed in more intimate union with God in the cloister should excite themselves to more and more generous charity, and strive to appease the Lord by their humble prayers, voluntary self-denials, and offering of self. And thus, with the help of the divine mercy, we are confident that the strayed will come to repentance, and the name of France will regain its ancient greatness. In all that we have hitherto said, venerable brethren, you will see the fatherly love and deep affection which we bear to the whole of France. We doubt not that this testimony of our most keen anxiety, will tend to strengthen and tighten the necessary bond between France and the Holy See, a union which has ever been, at all times, a source of mutual, numerous, and important advantages. Gladdened with this thought, venerable brethren, we implore for you and your faithful the greatest abundance of heavenly graces, and we grant you most lovingly in the Lord, as a pledge and testimony of our especial goodwill, to you and to the whole of France, the Apostolic Benediction. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, the 8th day of February, 1884, in the 6th year of our pontificate, Pope Leo XIII. End of Nobilissima Gallorum Gens, on the religious question in France, February 8th, 1884, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter, Humanum Genus, on Freemasonry, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Freemasonry. Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus, April 20th, 1884. The race of man, after its miserable fall from God, the Creator and the Giver of heavenly gifts, through the envy of the devil separated into two diverse and opposite parts, of which the one steadfastly contends for truth and virtue, the other for those things which are contrary to virtue and to truth. The one is the kingdom of God on earth, namely, the true Church of Jesus Christ, and those who desire from their heart to be united with it, so as to gain salvation, must of necessity serve God and His only begotten Son, with their whole mind and with an entire will. The other is the kingdom of Satan, in whose possession and control are all whosoever follow the fatal example of their leader and of our first parents, those who refuse to obey the divine and eternal law, and who have many aims of their own, in contempt of God, and many aims also against God. This twofold kingdom St. Augustine keenly discerned and described after the manner of two cities, contrary in their laws because striving for contrary objects, and with a subtle brevity he expressed the efficient cause of each in these words: two loves form two cities, the love of self, reaching even to contempt of God, an earthly city, and the love of God, reaching to contempt of self, a heavenly one. At every period of time each has been in conflict with the other, with a variety and multiplicity of weapons and of warfare, although not always with equal ardor and assaults. At this period, however, partisans of evil seem to be combining together, and to be struggling with united vehemence, led on or assisted by that strongly organized and widespread association called the Freemasons. No longer making any secret of their purposes, they are now boldly rising up against God Himself. They are planning the destruction of Holy Church publicly and openly, and this with the set purpose of utterly despoiling the nations of Christendom, if it were possible, of the blessings obtained for us through Jesus Christ our Saviour. Lamenting these evils, we are constrained by the charity which urges our heart to cry out often to God. For lo, thy enemies have made a noise, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken a malicious counsel against thy people, and they have consulted against thy saints. They have said, Come, and let us destroy them, so that they may be not a nation. At so urgent a crisis, when so fierce and so pressing an onslaught is made upon the Christian name, it is our office to point out the danger, to mark who are the adversaries, and to the best of our power to make head against their plans and devices, that those may not perish whose salvation is committed to us, and that the kingdom of Jesus Christ entrusted to our charge may not only stand and remain whole, but may be enlarged by an ever-increasing growth throughout the world. The Roman pontiffs, our predecessors, in their incessant watchfulness over the safety of the Christian people, were prompt in detecting the presence and the purpose of this capital enemy immediately it sprang into the light, instead of hiding as a dark conspiracy. And moreover, they took occasion with true foresight to give, as it were, the alarm, and to admonish both princes and nations to stand on their guard, and not allow themselves to be caught by the devices and snares laid out to deceive them. The first warning of the danger was given by Clement XII in the year 1738, and his constitution was confirmed and renewed by Benedict XIV. Pius VII followed the same path, and Leo XII, by his apostolic constitution, Quo Graviora, put together the acts and decrees of former pontiffs on this subject, and ratified and confirmed them forever. In the same sense spoke Pius VIII, Gregory XVI, and many times over Pius IX. For as soon as the constitution and the spirit of the Masonic sect were clearly discovered by manifest signs of its action, by cases investigated, by the publication of its laws and of its rites and commentaries, with the addition often of the personal testimony of those who were in the secret, this apostolic see denounced the sect of the Freemasons, and publicly declared its constitution as contrary to law and right, to be pernicious no less to Christendom than to the state, and it forbade any one to enter this society under the penalties which the Church is wont to inflict upon exceptionally guilty persons. The sectaries, indignant at this, thinking to elude or to weaken the force of these decrees, partly by contempt of them and partly by calumny, accused the sovereign pontiffs who had passed them either of exceeding the bounds of moderation in their decrees, or of decreeing what was not just. This was the manner in which they endeavored to elude the authority and the weight of the apostolic constitutions of Clement XII and Benedict XIV, as well as of Pius VII and Pius IX. Yet in the very society itself there were to be found men who unwillingly acknowledged that the Roman pontiffs had acted within their right, according to the Catholic doctrine and discipline. The pontiffs received the same assent, and in strong terms, from many princes and heads of governments, who made it their business either to delate the Masonic society to the Apostolic See, or of their own accord by special enactments, to brand it as pernicious, as for example in Holland, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, Bavaria, Savoy, and other parts of Italy. But what is of highest importance, the course of events has demonstrated the prudence of our predecessors, for their provident and paternal solicitude had not always and everywhere the result desired, and this either because of the simulation and cunning of some who were active agents in the mischief, or else of the thoughtless levity of the rest who ought, in their own interest, to have given to the matter their diligent attention. In consequence, the sect of Freemasons grew with a rapidity beyond conception in the course of a century and a half, until it came to be able, by means of fraud or of audacity, to gain such entrance into every rank of the state as to seem to be almost its ruling power. This swift and formidable advance has brought upon the Church, upon the power of princes, upon the public well-being, precisely that grievous harm which our predecessors had long before foreseen. Such a condition has been reached that henceforth there will be grave reason to fear, not indeed for the Church, for her foundation is much too firm to be overturned by the effort of men, but for those states in which prevails the power, either of the sect of which we are speaking, or of other sects not dissimilar which lend themselves to it as disciples and subordinates. For these reasons, we no sooner came to the helm of the Church than we clearly saw and felt it to be our duty to use our authority to the very utmost against so vast an evil. We have several times already, as occasion served, attacked certain chief points of teaching which showed in a special manner the perverse influence of Masonic opinions. Thus, in our encyclical letter, Quod Apostolici Muneris, we endeavored to refute the monstrous doctrines of the Socialists and Communists. Afterwards, in another beginning, Arcanum, we took pains to defend and explain the true and genuine idea of domestic life, of which marriage is the spring and origin. And again, in that which begins De Uturnum, we described the ideal of political government conformed to the principles of Christian wisdom, which is marvelously in harmony on the one hand with the natural order of things, and on the other with the well-being of both sovereign princes and of nations. It is now our intention, following the example of our predecessors, directly to treat of the Masonic Society itself, of its whole teaching, of its aims, and of its manner of thinking and acting, in order to bring more and more into the light its power for evil, and to do what we can to arrest the contagion of this fatal plague. There are several organized bodies which, though differing in name, in ceremonial, in form and origin, are nevertheless so bound together by community of purpose and by the similarity of their main opinions, as to make in fact one thing with the sect of the Freemasons, which is a kind of centre whence they all go forth, and whither they all return. Now these no longer show a desire to remain concealed, for they hold their meetings in the daylight and before the public eye, and publish their own newspaper organs. And yet, when thoroughly understood, they are found still to retain the nature and the habits of secret societies. There are many things like mysteries which it is fixed to rule to hide with extreme care, not only from strangers, but from very many members also. Such as their secret and final designs, the names of the chief leaders, and certain secret and inner meetings, as well as their decisions and the ways and means of carrying them out. This is no doubt the object of the manifold difference among the members as to right, office, and privilege, of the received distinction of orders and grades, and of that severe discipline which is maintained. Candidates are generally commanded to promise, nay, with a special oath to swear, that they will never, to any person, at any time or in any way, make known the members, the passes, or the subjects discussed. Thus, with a fraudulent external appearance, and with a style of simulation which is always the same, the Freemasons, like the Manichees of old, strive, as far as possible, to conceal themselves, and to admit no witnesses but their own members. As a convenient manner of concealment, they assume the character of literary men and scholars associated for purposes of learning. They speak of their zeal for a more cultured refinement, and of their love for the poor, and they declare their one wish to be the amelioration of the condition of the masses, and to share with the largest possible number all the benefits of civil life. Were these purposes aimed at in real truth, they are by no means the whole of their object. Moreover, to be enrolled, it is necessary that the candidates promise and undertake to be thenceforward strictly obedient to their leaders and masters with the utmost submission and fidelity, and to be in readiness to do their bidding upon the slightest expression of their will, or if disobedient, to submit to the direst penalties and death itself. As a fact, if any are judged to have betrayed the doings of the sect, or to have resisted commands given, punishment is inflicted on them not infrequently, and with so much audacity and dexterity that the assassin very often escapes the detection and penalty of his crime. But to simulate and wish to lie hid, to bind men like slaves in the very tightest bonds, and without giving any sufficient reason, to make use of men enslaved to the will of another for any arbitrary act, to arm men's right hands for bloodshed after securing impunity for the crime, all this is an enormity from which nature recoils. Wherefore reason and truth itself make it plain that the society of which we are speaking is in antagonism with justice and natural uprightness. And this becomes still plainer, inasmuch as other arguments also, and those very manifest, prove that it is essentially opposed to natural virtue. For, no matter how great may be men's cleverness in concealing and their experience in lying, it is impossible to prevent the effects of any cause from showing, in some way, the intrinsic nature of the cause whence they come. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor a bad tree produce good fruit. Now the Masonic sect produces fruits that are pernicious and of the bitterest savour. For, from what we have above most clearly shown, that which is their ultimate purpose forces itself into view, namely, the utter overthrow of that whole religious and political order of the world which the Christian teaching has produced, and the substitution of a new state of things in accordance with their ideas, of which the foundations and laws shall be drawn from mere naturalism. What we have said, and are about to say, must be understood of the sect of the Freemasons taken generally, and in so far as it comprises the associations kindred to it and confederated with it, but not of the individual members of them. There may be persons amongst these, and not a few, who, although not free from the guilt of having entangled themselves in such associations, yet are neither themselves partners in their criminal acts, nor aware of the ultimate object which they are endeavoring to attain. In the same way, some of the affiliated societies, perhaps, by no means approve of the extreme conclusions which they would, if consistent, embrace as necessarily following from their common principles, did not their very foulness strike them with horror. Some of these, again, are led by circumstances of times and places either to aim at smaller things than the others usually attempt, or than they themselves would wish to attempt. They are not, however, for this reason, to be reckoned as alien to the Masonic Federation. For the Masonic Federation is to be judged not so much by the things which it has done or brought to completion, as by the sum of its pronounced opinions. Now, the fundamental doctrine of the naturalists, which they sufficiently make known by their very name, is that human nature and human reason ought in all things to be mistress and guide. Laying this down, they care little for duties to God, or pervert them by erroneous and vague opinions. For they deny that anything has been taught by God. They allow no dogma of religion or truth which cannot be understood by the human intelligence, nor any teacher who ought to be believed by reason of his authority. And since it is the special and exclusive duty of the Catholic Church fully to set forth in words of truth divinely received, to teach, besides other divine helps to salvation, the authority of its office, and to defend the same with perfect purity, it is against the Church that the rage and attack of the enemies are principally directed. In those matters which regard religion, let it be seen how the sect of the Freemasons acts, especially where it is more free to act without restraint, and then let any one judge whether in fact it does not wish to carry out the policy of the naturalists. By a long and persevering labor, they endeavor to bring about this result, namely, that the office and authority of the Church may become of no account in the civil state. And for this same reason they declare to the people and contend that Church and state ought to be altogether disunited. By this means they reject from the laws and from the commonwealth the wholesome influence of the Catholic religion, and they consequently imagine that states ought to be constituted without any regard for the laws and precepts of the Church. Nor do they think it enough to disregard the Church, the best of guides, unless they also injure it by their hostility. Indeed, with them it is lawful to attack with impunity the very foundations of the Catholic religion, in speech, in writing, and in teaching. And even the rights of the Church are not spared, and the offices with which it is divinely invested are not safe. The least possible liberty to manage affairs is left to the Church, and this is done by laws not apparently very hostile, but in reality framed and fitted to hinder freedom of action. Moreover, we see exceptional and onerous laws imposed upon the clergy to the end that they may be continually diminished in number and in necessary means. We see also the remnants of the possessions of the Church fettered by the strictest conditions and subjected to the power and arbitrary will of the administrators of the state, and the religious orders rooted up and scattered. But against the Apostolic See and the Roman Pontiff, the contention of these enemies has been for a long time directed. The Pontiff was first, for specious reasons, thrust out from the bulwark of his liberty and of his right, the civil princedom. Soon he was unjustly driven into a condition which was unbearable because of the difficulties raised on all sides. And now the time has come when the partisans of the sects openly declare, what in secret among themselves they have for a long time plotted, that the sacred power of the pontiffs must be abolished, and that the pontificate itself, founded by divine right, must be utterly destroyed. If other proofs were wanting, this fact would be sufficiently disclosed by the testimony of men well informed, of whom some at other times, and others again recently, have declared it to be true of the Freemasons that they especially desire to assail the Church with irreconcilable hostility, and that they will never rest until they have destroyed whatever the Supreme Pontiffs have established for the sake of religion. If those who are admitted as members are not commanded to abjure by any form of words the Catholic doctrines, this omission, so far from being adverse to the designs of the Freemasons, is more useful for their purposes. First, in this way they easily deceive the simple-minded and the heedless, and can induce a far greater number to become members. Again, as all who offer themselves are received whatever may be their form of religion, they thereby teach the great error of this age, that a regard for religion should be held as an indifferent matter, and that all religions are alike. This manner of reasoning is calculated to bring about the ruin of all forms of religion, and especially of the Catholic religion, which, as it is the only one that is true, cannot, without great injustice, be regarded as merely equal to other religions. But the naturalists go much further, for having, in the highest things, entered upon a wholly erroneous course, they are carried headlong to extremes, either by reason of the weakness of human nature, or because God inflicts upon them the just punishment of their pride. Hence it happens that they no longer consider as certain and permanent those things which are fully understood by the natural light of reason, such as certainly are the existence of God, the immaterial nature of the human soul, and its immortality. The sect of the Freemasons, by a similar course of error, is exposed to these same dangers, for although in a general way they may profess the existence of God, they themselves are witnesses that they do not all maintain this truth with the full assent of the mind or with a firm conviction. Neither do they conceal that this question about God is the greatest source and cause of discords among them. In fact, it is certain that a considerable contention about this same subject has existed among them very lately. But indeed the sect allows great liberty to its votaries, so that to each side is given the right to defend its own opinion, either that there is a God, or that there is none. and those who obstinately contend that there is no God are as easily initiated as those who contend that God exists, though like the pantheists, they have false notions concerning him. All which is nothing else than taking away the reality, while retaining some absurd representation of the divine nature. When this greatest fundamental truth has been overturned or weakened, it follows that those truths also which are known by the teaching of nature must begin to fall, namely, that all things were made by the free will of God the Creator, that the world is governed by providence, that souls do not die, that to this life of men upon the earth there will succeed another and an everlasting life. When these truths are done away with, which are as the principles of nature and important for knowledge and for practical use, it is easy to see what will become of both public and private morality. We say nothing of those more heavenly virtues which no one can exercise or even acquire without a special gift and grace of God, of which necessarily no trace can be found in those who reject as unknown the redemption of mankind, the grace of God, the sacraments, and the happiness to be obtained in heaven. We speak now of the duties which have their origin in natural probity, that God is the creator of the world and its provident ruler, that the eternal law commands the natural order to be maintained and forbids that it be disturbed, that the last end of men is a destiny far above human things and beyond this sojourning upon the earth. These are the sources, and these the principles, of all justice and morality. If these be taken away, as the naturalists and Freemasons desire, there will immediately be no knowledge as to what constitutes justice and injustice, or upon what principle morality is founded. And in truth, the teaching of morality which alone finds favor with the sect of Freemasons, and in which they contend that youth should be instructed, is that which they call civil, and independent, and free, namely, that which does not contain any religious belief. But how insufficient such teaching is, how wanting in soundness, how easily moved by every impulse of passion, is sufficiently proved by its sad fruits, which have already begun to appear. For wherever, by removing Christian education, the sect has begun more completely to rule, there goodness and integrity of morals have begun quickly to perish, monstrous and shameful opinions have grown up, and the audacity of evil deeds has risen to a high degree. All this is commonly complained of and deplored, and not a few of those who by no means wish to do so are compelled by abundant evidence to give not infrequently the same testimony. Moreover, since human nature was stained by original sin, and is therefore more disposed to vice than to virtue, for a virtuous life it is absolutely necessary to restrain the disorderly movements of the soul, and to make the passions obedient to reason. In this conflict, human things must very often be despised, and the greatest labors and hardships must be undergone, in order that reason may always hold its sway. But the naturalists and Freemasons, having no faith in those things which we have learned by the revelation of God, deny that our first parents sinned, and consequently think that free will is not at all weakened and inclined to evil. On the contrary, exaggerating rather our natural virtue and excellence, and placing therein alone the principle and rule of justice, they cannot even imagine that there is any need at all of a constant struggle and a perfect steadfastness to overcome the violence and rule the passions of our nature. Wherefore we see that men are publicly tempted by the many allurements of pleasure, that there are journals and pamphlets with neither moderation nor shame, that stage plays are remarkable for license, that designs for works of art are shamelessly sought in the laws of a so-called realism, that the contrivances for a soft and delicate life are most carefully devised, and that all the blandishments of pleasure are diligently sought out by which virtue may be lulled to sleep. Wickedly also, but at the same time quite consistently, do those act who do away with the expectation of the joys of heaven, and bring down all happiness to the level of mortality, and, as it were, sink it in the earth. Of what we have said, the following fact, astonishing not so much in itself as in its open expression, may serve as a confirmation. For since generally no one is accustomed to obey crafty and clever men so submissively as those whose soul is weakened and broken down by the domination of the passions, there have been in the sect of the Freemasons some who have plainly determined and proposed that, artfully and of set purpose, the multitude should be satiated with a boundless license of vice, as when this had been done, it would easily come under their power and authority for any acts of daring. What refers to domestic life in the teaching of the naturalists is almost all contained in the following declarations: that marriage belongs to the genus of commercial contracts, which can rightly be revoked by the will of those who made them, and that the rulers of the state have power over the matrimonial bond. That in the education of youth nothing is to be taught in the matter of religion as of certain and fixed opinion, and each one must be left at liberty to follow, when he comes of age, whatever he may prefer. To these things the Freemasons fully assent, and not only assent, but have long endeavored to make them into a law and institution. For in many countries, and those nominally Catholic, it is enacted that no marriages shall be considered lawful except those contracted by the civil right. In other places the law permits divorce, and in others every effort is used to make it lawful as soon as may be. Thus the time is quickly coming when marriages will be turned into another kind of contract, that is, into changeable and uncertain unions which fancy may join together, and which the same, when changed, may disunite. With the greatest unanimity, the sect of the Freemasons also endeavors to take to itself the education of youth. They think that they can easily mold to their opinions that soft and pliant age, and bend it whither they will, and that nothing can be more fitted than this, to enable them to bring up the youth of the state after their own plan. Therefore, in the education and instruction of children, they allow no share, either of teaching or of discipline, to the ministers of the Church, and in many places they have procured that the education of youth shall be exclusively in the hands of laymen, and that nothing which treats of the most important and most holy duties of men to God shall be introduced into the instructions on morals. Then come their doctrines of politics, in which the naturalists lay down that all men have the same right, and are in every respect of equal and like condition, that each one is naturally free, that no one has the right to command another, that it is an act of violence to require men to obey any authority other than that which is obtained from themselves. According to this, therefore, all things belong to the free people. Power is held by the command or permission of the people, so that, when the popular will changes, rulers may lawfully be deposed, and the source of all rights and civil duties is either in the multitude, or in the governing authority when this is constituted according to the latest doctrines. It is held also that the state should be without God, that in the various forms of religion there is no reason why one should have precedence of another, and that they are all to occupy the same place. That these doctrines are equally acceptable to the Freemasons, and that they would wish to constitute states according to this example and model, is too well known to require proof. For some time past, they have openly endeavored to bring this about with all their strength and resources, and in this they prepare the way for not a few bolder men who are hurrying on even to worse things, in their endeavor to obtain equality and community of all goods by the destruction of every distinction of rank and property. What, therefore, the sect of the Freemasons is, and what course it pursues, appears sufficiently from the summary we have briefly given. Their chief dogmas are so greatly and manifestly at variance with reason that nothing can be more perverse. To wish to destroy the religion and the Church which God Himself has established, and whose perpetuity He ensures by His protection, and to bring back after a lapse of 18 centuries the manners and customs of the pagans, is signal folly and audacious impiety. Nor is it less horrible, nor more tolerable, that they should repudiate the benefits which Jesus Christ has mercifully obtained, not only for individuals, but also for the family and for civil society, benefits which, even according to the judgment and testimony of enemies of Christianity, are very great. In this insane and wicked endeavor, we may also see the implacable hatred and spirit of revenge with which Satan himself is inflamed against Jesus Christ. So also the studious endeavor of the Freemasons to destroy the chief foundations of justice and honesty, and to cooperate with those who would wish, as if they were mere animals, to do what they please, tends only to the ignominious and disgraceful ruin of the human race. The evil, too, is increased by the dangers which threaten both domestic and civil society. As we have elsewhere shown, in marriage, according to the belief of almost every nation, there is something sacred and religious, and the law of God has determined that marriages shall not be dissolved. If they are deprived of their sacred character and made dissoluble, trouble and confusion in the family will be the results, the wife being deprived of her dignity and the children left without protection as to their interests and well-being. To have in public matters no care for religion, and in the arrangement and administration of civil affairs to have no more regard for God than if He did not exist, is a rashness unknown to the very pagans. For in their heart and soul, the notion of a divinity and the need of public religion were so firmly fixed that they would have thought it easier to have a city without foundation than a city without God. Human society, indeed, for which by nature we are formed, has been constituted by God the author of nature, and from Him, as from their principle and source, flow in all their strength and permanence, the countless benefits with which society abounds. As we are each of us admonished by the very voice of nature to worship God in piety and holiness, as the giver unto us of life and of all that is good therein, so also and for the same reason, nations and states are bound to worship Him, and therefore it is clear that those who would absolve society from all religious duty act not only unjustly, but also with ignorance and folly. As men are by the will of God born for civil union and society, and as the power to rule is so necessary a bond of society that, if it be taken away, society must at once be broken up, it follows that from Him who is the author of society has come also the authority to rule, so that whosoever rules, he is the minister of God. Wherefore, as the end and nature of human society so requires, it is right to obey the just commands of lawful authority, as it is right to obey God who ruleth all things. And it is most untrue that the people have it in their power to cast aside their obedience whensoever they please. In like manner, no one doubts that all men are equal one to another, so far as regards their common origin and nature, or the last end which each one has to attain, or the rights and duties which are thence derived. But as the abilities of all are not equal, as one differs from another in the powers of mind or body, and as there are very many dissimilarities of manner, disposition, and character, it is most repugnant to reason to endeavor to confine all within the same measure, and to extend complete equality to the institutions of civil life. Just as a perfect condition of the body results from the conjunction and composition of its various members, which, though differing in form and purpose, make, by their union and the distribution of each one to its proper place, a combination beautiful to behold, firm in strength, and necessary for use, so in the commonwealth there is an almost infinite dissimilarity of men as parts of the whole. If they are to be all equal, and each is to follow his own will, the state will appear most deformed. But if, with a distinction of degrees of dignity, of pursuits and employments, all aptly conspire for the common good, they will present a natural image of a well-constituted state. Now, from the disturbing errors which we have described, the greatest dangers to states are to be feared. For, the fear of God and reverence for divine laws being taken away, the authority of rulers despised, sedition permitted and approved, and the popular passions urged on to lawlessness, with no restraint save that of punishment, a change and overthrow of all things will necessarily follow. Yea, this change and overthrow is deliberately planned and put forward by many associations of communists and socialists. And to their undertakings the sect of Freemasons is not hostile, but greatly favors their designs, and holds in common with them their chief opinions. And if these men do not at once and everywhere endeavor to carry out their extreme views, it is not to be attributed to their teaching and their will, but to the virtue of that divine religion which cannot be destroyed, and also because the sounder part of men, refusing to be enslaved to secret societies, vigorously resist their insane attempts. Would that all men would judge of the tree by its fruits, and would acknowledge the seed and origin of the evils which press upon us, and of the dangers that are impending. We have to deal with a deceitful and crafty enemy who, gratifying the ears of people and of princes, has ensnared them by smooth speeches and by adulation. Ingratiating themselves with rulers under a pretense of friendship, the Freemasons have endeavored to make them their allies and powerful helpers for the destruction of the Christian name. And that they might more strongly urge them on, they have, with determined calumny, accused the Church of invidiously contending with rulers in matters that affect their authority and sovereign power. Having, by these artifices, ensured their own safety and audacity, they have begun to exercise great weight in the government of states. But nevertheless, they are prepared to shake the foundations of empires, to harass the rulers of the state, to accuse and to cast them out, as often as they appear to govern otherwise than they themselves could have wished. In like manner, they have by flattery deluded the people, proclaiming with a loud voice liberty and public prosperity, and saying that it was owing to the Church and to sovereigns that the multitude were not drawn out of their unjust servitude and poverty, they have imposed upon the people, and, exciting them by a thirst for novelty, they have urged them to assail both the Church and the civil power. Nevertheless, the expectation of the benefits which were hoped for was greater than the reality. Indeed, the common people, more oppressed than they were before, are deprived in their misery of that solace which, if things had been arranged in a Christian manner, they would have had with ease and in abundance. But whoever strive against the order which divine providence has constituted pay usually the penalty of their pride, and meet with affliction and misery where they rashly hoped to find all things prosperous and in conformity with their desires. The Church, if she directs men to render obedience chiefly and above all to God, the sovereign Lord, is wrongly and falsely believed either to be envious of the civil power, or to arrogate to herself something of the rights of sovereigns. On the contrary, she teaches that what is rightly due to the civil power must be rendered to it, with a conviction and consciousness of duty. In teaching that from God himself comes the right of ruling, she adds a great dignity to civil authority, and no small help towards obtaining the obedience and goodwill of the citizens. The friend of peace and sustainer of concord, she embraces all with maternal love. And intent only upon giving help to moral man, she teaches that to justice must be joined clemency, equity to authority, and moderation to law-giving. That no one's right must be violated, that order and public tranquility are to be maintained, and that the poverty of those who are in need is, as far as possible, to be relieved by public and private charity. But for this reason, to use the words of St. Augustine, men think, or would have it believed, that Christian teaching is not suited to the good of the state, for they wished the state to be founded not on solid virtue, but on the impunity of vice. Knowing these things, both princes and people would act with political wisdom and according to the needs of general safety, if, instead of joining with Freemasons to destroy the Church, they joined with the Church in repelling their attacks. Whatever the future may be, in this grave and widespread evil, it is our duty, venerable brethren, to endeavor to find a remedy. And because we know that our best and firmest hope of a remedy is in the power of that divine religion which the Freemasons hate in proportion to their fear of it, we think it to be of chief importance to call that most saving power to our aid against the common enemy. Therefore, whatsoever the Roman pontiffs, our predecessors, have decreed for the purpose of opposing the undertakings and endeavors of the Masonic sect, and whatsoever they have enacted to deter or withdraw men from societies of this kind, we ratify and confirm it all by our apostolic authority. And trusting greatly to the goodwill of Christians, we pray and beseech each one, for the sake of his eternal salvation, to be most conscientiously careful not in the least to depart from what the Apostolic See has commanded in this matter. We pray and beseech you, venerable brethren, to join your efforts with ours, and earnestly to strive for the extirpation of this foul plague which is creeping through the veins of the state. You have to defend the glory of God and the salvation of your neighbor, and with this object of your strife before you, neither courage nor strength will be wanting. It will be for your prudence to judge by what means you can best overcome the difficulties and obstacles you meet with, but as it befits the authority of our office, that we ourselves should point out some suitable way of proceeding, we wish it to be your rule first of all to tear away the mask from Freemasonry, and to let it be seen as it really is, and by sermons and pastoral letters, to instruct the people as to the artifices used by societies of this kind in seducing men and enticing them into their ranks, and as to the depravity of their opinions and the wickedness of their acts. As our predecessors have many times repeated, let no man think that he may for any reason whatsoever join the Masonic sect, if he values his Catholic name and his eternal salvation as he ought to value them. Let no one be deceived by a pretense of honesty. It may seem to some that Freemasons demand nothing that is openly contrary to religion and morality, but as the principle and object of the sect lies in what is vicious and criminal, to join with these men or in any way to help them cannot be lawful. Further, by assiduous teaching and exhortation, the multitude must be drawn to learn diligently the precepts of religion, for which purpose we earnestly advise that by opportune writings and sermons they may be taught the elements of those sacred truths in which Christian philosophy is contained. The result of this will be that the minds of men will be made sound by instruction, and will be protected against many forms of error and inducements to wickedness, especially in the present unbounded freedom of writing and insatiable eagerness for learning. Great indeed is the work, but in it the clergy will share your labors if, through your care, they are fitted for it by learning and a well-trained life. This good and great work requires to be helped also by the industry of those amongst the laity in whom a love of religion and of country is joined to learning and goodness of life. By uniting the efforts of both clergy and laity, strive, venerable brethren, to make men thoroughly know and love the Church. For the greater their knowledge and love of the Church, the more will they be turned away from clandestine societies. Wherefore, not without cause do we use this occasion to state again what we have stated elsewhere, namely, that the third order of St. Francis, whose discipline we a little while ago prudently mitigated, should be studiously promoted and sustained. For the whole object of this order, as constituted by its founder, is to invite men to an imitation of Jesus Christ, to a love of the Church, and to the observance of all Christian virtues. And therefore it ought to be of great influence in suppressing the contagion of wicked societies. Let therefore this holy sodality be strengthened by a daily increase. Amongst the many benefits to be expected from it will be the great benefit of drawing the minds of men to liberty, fraternity, and equality of right. Not such as the Freemasons absurdly imagine, but such as Jesus Christ obtained for the human race, and St. Francis aspired to. The liberty, we mean, of sons of God, through which we may be free from slavery to Satan or to our passions, both of them most wicked masters. The fraternity whose origin is in God, the common Creator and Father of all. The equality which, founded on justice and charity, does not take away all distinctions among men, but, out of the varieties of life, of duties, and of pursuits, forms that union and that harmony which naturally tend to the benefit and dignity of the state. In the third place, there is a matter wisely instituted by our forefathers, but in course of time laid aside, which may now be used as a pattern and form of something similar. We mean the associations or guilds of workmen, for the protection, under the guidance of religion, both of their temporal interests and of their morality. If our ancestors, by long use and experience, felt the benefit of these guilds, our age perhaps will feel it the more by reason of the opportunity which they will give of crushing the power of the sects. Those who support themselves by the labor of their hands, besides being, by their very condition, most worthy above all others of charity and consolation, are also especially exposed to the allurements of men whose ways lie in fraud and deceit. Therefore, they ought to be helped with the greatest possible kindness, and to be invited to join associations that are good, lest they be drawn away to others that are evil. For this reason, we greatly wish, for the salvation of the people, that, under the auspices and patronage of the bishops, and at convenient times, these guilds may be generally restored. To our great delight, sodalities of this kind, and also associations of masters, have in many places already been established, having, each class of them, for their object to help the honest workman, to protect and guard his children and family, and to promote in them piety, Christian knowledge, and a moral life. And in this matter we cannot omit mentioning that exemplary society, named after its founder, St. Vincent, which has deserved so well of the people of the lower order. Its acts and its aims are well known. Its whole object is to give relief to the poor and miserable. This it does with singular prudence and modesty, and the less it wishes to be seen, the better it is fitted for the exercise of Christian charity and for the relief of suffering. In the fourth place, in order more easily to attain what we wish, to your fidelity and watchfulness we commend in a special manner the young, as being the hope of human society. Devote the greatest part of your care to their instruction, and do not think that any precaution can be great enough in keeping them from masters and schools whence the pestilent breath of the sects is to be feared. Under your guidance, let parents, religious instructors, and priests having the cure of souls use every opportunity in their Christian teaching of warning their children and pupils of the infamous nature of these societies, so that they may learn in good time to beware of the various and fraudulent artifices by which their promoters are accustomed to ensnare people. And those who instruct the young in religious knowledge will act wisely, if they induce all of them to resolve and to undertake never to bind themselves to any society without the knowledge of their parents, or the advice of their parish priest or director. We well know, however, that our united labors will by no means suffice to pluck up these pernicious seeds from the Lord's field, unless the Heavenly Master of the vineyard shall mercifully help us in our endeavors. We must, therefore, with great and anxious care, implore of Him the help which the greatness of the danger and of the need requires. The sect of the Freemasons shows itself insolent and proud of its success, and seems as if it would put no bounds to its pertinacity. Its followers, joined together by a wicked compact and by secret counsels, give help one to another, and excite one another to an audacity for evil things. So vehement an attack demands an equal defense, namely, that all good men should form the widest possible association of action and of prayer. We beseech them, therefore, with united hearts, to stand together and unmoved against the advancing force of the sects, and in mourning and supplication to stretch out their hands to God, praying that the Christian name may flourish and prosper, that the Church may enjoy its needed liberty, that those who have gone astray may return to a right mind, that error at length may give place to truth, and vice to virtue. Let us take as our helper and intercessor the Virgin Mary, Mother of God, so that she, who from the moment of her conception overcame Satan, may show her power over these evil sects, in which is revived the contumacious spirit of the demon, together with his unsubdued perfidy and deceit. Let us beseech Michael, the prince of the heavenly angels, who drove out the infernal foe, and Joseph, the spouse of the Most Holy Virgin, and heavenly patron of the Catholic Church, and the great apostles, Peter and Paul, the fathers and victorious champions of the Christian faith. By their patronage, and by perseverance in united prayer, we hope that God will mercifully and opportunely succor the human race, which is encompassed by so many dangers. As a pledge of heavenly gifts and of our benevolence, we lovingly grant in the Lord to you, venerable brethren, and to the clergy and all the people committed to your watchful care, our apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus on Freemasonry, April 20th, 1884, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno on the Recitation of the Rosary by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno of our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII, by Divine Providence Pope. Venerable Brethren, health and the Apostolic Benediction. Last year, as each of you is aware, we decreed by an encyclical letter that, to win the help of heaven for the Church in her trials, the Great Mother of God should be honored by the means of the Most Holy Rosary during the whole month of October. In this we followed both our own impulse and the example of our predecessors, who in times of difficulty were wont to have recourse with increased fervor to the Blessed Virgin, and to seek her aid with special prayers. That wish of ours has been complied with such a willingness and unanimity, that it is more than ever apparent how real is the religion, and how great is the fervor of the Christian peoples, and how great is the trust everywhere placed in the heavenly patronage of the Virgin Mary. For us, weighed down with the burden of such and so great trials and evils, we confess that the sight of such intensity of open piety and faith has been a great consolation, and even gives us new courage for the facing, if that be the wish of God, of still greater trials. Indeed, from the spirit of prayer which is poured out over the house of David and the dwellers in Jerusalem, we have a confident hope that God will at length let himself be touched and have pity upon the state of his church, and give ear to the prayers coming to him through her whom he has chosen to be the dispenser of all heavenly graces. For these reasons, therefore, with the same causes in existence which impelled us last year, as we have said, to rouse the piety of all, we have deemed it our duty to exhort again this year the people of Christendom to persevere in that method and formula of prayer known as the Rosary of Mary, and thereby to merit the powerful patronage of the great Mother of God. Inasmuch as the enemies of Christianity are so stubborn in their aims, its defenders must be equally staunch, especially as the heavenly help and the benefits which are bestowed on us by God are the more usually the fruits of our perseverance. It is good to recall to memory the example of that illustrious widow, Judith, a type of the Blessed Virgin, who curbed the ill-judged impatience of the Jews when they attempted to fix, according to their own judgment, the day appointed by God for the deliverance of his city. The example should also be borne in mind of the apostles, who awaited the supreme gift promised unto them of the Paraclete, and persevered unanimously in prayer with Mary the Mother of Jesus. For it is indeed an arduous and exceeding weighty matter that is now at hand. It is to humiliate an old and most subtle enemy in the spread out array of his power, to win back the freedom of the Church and of her head, to preserve and secure the fortifications within which should rest in peace the safety and weal of human society. Care must be taken, therefore, that, in these times of mourning for the Church, the most holy devotion of the Rosary of Mary be assiduously and piously observed. The more so, that this method of prayer being so arranged as to recall in turn all the mysteries of our salvation, is eminently fitted to foster the spirit of piety. With respect to Italy, it is now most necessary to implore the intercession of the most powerful Virgin through the medium of the Rosary, since a misfortune, and not an imaginary one, is threatening, nay, rather is among us. The Asiatic cholera, having, under God's will, crossed the boundary within which nature seemed to have confined it, has spread through the crowded shores of a French port, and thence to the neighboring districts on Italian soil. To Mary, therefore, we must fly, to her whom rightly and justly the Church entitles the dispenser of saving, aiding, and protecting gifts, that she, graciously hearkening to our prayers, may grant us the help they besought, and drive far from us the unclean plague. We have therefore resolved that in this coming month of October, in which the sacred devotions to our Virgin Lady of the Rosary are solemnized throughout the Catholic world, all the devotions shall again be observed which were commanded by us this time last year. We therefore decree and make order that from the 1st of October to the 2nd of November following, in all the parish churches, in all the public churches dedicated to the Mother of God, or in such as are appointed by the ordinary, 5 decades at least of the Rosary be recited together with the Litany. If in the morning, the Holy Sacrifice will take place during these prayers. If in the evening, the Blessed Sacrament will be exposed for the adoration of the faithful, after which those present will receive the customary benediction. We desire that, wherever it be lawful, the local confraternity of the Rosary should make a solemn procession through the streets as a public manifestation of religious devotion. That the heavenly treasures of the Church may be thrown open to all, We hereby renew every indulgence granted by us last year. To all those, therefore, who shall have assisted on the prescribed days at the public recital of the Rosary, and have prayed for our intentions, to all those also who, from legitimate causes, shall have been compelled to do so in private, we grant for each occasion an indulgence of 7 years and 7 times 40 days. To those who, in the prescribed space of time, shall have performed these devotions at least 10 times, either publicly in the churches or from just causes in the privacy of their homes, and shall have expiated their sins by confession, and have received communion at the altar, we grant from the treasury of the Church a plenary indulgence. We grant this full forgiveness of sins and plenary remission of punishment to all those who, either on the feast day itself of our Blessed Lady of the Rosary, or on any day within the subsequent 8 days, shall have washed the stains from their souls, and have holily partaken of the divine banquet, and shall have also prayed in any church to God and His Most Holy Mother for our intentions. As we desire also to consult the interests of those who live in the country districts, and are hindered, especially in the month of October, by their agricultural labors, we permit all we have above decreed, and also the holy indulgences gainable in the month of October, to be postponed to the following months of November or December, according to the prudent decision of the ordinaries. We doubt not, venerable brethren, that rich and abundant fruits will be the result of these efforts, especially if God, by the bestowal of His heavenly graces, bring an added increase to the fields planted by us and watered by your zeal. We are certain that the faithful of Christendom will hearken to the utterance of our apostolic authority with the same fervor of faith and piety of which they gave most ample evidence last year. May our heavenly patroness, invoked by us through the Rosary, graciously be with us and obtain that, all disagreements of opinion being removed and Christianity restored throughout the world, we may obtain from God the wished-for peace in the Church. In pledge of that boon, to you, your clergy, and the flock entrusted to your care, we lovingly bestow the Apostolic Benediction, given in Rome at St. Peter's, the 30th of August, 1884, in the 7th year of our pontificate, Pope Leo XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno, on the Recitation of the Rosary, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter Immortale, on the Christian Constitution of States, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Christian Constitution of States, Encyclical Letter Immortale, November 1st, 1885. The Catholic Church, that imperishable handiwork of our all-merciful God, has for her immediate and natural purpose the saving of souls and securing our happiness in heaven. Yet in regard to things temporal, she is the source of benefits as manifold and great as if the chief end of her existence were to ensure the prospering of our earthly life. And in truth, wherever the Church has set her foot, she has straightway changed the face of things, and has attempered the moral tone of the people with a new civilization, and with virtues before unknown. All nations which have yielded to her sway have become eminent for their culture, their sense of justice, and the glory of their high deeds. And yet a hackneyed reproach of old date is levelled against her, that the Church is opposed to the rightful aims of the civil government, and is wholly unable to afford help in spreading that welfare and progress which justly and naturally are sought after by every well-regulated state. From the very beginning Christians were harassed by slanderous accusations of this nature, and on that account were held up to hatred and execration, for being, so they were called, enemies of the empire. The Christian religion was moreover commonly charged with being the cause of the calamities that so frequently befell the state, whereas, in very truth, just punishment was being awarded to guilty nations by an avenging God. This odious calumny, with most valid reason, nerved the genius and sharpened the pen of St. Augustine, who notably in his treatise on the City of God set forth in so bright a light the worth of Christian wisdom in its relation to the public weal, that he seems not merely to have pleaded the cause of the Christians of his day, but to have refuted for all future times impeachments so grossly contrary to truth. The wicked proneness, however, to levy the like charges and accusations has not been lulled to rest. Many indeed are they who have tried to work out a plan of civil society based on doctrines other than those approved by the Catholic Church. Nay, in these latter days a novel scheme of law has begun here and there to gain increase and influence, the outcome, as it is maintained, of an age arrived at full stature, and the result of liberty and evolution. But though endeavours of various kinds have been ventured on, it is clear that no better mode has been devised for the building up and ruling the state than that which is the necessary growth of the teachings of the Gospel. We deem it, therefore, of the highest moment, and a strict duty of our apostolic office, to contrast with the lessons taught by Christ the novel theories now advanced touching the state. By this means we cherish hope that the bright shining of the truth may scatter the mists of error and doubt, so that one and all may see clearly the imperious law of life which they are bound to follow and obey. It is not difficult to determine what would be the form and character of the state were it governed according to the principles of Christian philosophy. Man's natural instinct moves him to live in civil society, for he cannot, if dwelling apart, provide himself with the necessary requirements of life, nor procure the means of developing his mental and moral faculties. Hence it is divinely ordained that he should lead his life, be it family, social, or civil, with his fellow men, amongst whom alone his several wants can be adequately supplied. But as no society can hold together unless some one be over all, directing all to strive earnestly for the common good, every civilized community must have a ruling authority, and this authority, no less than society itself, has its source in nature, and has, consequently, God for its author. Hence it follows that all public power must proceed from God, for God alone is the true and supreme Lord of the world. Everything, without exception, must be subject to him, and must serve him, so that whosoever holds the right to govern, holds it from one sole and single source, namely God, the sovereign ruler of all. There is no power but from God. Romans 13:1. The right to rule is not necessarily, however, bound up with any special mode of government. It may take this or that form, provided only that it be of a nature to ensure the general welfare. But whatever the nature of the government, rulers must ever bear in mind that God is the paramount ruler of the world, and must set him before themselves as their exemplar and law in the administration of the state. For, in things visible, God has fashioned secondary causes, in which his divine action can in some wise be discerned, leading up to the end to which the course of the world is ever tending. In like manner, in civil society, God has always willed that there should be a ruling authority, and that they who are invested with it should reflect the divine power and providence in some measure over the human race. They, therefore, who rule should rule with even-handed justice, not as masters, but rather as fathers, for the rule of God over man is most just, and is tempered always with the Father's kindness. Government should, moreover, be administered for the well-being of the citizens, because they who govern others possess authority solely for the welfare of the state. Furthermore, the civil power must not be subservient to the advantage of any one individual or of some few persons, inasmuch as it was established for the common good of all. But if those who are in authority rule unjustly, if they govern overbearingly or arrogantly, and if their measures prove hurtful to the people, they must remember that the Almighty will one day bring them to account, the more strictly in proportion to the sacredness of their office and preeminence of their dignity. The mighty shall be mightily tormented. Wisdom, chapter 6, verse 7. Then truly will the majesty of the law meet with the dutiful and willing homage of the people, when they are convinced that their rulers hold authority from God, and feel that it is a matter of justice and duty to obey them, and to show them reverence and fealty, united to a love not unlike that which children show their parents. Let every soul be subject to higher powers. Romans chapter 13, verse 1. To despise legitimate authority, in whomsoever vested, is unlawful, as a rebellion against the divine will, and whoever resists that rushes wilfully to destruction. He that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation. Romans chapter 13, verse 2. To cast aside obedience, and by popular violence to incite to revolt, is therefore treason, not against man only, but against God. As a consequence, the state, constituted as it is clearly bound to set up to the manifold and weighty duties linking it to God by the public profession of religion. Nature and reason, which command every individual devoutly to worship God in holiness, because we belong to Him and must return to Him, since from Him we came, bind also the civil community by a like law. For men living together in society are under the power of God no less than individuals are, and society, not less than individuals, owes gratitude to God, who gave it being and maintains it, and whose ever-bounteous goodness enriches it with countless blessings. Since, then, no one is allowed to be remiss in the service due to God, and since the chief duty of all men is to cling to religion in both its teaching and practice, not such religion as they may have a preference for, but the religion which God enjoins, and which certain and most clear marks show to be the only one true religion, it is a public crime to act as though there were no God. So too, it is a sin in the state not to have care for religion, as a something beyond its scope, or as of no practical benefit. Or out of many forms of religion to adopt that one which chimes in with the fancy, for we are bound absolutely to worship God in that way which He has shown to be His will. All who rule, therefore, should hold in honor the holy name of God, and one of their chief duties must be to favor religion, to protect it, to shield it under the credit and sanction of the laws, and neither to organize nor enact any measure that may compromise its safety. This is the bounden duty of rulers to the people over whom they rule. For one and all are we destined by our birth and adoption to enjoy, when this frail and fleeting life is ended, a supreme and final good in heaven, and to the attainment of this every endeavor should be directed. Since, then, upon this depends the full and perfect happiness of mankind, the securing of this end should be of all imaginable interests the most urgent. Hence, civil society, established for the common welfare, should not only safeguard the well-being of the community, but have also at heart the interests of its individual members, in such mode as not in any way to hinder, but in every manner to render as easy as it may be, the possession of that highest and unchangeable good for which all should seek. Wherefore, for this purpose, care must especially be taken to preserve unharmed and unimpeded the religion whereof the practice is the link connecting man with God. Now, it cannot be difficult to find out which is the true religion, if only it be sought with an earnest and unbiased mind. For proofs are abundant and striking. We have, for example, the fulfillment of prophecies, miracles in great number, the rapid spread of the faith in the midst of enemies and in face of overwhelming obstacles, the witness of the martyrs, and the like. From all these, it is evident that the only true religion is the one established by Jesus Christ Himself, and which He committed to His Church to protect and to propagate. For the only begotten Son of God established on earth a society which is called the Church, and to it he handed over the exalted and divine office which he had received from his Father, to be continued through the ages to come. As the Father hath sent me, I also send you. John chapter 20, verse 21. Behold, I am with you all days, even to the consummation of the world. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. Consequently, as Jesus Christ came into the world that men might have life and have it more abundantly, John chapter 10, verse 10, so also has the Church for its aim and end the eternal salvation of souls, and hence it is so constituted as to open wide its arms to all mankind, unhampered by any limit of either time or place. Preach ye the gospel to every creature. Mark chapter 16, verse 15. Over this mighty multitude, God has himself set rulers with power to govern. He has willed that one should be the head of all, and the chief and unerring teacher of truth, to whom he has given the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 16, verse 19. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep. John chapter 21, verses 16 and 17. I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. Luke chapter 22, verse 32. This society is made up of men, just as civil society is, and yet is supernatural and spiritual on account of the end for which it was founded, and of the means by which it aims at attaining that end. Hence it is distinguished and differs from civil society, and what is of highest moment, it is a society chartered as of right divine, perfect in its nature and in its title, to possess in itself and by itself, through the will and loving kindness of its founder, all needful provision for its maintenance and action. And just as the end at which the Church aims is by far the noblest of ends, so is its authority the most exalted of all authority, nor can it be looked upon as inferior to the civil power, or in any manner dependent upon it. In very truth, Jesus Christ gave to his apostles unrestrained authority in regard to things sacred, together with the genuine and most true power of making laws, as also with the twofold right of judging and of punishing, which flow from that power. All power is given to me in heaven and on earth. Going therefore teach all nations, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. Matthew chapter 28, verses 18 through 20. And in another place, if he will not hear them, tell the church. Matthew chapter 18, verse 17. And again, in readiness to revenge all disobedience. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 6. And once more, that I may not deal more severely according to the power which the Lord hath given me, unto edification and not unto destruction. 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 10. Hence it is the Church, and not the state, that is to be man's guide to heaven. It is to the Church that God has assigned the charge of seeing to, and legislating for, all that concerns religion, of teaching all nations, of spreading the Christian faith as widely as possible, in short, of administering freely and without hindrance, in accordance with her own judgment, all matters that fall within its competence. Now this authority, perfect in itself and plainly meant to be unfettered, so long assailed by a philosophy that truckles to the state, the Church has never ceased to claim for herself and openly to exercise. The apostles themselves were the first to uphold it, when being forbidden by the rulers of the synagogue to preach the gospel, they courageously answered, "We must obey God rather than men." Acts chapter 5, verse 29. This same authority the Holy Fathers of the Church were always careful to maintain by weighty arguments, according as occasion arose, and the Roman pontiffs have never shrunk from defending it with unbending constancy. Nay more, princes and all invested with power to rule have themselves approved it, in theory alike and in practice. It cannot be called in question that in the making of treaties, in the transaction of business matters, in the sending and receiving ambassadors, and in the interchange of other kinds of official dealings, they have been wont to treat with the Church as with a supreme and legitimate power. And assuredly, all ought to hold that it was not without a singular disposition of God's providence that this power of the Church was provided with a civil sovereignty as the surest safeguard of her independence. The Almighty, therefore, has appointed the charge of the human race between two powers, the ecclesiastical and the civil, the one being set over divine, and the other over human things. Each in its kind is supreme, each has fixed limits within which it is contained, limits which are defined by the nature and special object of the province of each, so that there is, we may say, an orbit traced out within which the action of each is brought into play by its own native right. But inasmuch as each of these two powers has authority over the same subjects, and as it might come to pass that one and the same thing, related differently but still remaining one and the same thing, might belong to the jurisdiction and determination of both, therefore God, who foresees all things, and who is the author of these two powers, has marked out the course of each in right correlation to the other. For the powers that are ordained of God. Romans chapter 13, verse 1. Were this not so, deplorable contentions and conflicts would often arise, and not infrequently men, like travelers at the meeting of two roads, would hesitate in anxiety and doubt, not knowing what course to follow. Two powers would be commanding contrary things, and it would be a dereliction of duty to disobey either of the two. But it would be most repugnant to deem thus of the wisdom and goodness of God. Even in physical things, albeit of a lower order, the Almighty has so combined the forces and springs of nature with tempered action and wondrous harmony, that no one of them clashes with any other, and all of them most fitly and aptly work together for the great purpose of the universe. There must accordingly exist, between these two powers, a certain orderly connection, which may be compared to the union of the soul and body and man. The nature and scope of that connection can be determined only, as we have laid down, by having regard to the nature of each power, and by taking account of the relative excellence and nobleness of their purpose. One of the two has for its proximate and chief object the well-being of this mortal life, the other the everlasting joys of heaven. Whatever, therefore, in things human is of a sacred character, whatever belongs either of its own nature or by reason of the end to which it is referred, to the salvation of souls, or to the worship of God, is subject to the power and judgment of the Church. Whatever is to be ranged under the civil and political order is rightly subject to the civil authority. Jesus Christ has himself given command that what is Caesar's is to be rendered to Caesar, and that what belongs to God is to be rendered to God. There are, nevertheless, occasions when another method of concord is available for the sake of peace and liberty. We mean when rulers of the state and the Roman pontiff come to an understanding touching some special matter. At such times the Church gives signal proof of her motherly love by showing the greatest possible kindliness and indulgence. Such, then, as we have briefly pointed out, is the Christian organization of civil society, not rashly or fancifully shaped out, but adduced from the highest and truest principles, confirmed by natural reason itself. In such an organization of the state, there is nothing that can be thought to infringe upon the dignity of rulers, and nothing unbecoming them. Nay, so far from degrading the sovereign power in its due rights, it adds to it permanence and luster. Indeed, when more fully pondered, this mutual coordination has a perfection in which all other forms of government are lacking, and from which excellent results would flow, were the several component parts to keep their place and duly discharge the office and work appointed respectively for each. And doubtless, in the constitution of the state, such as we have described, divine and human things are equitably shared, the rights of citizens assured to them and fenced round by divine, by natural, and by human law, the duties incumbent on each one being wisely marked out, and their fulfilment fittingly ensured. In their uncertain and toilsome journey towards the city made without hands, all see that they have safe guides and helpers on their way, and are conscious that others have charge to protect their persons alike and their possessions, and to obtain or preserve for them everything essential for their present life. Furthermore, domestic society acquires that firmness and solidity so needful to it from the holiness of marriage, one and indissoluble, wherein the rights and duties of husband and wife are controlled with wise justice and equity. Due honor is assured to the woman. The authority of the husband is conformed to the pattern afforded by the authority of God. The power of the father is tempered by a due regard for the dignity of the mother and her offspring, and the best possible provision is made for the guardianship, welfare, and education of the children. In political affairs, and all matters civil, the laws aim at securing the common good, and are not framed according to the delusive caprices and opinions of the mass of the people, but by truth and by justice. The ruling powers are invested with a sacredness more than human, and are withheld from deviating from the path of duty, and from overstepping the bounds of rightful authority. And the obedience of citizens is rendered with a feeling of honor and dignity, since obedience is not the servitude of man to man, but submission to the will of God, exercising His sovereignty through the medium of men. Now, this being recognized as undeniable, it is felt that the high office of rulers should be held in respect, that public authority should be constantly and faithfully obeyed, that no act of sedition should be committed, and that the civic order of the commonwealth should be maintained as sacred. So also, as to the duties of each one towards his fellow men, mutual forbearance, kindliness, generosity are placed in the ascendant. The man who was once a citizen and a Christian is not drawn aside by conflicting obligations. And lastly, the abundant benefits with which the Christian religion, of its very nature, endows even the mortal life of man, are acquired for the community and civil society. And this to such an extent that it may be said in sober truth, the condition of the commonwealth depends on the religion with which God is worshipped, and between one and the other there exists an intimate and abiding connection. Quote from the Emperor to Cyril of Alexandria, the metropolitan bishop. Admirably, according to his wont, does St. Augustine, in many passages, enlarge upon the potency of these advantages, but nowhere more markedly and to the point than when he addresses the Catholic Church in the following words: "Thou dost teach and train children with much tenderness, young men with much vigor, old men with much gentleness, as the age not of the body alone, but of the mind of each requires. Women thou dost subject to their husbands in chaste and faithful obedience, not for the gratifying of their lust, but for bringing forth children, and for having a share in the family concerns. Thou dost set husbands over their wives, not that they may play false to the weaker sex, but according to the requirements of sincere affection. Thou dost subject children to their parents in a kind of free service, and dost establish parents over their children with a benign rule. Thou joinest together, not in society only, but in a sort of brotherhood, citizen with citizen, nation with nation, and the whole race of men by reminding them of their common parentage. Thou teachest kings to look to the interests of their people, and dost admonish the people to be submissive to their kings. With all care dost thou teach all to whom honor is due, and affection, and reverence, and fear, consolation, and admonition, and exhortation, and discipline, and reproach, and punishment. Thou showest that all these are not equally incumbent on all, but that charity is owing to all, and wrongdoing to none." On the Morals of the Catholic Church, chapter 30, paragraph 63. And in another place, blaming the false wisdom of certain time-saving philosophers, he observes, "Let those who say that the teaching of Christ is hurtful to the state produce such armies as the maxims of Jesus have enjoined soldiers to bring into being, such governors of provinces, such husbands and wives, such parents and children, such masters and servants, such kings, such judges, and such payers and collectors of tribute as the Christian teaching instructs them to become, and then let them dare to say that such teaching is hurtful to the state. Nay, rather, Will they hesitate to own that this discipline, if duly acted up to, is the very mainstay of the commonwealth? From his letter to Marcellinus. There was once a time when states were governed by the principles of gospel teaching. Then it was that the power and divine virtue of Christian wisdom had diffused itself throughout the laws, institutions, and morals of the people, permeating all ranks and relations of civil society. Then, too, the religion instituted by Jesus Christ, established firmly in befitting dignity, flourished everywhere, by the favor of princes and the legitimate protection of the magistrates, and church and state were happily united in concord and friendly interchange of good offices. The state, constituted in this wise, bore fruits important beyond all expectation, whose remembrance is still, and always will be, in renown, witnessed to as they are by countless proofs which can never be blotted out or even obscured by any craft of any enemies. Christian Europe has subdued barbarous nations, and changed them from a savage to a civilized condition, from superstition to true worship. It victoriously rolled back the tide of Mohammedan conquest, retained the headship of civilization, stood forth in the front rank as the leader and teacher of all in every branch of national culture, bestowed on the world the gift of true and many-sided liberty, and most wisely founded very numerous institutions for the solace of human suffering. And if we inquire how it was able to bring about so altered a condition of things, the answer is, beyond all question, in large measure, through religion, under whose auspices so many great undertakings were set on foot, through whose aid they were brought to completion. A similar state of things would certainly have continued had the agreement of the two powers been lasting. More important results even might have been justly looked for, had obedience waited upon the authority, teaching, and counsels of the Church, and had this submission been specially marked by greater and more unswerving loyalty. For that should be regarded in the light of an ever-changeless law, when Ivo of Chartres wrote to Pope Paschal II, "When kingdom and priesthood are at one, in complete accord, the world is well ruled, and the Church flourishes and brings forth abundant fruit. But when they are at variance, not only smaller interests prosper not, but even things of greatest moment fall into deplorable decay." Sad it is to call to mind how the harmful and lamentable rage for innovation which rose to a climax in the 16th century threw first of all into confusion the Christian religion, and next, by natural sequence, invaded the precincts of philosophy, whence it spread amongst all classes of society. From this source, as from a fountainhead, burst forth all those later tenets of unbridled license which, in the midst of the terrible upheavals of the last century, were wildly conceived and boldly proclaimed as the principles and foundation of that new jurisprudence, which was not merely previously unknown, but was at variance on many points with not only the Christian, but even with the natural law. Amongst these principles, the main one lays down that as all men are alike by race and nature, so in like manner all are equal in the control of their life; that each one is so far his own master as to be in no sense under the rule of any other individual; that each is free to think on every subject just as he may choose, and to do whatever he may like to do; that no man has any right to rule over other men. In a society grounded upon such maxims, all government is nothing more nor less than the will of the people, and the people, being under the power of itself alone, is alone its own ruler. It does choose, nevertheless, some to whose charge it may commit itself, but in such wise that it makes over to them not the right so much as the business of governing, to be exercised, however, in its name. The authority of God is passed over in silence, just as if there were no God, or as if he cared nothing for human society, or as if men, whether in their individual capacity or bound together in social relations, owed nothing to God, or as if there could be a government of which the whole origin and power and authority did not reside in God himself. Thus, as is evident, a state becomes nothing but a multitude, which is its own master and ruler. and since the populace is declared to contain within itself the spring-head of all rights and of all power, it follows that the state does not consider itself bound by any kind of duty towards God. Moreover, it believes that it is not obliged to make public profession of any religion, or to inquire which of the very many religions is the only one true, or to prefer one religion to all the rest, or to show to any form of religion special favor, but, on the contrary, is bound to grant equal rights to every creed, so that public order may not be disturbed by any particular form of religious belief. And it is a part of this theory that all questions that concern religion are to be referred to private judgment, that every one is to be free to follow whatever religion he prefers, or none at all if he disapprove of all. From this, the following consequences logically flow: that the judgment of each one's conscience is independent of all law; that the most unrestrained opinions may be openly expressed as to the practice or omission of divine worship; and that every one has unbounded license to think whatever he chooses and to publish abroad whatever he thinks. Now when the state rests on foundations like those just named, and for the time being they are greatly in favor, it readily appears into what and how unrightful a position the Church is driven. For when the management of public business is in harmony with doctrines of such a kind, the Catholic religion is allowed a standing in civil society equal only or inferior to societies alien from it. No regard is paid to the laws of the Church, and she who, by the order and commission of Jesus Christ, has the duty of teaching all nations, finds herself forbidden to take any part in the instruction of the people. With reference to matters that are of twofold jurisdiction, they who administer the civil power lay down the law at their own will, and in matters that appertain to religion defiantly put aside the most sacred decrees of the Church. They claim jurisdiction over the marriages of Catholics, even over the bond as well as the unity and the indissolubility of matrimony. They lay hands on the goods of the clergy, contending that the Church cannot possess property. Lastly, they treat the Church with such arrogance that, rejecting entirely her title to the nature and rights of a perfect society, they hold that she differs in no respect from other societies in the state, and for this reason possesses no right nor any legal power of action, save that which she holds by the concession and favor of the government. If in any state the Church retains her own right, and this with the approval of the civil law, owing to an agreement publicly entered into by the two powers, men forthwith begin to cry out that matters affecting the Church must be separated from those of the state. Their object in uttering this cry is to be able to violate unpunished their plighted faith, and in all things to have unchecked control. And as the Church, unable to abandon her chiefest and most sacred duties, cannot patiently put up with this, and asks that the pledge given to her be fully and scrupulously acted up to, contentions frequently arise between the ecclesiastical and the civil power, of which the issue commonly is that the weaker power yields to the one which is stronger in human resources. Accordingly, it has become the practice and determination under this condition of public polity, now so much admired by many, either to forbid the action of the Church altogether, or to keep her in check and bondage to the state. Public enactments are in great measure framed with this design. The drawing up of laws, the administration of state affairs, the godless education of youth, the spoliation and suppression of religious orders, the overthrow of the temporal power of the Roman Pontiff, all alike aim at this one end: to paralyze the action of Christian institutions, to cramp to the utmost the freedom of the Catholic Church, and to curtail her every single prerogative. Now, natural reason itself proves convincingly that such concepts of the government of a state are wholly at variance with the truth. Nature itself bears witness that all power, of every kind, has its origin from God, who is its chief and most august source. The sovereignty of the people, however, and this without any reference to God, is held to reside in the multitude, which is doubtless a doctrine exceedingly well calculated to flatter and to inflame many passions, but which lacks all reasonable proof, and all power of ensuring public safety and preserving order. Indeed, from the prevalence of this teaching, things have come to such a pass that many hold as an axiom of civil jurisprudence that seditions may be rightfully fostered. For the opinion prevails that princes are nothing more than delegates chosen to carry out the will of the people, whence it necessarily follows that all things are as changeable as the will of the people, so that risk of public disturbance is ever hanging over our heads. To hold, therefore, that there is no difference in matters of religion between forms that are unlike each other, and even contrary to each other, most clearly leads in the end to the rejection of all religion in both theory and practice. And this is the same thing as atheism, however it may differ from it in name. Men who really believe in the existence of God must, in order to be consistent with themselves and to avoid absurd conclusions, understand that differing modes of divine worship involving dissimilarity and conflict, even on most important points, cannot all be equally probable, equally good, and equally acceptable to God. So too, the liberty of thinking and of publishing whatsoever each one likes, without any hindrance, is not in itself an advantage over which society can wisely rejoice. On the contrary, it is the fountainhead and origin of many evils. Liberty is a power perfecting man, and hence should have truth and goodness for its object. But the character of goodness and truth cannot be changed at option. These remain ever one and the same, and are no less unchangeable than nature herself. If the mind assents to false opinions, and the will chooses and follows after what is wrong, neither can attain its native fullness, but both must fall from their native dignity into an abyss of corruption. Whatever therefore is opposed to virtue and truth may not rightly be brought temptingly before the eye of man, much less sanctioned by the favor and protection of the law. A well-spent life is the only passport to heaven, whither all are bound, and on this account the state is acting against the laws and dictates of nature whenever it permits the license of opinion and of action to lead minds astray from truth, and souls away from the practice of virtue. To exclude the Church, founded by God Himself, from the business of life, from the power of making laws, from the training of youth, from domestic society, is a grave and fatal error. A state from which religion is banished can never be well regulated, and already perhaps more than is desirable is known of the nature and tendency of the so-called civil philosophy of life and morals. The Church of Christ is the true and sole teacher of virtue and guardian of morals. She it is who preserves in their purity the principles from which duties flow, and by setting forth most urgent reasons for virtuous life, bids us not only to turn away from wicked deeds, but even to curb all movements of the mind that are opposed to reason, even though they be not carried out in action. To wish the Church to be subject to the civil power in the exercise of her duty is a great folly and a sheer injustice. Whenever this is the case, order is disturbed, for things natural are put above things supernatural. The many benefits which the Church, if free to act, would confer on society are either prevented or at least lessened in number, and a way is prepared for enmities and contentions between the two powers, with how evil result to both the issue of events has taught us only too frequently. Doctrines such as these, which cannot be approved by human reason, and most seriously affect the whole civil order, our predecessors, the Roman pontiffs, well aware of what their apostolic office required of them, have never allowed to pass uncondemned. Thus Gregory XVI, in his encyclical letter Mirarivos, of date August 15, 1832, inveighed with mighty words against the sophisms, which even at his time were being publicly inculcated, namely, that no preference should be shown for any particular form of worship, that it is right for individuals to form their own personal judgments about religion, that each man's conscience is his sole and all-sufficing guide, and that it is lawful for every man to publish his own views, whatever they may be, and even to conspire against the state. On the question of the separation of church and state, the same pontiff writes as follows: "Nor can we hope for happier results either for religion or for the civil government, from the wishes of those who desire that the church be separated from the state, and the concord between the secular and ecclesiastical authority be dissolved. It is clear that these men, who yearn for a shameless liberty, live in dread of an agreement which has always been fraught with good, and advantageous alike to sacred and civil interests." To the like effect, also, as occasion presented itself, did Pius IX brand publicly many false opinions which were gaining ground, and afterwards ordered them to be condensed in summary form, in order that in this sea of error Catholics might have a light which they may safely follow. From these pronouncements of the popes, it is evident that the origin of public power is to be sought for in God Himself, and not in the multitude, and that it is repugnant to reason to allow free scope for sedition. Again, that it is not lawful for the state, any more than for the individual, either to disregard all religious duties, or to hold in equal favor different kinds of religion; that the unrestrained freedom of thinking and of openly making known one's thoughts is not inherent in the rights of citizens, and is by no means to be reckoned worthy of favor and support. In like manner, it is to be understood that the Church no less than the state itself is a society perfect in its own nature and in its own right, and that those who exercise sovereignty ought not so to act as to compel the Church to become subservient or subject to them, or to hamper her liberty in the management of her own affairs, or to despoil her in any way of the other privileges conferred upon her by Jesus Christ. In matters, however, of mixed jurisdiction, it is in the highest degree consonant to nature, as also to the designs of God, that so far from one of the powers separating itself from the other, or still less coming into conflict with it, complete harmony, such as is suited to the end for which each power exists, should be preserved between them. This, then, is the teaching of the Catholic Church concerning the constitution and government of the state. By the words and decrees just cited, if judged dispassionately, no one of the several forms of government is in itself condemned, inasmuch as none of them contain anything contrary to Catholic doctrine, and all of them are capable, if wisely and justly managed, to ensure the welfare of the state. Neither is it blameworthy in itself, in any manner, for the people to have a share, greater or less, in the government. For at certain times, and under certain laws, such participation may not only be of benefit to the citizens, but may even be of obligation. Nor is there any reason why anyone should accuse the Church of being wanting in gentleness of action or largeness of view, or of being opposed to real and lawful liberty. The Church indeed deems it unlawful to place the various forms of divine worship on the same footing as the true religion, but does not, on that account, condemn those rulers who, for the sake of securing some great good or of hindering some great evil, allow patiently custom or usage to be a kind of sanction for each kind of religion having its place in the state. And in fact, the Church is wont to take earnest heed that no one shall be forced to embrace the Catholic faith against his will, for, as St. Augustine wisely reminds us, man cannot believe otherwise than of his own free will. In the same way, the Church cannot approve of that liberty which begets a contempt of the most sacred laws of God, and casts off the obedience due to lawful authority. For this is not liberty so much as license, and is most correctly styled by St. Augustine the liberty of self-ruin, and by the Apostle St. Peter the cloak of malice. 1 Peter 2:16. Indeed, since it is opposed to reason, it is a true slavery, for whoever committeth sin is the slave of sin. John 8:34. On the other hand, that liberty is truly genuine, and to be sought after, which in regard to the individual does not allow men to be the slaves of error and of passion, the worst of all masters; which, too, in public administration guides the citizens in wisdom and provides for them increased means of well-being; and which, further, protects the state from foreign interference. This honorable liberty, alone worthy of human beings, the Church approves most highly, and has never slackened her endeavor to preserve, strong and unchanged among nations. And in truth, whatever in the state is of chief avail for the common welfare, whatever has been usefully established to curb the license of rulers who are opposed to the true interests of the people, or to keep in check the leading authorities from unwarrantably interfering in municipal or family affairs, whatever tends to uphold the honor, manhood, and equal rights of individual citizens. Of all these things, as the monuments of past ages bear witness, the Catholic Church has always been the originator, the promoter, or the guardian. Ever therefore consistent with herself, while on the one hand she rejects that exorbitant liberty which in individuals and in nations ends in license or in thraldom, on the other hand she willingly and most gladly welcomes whatever improvements the age brings forth, if these really secure the prosperity of life here below, which is, as it were, a stage in the journey to the life that will know no ending. Therefore, when it is said that the Church is jealous of modern political systems, and that she repudiates the discoveries of modern research, the charge is a ridiculous and groundless calumny. Wild opinions she does repudiate, wicked and seditious projects she does condemn, together with that habit of mind which points to the beginning of a wilful departure from God. But as all truth must necessarily proceed from God, the Church recognizes in all truth that is reached by research a trace of the divine intelligence. And as all truth in the natural order is powerless to destroy belief in the teachings of revelation, but can do much to confirm it, and as every newly discovered truth may serve to further the knowledge or the praise of God, it follows that whatsoever spreads the range of knowledge will always be willingly and even joyfully welcomed by the Church. She will always encourage and promote, as she does in other branches of knowledge, all study occupied with the investigation of nature. In these pursuits, should the human intellect discover anything not known before, the Church makes no opposition. She never objects to search being made for things that minister to the refinements and comforts of life. So far indeed from opposing these, she is now, as she ever has been, hostile alone to indolence and sloth, and earnestly wishes that the talents of men may bear more and more abundant fruit by cultivation and exercise. Moreover, she gives encouragement to every kind of art and handicraft, and through her influence, directing all strivings after progress towards virtue and salvation, she labors to prevent man's intellect and industry from turning him away from God and from heavenly things. All this, though so reasonable and full of counsel, finds little favor nowadays when states not only refuse to conform to the rules of Christian wisdom, but seem even anxious to recede from them further and further on each successive day. Nevertheless, since truth, when brought to light, is wont, of its own nature, to spread itself far and wide, and gradually take possession of the minds of men, we, moved by the great and holy duty of our apostolic mission to all nations, speak, as we are bound to do, with freedom. Our eyes are not closed to the spirit of the times. We repudiate not the assured and useful improvements of our age, but devoutly wish affairs of state to take a safer course than they are now taking, and to rest on a more firm foundation, without injury to the true freedom of the people. For the best parent and guardian of liberty amongst men is truth. The truth shall make you free. John chapter 8, verse 32. If, in the difficult times in which our lot is cast, Catholics will give ear to us, as it behooves them to do, they will readily see what are the duties of each one in matters of opinion as well as action. As regards opinion, whatever the Roman pontiffs have hitherto taught, or shall hereafter teach, must be held with a firm grasp of mind, and so often as occasion requires, must be openly professed. Especially with reference to the so-called liberties, which are so greatly coveted in these days, all must stand by the judgment of the Apostolic See and have the same mind. Let no man be deceived by the outward appearance of these liberties, but let each one reflect whence these have had their origin, and by what efforts they are everywhere upheld and promoted. Experience has made us well acquainted with their results to the state, since everywhere they have borne fruits which the good and wise bitterly deplore. If there really exist anywhere, or if we in imagination conceive a state waging wanton and tyrannical war against Christianity, and if we compare with it the modern form of government just described, this latter may seem the more endurable of the two. Yet undoubtedly, the principles on which such a government is grounded are, as we have said, of a nature which no one can approve. Secondly, action may relate to private and domestic matters, or to matters public. As to private affairs, the first duty is to conform life and conduct to the gospel precepts, and to refuse to shrink from this duty when Christian virtue demands some sacrifice difficult to make. All, moreover, are bound to love the Church as their common mother, to obey her laws, promote her honor, defend her rights, and to endeavor to make her respected and loved by those over whom they have authority. It is also of great moment to the public welfare to take a prudent part in the business of municipal administration, and to endeavor above all to introduce effectual measures, so that, as becomes a Christian people, public provision may be made for the instruction of youth in religion and true morality. Upon these things the well-being of every state greatly depends. Furthermore, it is in general fitting and salutary that Catholics should extend their efforts beyond this restricted sphere, and give their attention to national politics. We say in general, because these our precepts are addressed to all nations. However, it may in some places be true that, for most urgent and just reasons, it is by no means expedient for Catholics to engage in public affairs or to take an active part in politics. Nevertheless, as we have laid down, to take no share in public matters would be equally as wrong, we speak in general, as not to have concern for, or not to bestow labor upon, the common good. And this all the more because Catholics are admonished, by the very doctrines which they profess, to be upright and faithful in the discharge of duty, while if they hold aloof, men whose principles offer but small guarantee for the welfare of the state will the more readily seize the reins of government. This would tend also to the injury of the Christian religion, forasmuch as those would come into power who are badly disposed towards the Church, and those who are willing to befriend her would be deprived of all influence. It follows, therefore, clearly that Catholics have just reasons for taking part in the conduct of public affairs. For in so doing, they assume not the responsibility of approving what is blameworthy in the actual methods of government, but seek to turn these very methods, so far as is possible, to the genuine and true public good, and to use their best endeavors at the same time to infuse, as it were, into all the veins of the state, the healthy sap and blood of Christian wisdom and virtue. The morals and ambitions of the heathens differed widely from those of the gospel, yet Christians were to be seen living undefiled everywhere in the midst of pagan superstition, and while always true to themselves, coming to the front boldly wherever an opening was presented. Models of loyalty to their rulers, submissive, so far as was permitted, to the sovereign power, they shed around them on every side a halo of sanctity. They strove to be helpful to their brethren, and to attract others to the wisdom of Jesus Christ, yet were bravely ready to withdraw from public life, nay, even to lay down their life, if they could not without loss of virtue retain honors, dignities, and offices. For this reason, Christian ways and manners speedily found their way not only into private houses, but into the camp, the senate, and even into the imperial palaces. "We are but of yesterday," wrote Tertullian, "yet we swarm in all your institutions. We crowd your cities, islands, villages, towns, assemblies, the army itself, your wards and corporations, the palace, the senate, and the law courts." So that the Christian faith, when once it became lawful to make public profession of the gospel, appeared in most of the cities of Europe, not like an infant crying in its cradle, but already grown up and full of vigor. In these our days, it is well to revive these examples of our forefathers. First and foremost, it is the duty of all Catholics worthy of the name, and wishful to be known as most loving children of the Church, to reject without swerving whatever is inconsistent with so fair a title, to make use of popular institutions, so far as can honestly be done for the advancement of truth and righteousness, to strive that liberty of action shall not transgress the bounds marked out by nature and the law of God, to endeavor to bring back all civil society to the pattern and form of Christianity which we have described. It is barely possible to lay down any fixed method by which such purposes are to be attained, because the means adopted must suit places and times widely differing from one another. Nevertheless, above all things, unity of aim must be preserved, and similarity must be sought after in all plans of action. Both these objects will be carried into effect without fail if all will follow the guidance of the Apostolic See as their rule of life, and obey the bishops whom the Holy Ghost has placed to rule the Church of God. The defense of Catholicism, indeed, necessarily demands that in the profession of doctrines taught by the Church, all shall be of one mind and all steadfast in believing. And care must be taken never to connive, in any way, at false opinions, never to withstand them less strenuously than truth allows. In mere matters of opinion, it is permissible to discuss things with moderation, with a desire of searching into the truth, without unjust suspicion or angry recriminations. Hence, lest concord be broken by rash charges, let this be understood by all, that the integrity of the Catholic faith cannot be reconciled with opinions verging on naturalism or rationalism, the essence of which is utterly to sterilize Christianity, and to install in society the supremacy of man to the exclusion of God. Further, it is unlawful to follow one line of conduct in private and another in public, respecting privately the authority of the Church, but publicly rejecting it. For this would amount to joining together good and evil, and to putting man in conflict with himself, whereas he ought always to be consistent, and never in the least point, nor in any condition of life, to swerve from Christian virtue. But in matters merely political, as for instance the best form of government, and this or that system of administration, a difference of opinion is lawful. Those, therefore, whose piety is in other respects known, and whose minds are ready to accept in all obedience the decrees of the Apostolic See, cannot in justice be accounted as bad men because they disagree as to subjects we have mentioned, and still graver wrong will be done them if, as we have more than once perceived with regret, that they are accused of violating or of wavering in the Catholic faith. Let this be well borne in mind by all who are in the habit of publishing their opinions, and above all by journalists. In the endeavor to secure interests of the highest order, there is no room for intestine strife or party rivalries, since all should aim with one mind and purpose to make safe that which is the common object of all, the maintenance of religion and of the state. If, therefore, there have hitherto been dissensions, let them henceforth be gladly buried in oblivion. If rash or injurious acts have been committed, whoever may have been at fault, let mutual charity make amends, and let the past be redeemed by a special submission of all to the Apostolic See. In this way, Catholics will attain two most excellent results. They will become helpers to the Church in preserving and propagating Christian wisdom, and they will confer the greatest benefit on civil society, the safety of which is exceedingly imperiled by evil teachings and bad passions. This, venerable brethren, is what we have thought it our duty to expound to all nations of the Catholic world touching the Christian constitution of states and the duties of individual citizens. It behooves us now, with earnest prayer to implore the protection of heaven, beseeching God, who alone can enlighten the minds of men and move their will, to bring about those happy ends for which we yearn and strive, for His greater glory and the general salvation of mankind. As a happy augury of the divine benefits, and in token of our paternal benevolence, to you, venerable brothers, and to the clergy and to the whole people committed to your charge and vigilance, we grant lovingly in the Lord the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Immortale on the Christian Constitution of States, November 1st, 1885, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Encyclical Letter Spectata Fides on Christian Education by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter of His Holiness Pope Leo XIII to the Cardinal Archbishop and the Bishops of England on Christian Education. To our venerable brethren, Henry Edward, Cardinal Priest of the Holy Roman Church, of the title of Sancti Andrew and Gregory on the Celian Hill, Archbishop of Westminster, and the other bishops of England. Leo Papa Pontificum Tredicesimo. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. Your proved fidelity and singular devotion to this apostolic see are admirably shown in the letter which we have lately received from you. Our pleasure in receiving it is indeed increased by the further knowledge which it gives us of your great vigilance and anxiety in a matter where no care can be too great. We mean the Christian education of your children, upon which you have lately taken counsel together and have reported to us the decisions to which you came. In this work of so great moment, venerable brethren, we rejoice much to see that you do not work alone, for we know how much is due to the whole body of your clergy. With the greatest charity and with unconquered efforts, they have provided schools for their children, and with wonderful diligence and assiduity, they endeavor by their teaching to form them to a Christian life, and to instruct them in the elements of knowledge. Wherefore, with all encouragement and praise that our voice can give, we bid your clergy to go on in their meritorious work, and to be assured of our special commendation and goodwill, looking forward to far greater reward from our Lord God, for whose sake they are laboring. Not less worthy of commendation is the generosity of Catholics in this matter. We know how readily they supply what is needed for the maintenance of schools, not only those who are wealthy, but those also who are of slender means and poor, and it is beautiful to see how often from the earnings of their poverty they willingly contribute to the education of children. In these days, and in the present condition of the world, when the tender age of childhood is threatened on every side by so many and such various dangers, hardly anything can be imagined more fitting than the union of literary instruction of sound teaching in faith and morals. For this reason, we have more than once said that we strongly approve of the voluntary schools, which, by the work and liberality of private individuals, have been established in France, in Belgium, in America, and in the colonies of the British Empire. We desire their increase as much as possible, and that they may flourish in the number of their scholars. We ourselves, also seeing the condition of things in this city, continue with the greatest effort and great cost to provide an abundance of such schools for the children of Rome. For it is in and by these schools that the Catholic faith, our greatest and best inheritance, is preserved whole and entire. In these schools, the liberty of parents is respected, and what is most needed, especially in the prevailing license of opinion and action, it is by these schools that good citizens are brought up for the state, for there is no better citizen than the man who has believed and practiced the Christian faith from his childhood. The beginning and, as it were, the seed of human perfection which Jesus Christ gave to mankind are to be found in the Christian education of the young, for the future condition of the state depends upon the early training of its children. The wisdom of our forefathers and the foundations of the state are ruined by the destructive error of those who would have children brought up without religious education. You see, therefore, venerable brethren, With what earnest forethought parents must beware of entrusting their children to schools in which they cannot receive religious teaching. In your country of Great Britain, we know that, besides yourselves, very many of your nation are not a little anxious about religious education. They do not in all things agree with us. Nevertheless, they see how important, for the sake of both society and of men individually, is the preservation of that Christian wisdom which your forefathers received through St. Augustine, from our predecessor, Gregory the Great, which wisdom the violent tempests that came afterwards have not entirely scattered. There are, as we know at this day, many of an excellent disposition of mind, who are diligently striving to retain what they can of the ancient faith, and who bring forth many and great fruits of charity. As often as we think of this, so often are we deeply moved, for we love with a paternal charity that island which was not undeservedly called the Mother of Saints, and we see in the disposition of mind of which we have spoken the greatest hope, and as it were, a pledge of the welfare and prosperity of the British people. Go on, therefore, venerable brethren, in making the young your chief care. Press onward in every way your episcopal work, and cultivate with a clarity and hopefulness whatever good seeds you find. For God, who is rich in mercy, will give the increase. As a pledge of his gifts from above, and in witness of our good will, we lovingly grant in the Lord to you, and to the clergy and people committed to each one of you, the apostolic benediction, given at Rome, at St. Peter's on the 27th of November, in the year 1885, the 8th year of our pontificate. Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Spectata Fides on Christian Education by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rowe.
Encyclical Letter Quod Auctoritate, proclaiming a Jubilee by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter of Our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII, by Divine Providence, Pope, in which an extraordinary Jubilee is proclaimed. To our venerable brethren, the patriarchs, primates, archbishops, bishops, and other local ordinaries, in the grace and communion of the Apostolic See, Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. That which we, by the apostolic authority, have more than once decreed, that an extraordinary year of Jubilee should be kept throughout the whole Christian world, and the treasures of heavenly gifts, the dispensation of which is in our power, should be thrown open to the faithful, that with the favour of God we have determined to decree for the ensuing year. The advantages of this step will not escape you, venerable brethren, who are so familiar with the spirit of the age and the temper of the time, but there is a special reason now which makes our decision seem more than usually opportune. In view of the fact that in our recent encyclical letter we pointed out how important it is that states should conform as closely as possible to truth and the Christian ideal, it will easily be understood how fitting it is that we should now use every effort to excite men, or to lead them back to the practice of Christian virtues. For a state is what the lives of the people make it, and just as the excellence of a ship or a house is dependent upon the good quality and the right adjustment of its component parts, so, unless the individual citizens lead good lives, the state cannot keep in the path of virtue, and without offending. Civil government and those things which constitute the public life of a country come into existence and perish by the act of men, and men almost always succeed in stamping the image of their opinions and their lives upon their public institutions. In order, therefore, that our teaching may sink into men's minds, and, what is the great thing, actually govern their daily lives, an attempt must be made to bring them to think and act like Christians, not less in public than in private. And in this matter, effort is the more needful, because perils everywhere abound. The great virtues of our forefathers have in large measure disappeared. The most violent passions have claimed a freer indulgence. The madness of opinion, which knows no restraint, or at least no effective restraint, every day extends further. Of those whose principles are sound, There are many who, through a misplaced timidity, are frightened, and have not the courage even to speak out their opinions boldly, far less translate them into deeds. Everywhere, the worst examples are affecting public morals. Wicked societies, which we ourselves have denounced before now, skilled in all evil arts, are doing their best to lead the people astray, and as far as they are able, to withdraw them from God, their duty, and Christianity. Amid these many and pressing evils, which are the more serious because they are already of long duration, nothing must be left undone by us which can afford any hope of relief. With this purpose, and in this hope, we proclaim a sacred jubilee to all those who have their salvation at heart, and need to be reminded and exhorted to raise their thoughts, now busied with worldly matters, to the contemplation of heavenly things. And this with a gain not merely to the individuals themselves, but to the whole future well-being of the commonwealth, because in proportion as individual citizens advance along the path of perfection, there is a corresponding increase in the general rectitude and probity in the public life and morals of the nation. But you will observe, venerable brethren, that success will largely depend upon your industry and zeal, as it will be needful to prepare the people properly and carefully if they are to reap the fruits which are to be placed before them. We commit it to your judgment and prudence to place this matter in the hands of priests whom you may select, that by discourses fitted to the capacity of the crowd they may instruct them, and above all, exhort them to that penance which, according to St. Augustine, consists in the daily chastisement of the good and faithful followers of Christ, in which we strike our breasts, saying, "Forgive us our sins." With good reason, we mention here in the first place that part of penance which consists of the voluntary punishment of the body. You know the temper of the times. How many there are who love to live delicately and shrink from whatever requires manhood and generosity, who, when ailments come, discover in them sufficient reasons for not obeying the salutary laws of the Church, thinking the burden laid upon them more than they can bear, when they are told to abstain from certain kinds of food or to fast during a few days in the year. It is not to be wondered at, if weakened by these habits of indulgence, they gradually give themselves up, body and soul, to the more imperious passions. It is therefore necessary to recall to the paths of moderation those who have fallen or who are likely to fall through this sort of effeminacy. Therefore those who speak to the people should lay it down persistently and clearly, that according not only to the law of the gospel, but even to the dictates of natural reason, a man is bound to govern himself and keep his passions under strict control, and moreover, that sin cannot be expiated except by penance. That the virtue of which we have spoken may be durable, it would be prudent to put it in some sort under the safeguard and protection of a stable institution. You know well, venerable brothers, to what we allude. We mean that you should continue, each one in his own diocese, to protect and propagate the third order, called the secular order of the Franciscan friars. To keep up the spirit of penance in the Christian multitude, nothing is more effectual than the example and the grace of the Patriarch Francis of Assisi, who combined with the greatest innocence of life so much zeal for mortification that the image of Jesus Christ crucified was not less visible in his life and conduct than in the signs which were supernaturally impressed upon him. The laws of his order, which we have modified for the times, are as light to bear as they are effectual for the practice of Christian virtue. In the second place, as every hope of safety lies in the protection and succour of our Heavenly Father in the midst of so great private and public necessities, we would earnestly desire to see confidence united with the revival of an assiduous zeal in prayer. In every great crisis of Christendom, and every time the Church was afflicted by evils within or dangers without, our forefathers, with their eyes lifted to heaven in supplication, taught us how and when we should seek for the light of our souls, for the strength of virtue, and for help suited to the need. For deeply engraved upon men's minds were these precepts of Jesus Christ: "Ask, and it shall be given you." We ought always to pray and not to faint. And with this teaching, the word of the Apostle corresponds: "Pray without ceasing. I desire, therefore, first of all, that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all men." Upon which subject, St. John Chrysostom has left us this saying, not less true than ingenious, in the form of a comparison: even as man, who comes into the light of day, naked and wanting all things, has been endowed by nature with hands to procure for himself all the necessaries of life, so in supernatural things, seeing that of himself he can do nothing, he has received from God the faculty of prayer, that he may use it wisely for the obtaining of all that is needful to his salvation. From all this, venerable brethren, each one of you may gather how agreeable to us, and how commendable is the zeal with which at our suggestion you have spread the devotion to the most holy Rosary, especially in these last years. Nor can we pass over the popular piety which has almost everywhere been excited by this method of prayer. Now you must watch with the greatest care that this devotion be practiced with even greater and greater fervour, and that it be persevered in without failing. And if we insist upon this exhortation, as we have already done several times, not one of you will be surprised, for you understand how important it is that this habit of the Rosary of Mary should flourish among Christians, and you are perfectly aware that this is a part and a beautiful form of that spirit of prayer of which we speak, and that it is at once admirably suited to our times, easy to practice, and fruitful in results. But as the first and chief fruit of the Jubilee must be, as we have already pointed out, amendment of life and progress in virtue, we deem specially necessary the avoidance of that evil which we have not neglected to point out in our past encyclicals. We allude to those internal and, as it were, domestic dimensions among some of ourselves, dissensions of which it is hardly possible to say how much they break or relax the bonds of charity, to the great detriment of souls. If we recall this to you once more, venerable brethren, who are the guardians of ecclesiastical discipline and of mutual charity, it is that we desire to see your watchfulness and your authority always directed to the prevention of so great an evil. By your warnings, your exhortations, your reproaches, urge all to keep the unity of spirit in the bond of peace. Induce the authors of the dissensions, if such there be, to return to their duty by the consideration which they should ever keep in mind that the only begotten Son of God, even at the approach of his last torments, asked nothing more urgently of his Father than the mutual love of those who believed, or should believe, in him. That they may all be one, even as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they may also be one in us. Relying, therefore, on the mercy of the omnipotent God, and the authority of the blessed apostles St. Peter and St. Paul, and making use of that power of binding and loosing which our God has given to us, though unworthy of it, we grant under the form of a general jubilee a plenary indulgence to all the faithful of both sexes, upon this condition and subject to this obligation, that during the coming year of 1886 they perform the things mentioned below. The citizens and inhabitants of Rome must pay 2 visits to the Lateran, the Vatican, and the Liberian basilicas, and pray there for some time to God according to our intentions for the well-being and the exaltation of the Church, for the rooting out of all heresy, and for the conversion of all who are in error, and, in accordance with our intentions, pour out prayers to God that concord may reign among Christian princes, and that peace and unity may be the lot of all the faithful. They must also fast for 2 days, only using the food usually allowed in times of penance, in addition to the 40 days of Lent, and other days set aside by the Church as fast days. They must also, after having properly confessed their sins, receive the Holy Communion, and, in accordance with the advice of their confessor, give an alms, each according to his means, to the furthering of some work likely to promote the propagation and increase of the Catholic Church. Each may choose the object he prefers, but we think it well specially to name 2, towards which assistance may be given with the greatest advantage, and of these each is an object which in many places is in need of help and aid, and fruitful in advantage not less for the state than for the Church. We mean the primary schools for boys and the seminaries for the clergy. Those who reside outside Rome, in whatever part of the world they may live, must pay 2 visits at prescribed intervals to 3 churches to be appointed by you, venerable brethren, your vicars or officials, on your or their command, by those who have the charge of souls, or 3 visits if there are only 2 churches, or 6 visits if there is only 1, and also must comply with all the conditions already laid down above. This indulgence may be applied by way of suffrage to the souls who have departed this life joined in charity with God. We give you power to reduce the number of visits according to your judgment to certain churches in the cases of chapters, congregations, as well as secular as regular, communities, confraternities, universities, and colleges, where the visits are made in procession. Sailors and travellers may obtain the indulgence upon their return home, or their arrival at some fixed station by visiting 6 times the principal church or the parish church of the district, and complying with the other conditions which we have already laid down. In the case of regulars of either sex, and even in the case of persons belonging to enclosed orders, and also in the case of all others, whether ecclesiastical or lay, who are prevented either because they are in prison or through infirmity or any other good reason from fulfilling the above conditions, or some of them, the confessor has the power to commute for other pious works, and also has power to dispense from communion children who have not yet made their first communion. Moreover, we grant to all and each of the faithful, both lay and ecclesiastic, secular and regular, of whatever order and institute, even of those which ought to be specially named, that they should choose for the purpose of the Jubilee any approved confessor they like. Nuns, novices, and other women living in the cloister may avail themselves of this power, provided the confessor chosen is approved for nuns. To confessors upon this occasion, and while the time of this Jubilee lasts, we grant all the faculties which were granted by our letters apostolic of February 15th, 1879, beginning with the words Pontifices Maximi, always accepting the things which were accepted in those letters. Finally, let all do their best to gain the graces of heaven during this time by a special devotion to the great Mother of God. For we wish this Jubilee to be placed under the patronage of the Most Holy Rosary of the Virgin, and with her assistance we are confident that there will be many whose souls, set free by the cleansing away of the stains of sins, will be renewed by faith and piety and justice, not only to the hope of eternal salvation, but also as an earnest of a more peaceful time. As a pledge of heavenly graces and a witness to our fatherly goodwill towards you, we give you from the bottom of our heart the apostolic benediction to you and your clergy, and the whole people committed to your care and watchfulness. Given in Rome at St. Peter's on the 22nd day of December in the year 1885, the 8th of our pontificate. Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Quod Auctoritate, proclaiming a Jubilee, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rome. Encyclical Letter Vi e Ben Noto, on the Rosary and Public Life, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter of our Holy Father, Pope Leo XIII, to the Bishops of Italy on the Rosary. Venerable Brethren, you know how we place amid present dangers our confidence in the glorious Virgin of the Holy Rosary, for the safety and prosperity of Christendom and the peace and tranquillity of the Church. Mindful that in moments of great trial, pastors and people have ever had recourse with entire confidence to the august Mother of God, in whose hands are all graces, certain too that devotion to Our Lady of the Rosary is most opportune for the needs of these times. We have desired to revive everywhere this devotion and to spread it far and wide among the faithful of the world. Oftentimes already we, in recommending the pious practice of devoting October to honoring Our Lady, have pointed out our reasons and hope for so doing, and the forms to be observed. And the entire Church, docile to our desires, has ever replied by special manifestations of devotion, and now is making ready to pay to Mary during a whole month a daily tribute of devotion so dear to it. In such pious rivalry Italy has not been behindhand, for devotion to Our Lady is deeply and widely rooted in this land, and we doubt not that this year too Italy will set a glorious example of love to the august Mother of God, and will give us fresh reasons for consolation and hope. Nevertheless, we cannot do less than address to you, venerable brethren, a few words of exhortation, so that with particular and renewed zeal the month dedicated to the Most Holy Virgin of the Rosary may be sanctified in every diocese of Italy. It is easy to imagine what reasons we have for doing this. Since God called us to govern His Church on earth, we have sought to use every possible means that we deemed suitable for the sanctification of souls and the extension of the reign of Jesus Christ. We have accepted from our daily solicitude no nation and no people, mindful that our Redeemer shed His precious blood on the cross and opened the reign of grace and glory for all. None, however, can be surprised that we showed special care for the Italian people, for our divine Master Jesus Christ chose, from out of all the world, Italy to be the seat of His vicar on earth, and His providential designs appointed Rome to be the capital of the Catholic world. On this account, the Italian people is called upon to live close to the Father of the whole Christian family, and to share in a special way in His sorrows and His glory. Unfortunately, we find in Italy much to sadden our souls. Faith and Christian morals, the precious inheritance bequeathed by our ancestors, and in all past times, the glory of our country and of Italy's great ones, are being attacked artfully and in covert ways, or even openly with a cynicism that is revolting, by a handful of men who seek to rob others of that faith and morality they have themselves lost. In this more especially is seen the work of the sects, and of those who are more or less their willing tools. Above all, in the city of Rome, where the Christ Vicar has his see, are their efforts concentrated and their diabolical designs displayed with ferocious obstinacy. We need not tell you, venerable brethren, with what bitterness our soul is filled at seeing the danger there is for the salvation of so many of our beloved children. And our sorrow is greater, because we find it impossible to oppose such great evil with that salutary efficacity we would desire and that we have the right to use. For you know, venerable brethren, and all the world knows, the state to which we are reduced. On this account we feel still a greater desire to call upon the Mary Mother of God, and to ask her help. Let all good Italians pray for their misguided brethren, for their common father, the Roman Pontiff, that God, in His infinite mercy, may hear and answer the prayers of a father and his sons. And our most lively and sure hope is placed in the Queen of the Rosary, who has shown herself, since she has been invoked by that title, so ready to help the Church and the Christian peoples in their necessities. Already we have recorded these glories and the great triumphs won over the Albigenese and other powerful enemies, glories and triumphs which have not only profited the Church, afflicted and persecuted, but also the temporal welfare of peoples and nations. Why, in this hour of need, should we not behold again such marvels of the power and goodness of the august Virgin, for the good of the Church and its head, and the whole Christian world, if the faithful only revive, on their part, the magnificent examples of piety given by their forefathers under similar circumstances? And to make this most powerful Queen more and more propitious, we would honor her more and more in the invocation of the Rosary, and increase this devotion. And to this end we have made a double of the second class for all the Church of the Feast of the Rosary, and for the same purpose we ardently desire the Catholics of Italy, with lively faith, especially during this month of October, to invoke this august Virgin and to do loving violence to her mother's heart, and to pray to her for the triumph of the Church and the Apostolic See, for the liberty of the Vicar of Jesus Christ on earth, and for peace and public prosperity. And since the effects of such prayers will be proportionate to the dispositions of those offering them, we ardently exhort you, venerable brethren, to devote all your care and zeal to kindle among those committed to your charge a strong, living, and active faith, and to call on all to return by penance to grace and to the faithful fulfillment of all their duties. Among such duties, considering the state of the times, must be reckoned as paramount an open and sincere profession of the faith and teaching of Jesus Christ, casting aside all human respect, and considering before all things the interest of religion and the salvation of souls. It cannot be concealed that, although thanks to the mercy of God, religious feeling is strong and widely spread among Italians, nevertheless by evil influence of men and the times, religious indifference is on the increase, and hence there is a lessening of that respect and filial love for the Church, which was the glory of our ancestors and in which they placed their highest ambition. Let it be your work, venerable brethren, to revive this Christian feeling among your people, an interest in the Catholic cause, a confidence in Our Lady's help, and a spirit of prayer. It is certain that the august queen, invoked thus well by her many sons, would design to hear their prayer, console us in our sorrow, and crown our efforts for the Church and for Italy by granting better times to both. With these desires, we bestow on you, venerable brethren, and the clergy and people committed to your care, the apostolic benediction, as a promise of graces and favors of the highest kind from heaven, given at the Vatican this 20th day of September, 1887. Leo XIII, Pope. End of Encyclical Letter, Vi e Ben Noto, on the Rosary and Public Life, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rowe.
Encyclical Letter Officio Sanctissimo, on the Church in Bavaria, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To our venerable brethren, the Archbishops and Bishops of Bavaria, venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. Urged on by the most sacred duty of our apostolic office, we have striven earnestly and for a long time, as you yourselves know, that the affairs of the Catholic Church in Prussia should be somewhat improved, and having been restored to a position of dignity, they should flourish with their former and more than their former honor. Which endeavors and labors of ours have by God's aid and assistance so far succeeded that we have appeased former strife, and are filled with hope that the liberty of the Catholic name may be enjoyed there fully and in peace. But now it is our desire to turn our thoughts and cares with great earnestness towards the Bavarians. Not indeed because we think that the state of religion is the same in Bavaria as it was in Prussia, but we will and desire that in that kingdom also, which glorifies in the profession of the Catholic faith received from its forefathers and ancestors, sundry inconveniences which militate against the liberty of the Catholic Church may be speedily abolished. That we may accomplish so salutary a desire, we wish to try every expedient which others may give, and to bring to bear upon it without delay the authority and aid we ourselves possess. And we also especially call upon you, O venerable brethren, and upon all those in Bavaria, who by your operation have become our dear children, that in whatever may seem to appertain to the care and propagation of the faith and of religion in your country, we may communicate with you so far as is in our power, giving you counsel concerning them, and confidently urging them on the rulers of state. In the sacred records of Bavaria are many circumstances, but we recall things not unknown to you, concerning which the Church and the State may unite in a common joy. For the Christian faith, far from the time when its divine seed was sown in the bosom of your country by the care and great diligence of the holy Abbot Severinus, who stands out as the apostle of the country between the Danube and the Alps, and of other preachers of the gospel, sent forth and fixed its roots so deeply that thenceforward it has never been utterly eradicated, either by the barbarity of superstition or the revolution and change of public affairs. Wherefore it came to pass about the end of the 7th century that when Rupert, the holy Bishop of Worms, at the invitation of Theodore, Duke of Bavaria, went forth to stir up and increase the Christian faith in those parts, he found indeed many both professors of the faith and others desirous of embracing it, even in the mists of superstition. But that most excellent Prince Theodore himself, inflamed by zeal for the faith, undertook a journey to Rome, and prostrate at the tombs of the holy apostles, and at the feet of the august Vicar of Jesus Christ, first afforded a most noble example of piety and of the union of Bavaria with this apostolic see, which other excellent princes afterwards religiously followed. At the same time, Cardinal Martinianus, Bishop of Sabina, was sent as legate to Bavaria by the Holy Pontiff Gregory II, who brought aid and assistance in Catholic affairs with whom were associated Gregorius and Dorotheus, both cardinals of the Roman Church. Not long afterwards, Corbineus, Bishop of Munich, a man renowned for his holiness of life and contempt of the world, who confirmed and increased the effect of the apostolic labors of Rupert by an equal amount of labors, set out to visit the sovereign pontiff at Rome. But he to whom, beyond others, praise is certainly due, in that he nourished and cherished the faith in Bavaria, is Saint Boniface, the Archbishop of Mayence, who also is celebrated in an undying and most trustworthy account as the father of Christian Germany, its apostle and martyr. He fulfilled the office of legate to the Roman pontiffs Gregory II and III, and Zachary, in whose favor he stood high, and in their name and by their authority he divided the country of Bavaria into dioceses, and thus, having constituted a regular hierarchy, handed on the faith which had been planted there to future generations. St. Gregory II, writing to Boniface himself, says, "The field of the Lord, which was lying waste, and had grown unfruitful through infidelity with the thorns of thistles, being tilled by the plowshare of thy doctrine, has received the seed of the word, and brought forth an abundant harvest of faithfulness." From that time the religion of the Bavarians remained safe and sure, through all changes in civil affairs, although in course of time very sharply tried. For indeed there ensued those broils and contentions of the empire against the priesthood, which were so bitter, enduring, and destructive. In these, however, there was more to rejoice than to sadden the Church in Bavaria. For with most perfect unity they stood by Gregory XI, the lawful pontiff, the unbridled violence of the contenders moving them to neither side, and in vain threatening them, and what was very trying a long time afterwards, being in no way moved either by the power or attacks of the followers of Novatus. They always religiously observed the integrity of their faith and their ancient alliance with the Roman Church. Which courage and firmness of your fathers is to be the more lauded, because this new sect had brought into subjection nearly all their neighbors. Indeed, to the Bavarians who lived in those unhappy times are very applicable the words of merited praise, contained in a letter to their rulers which the above-named Gregory II had addressed long before to the Catholics of Thuringia, who had been imbued with the Christian faith by Saint Boniface. Acknowledging the constancy of your firm faith in Christ, which is well known to us, since when the pagans endeavored to force you into an idolatrous worship, you replied in the fullness of your faith that you would rather die than violate the faith in Christ which you had once for all received. Filled with all joy, we give thanks as is right to our God and Redeemer, the giver of all good things, by the assistance of whose grace we desire to raise you to still better and greater things, that for the strengthening of the intention of your faith you may cleave with earnest minds to the Holy Apostolic See, and so far as the needs of our holy religion demand, you may receive consolation from this Holy Apostolic See, so well remembered by you, as the spiritual mother of all the faithful, as indeed it is fitting that the joint heirs of the kingdom should receive from their royal parent. But although the grace of our merciful God, which in former times preserved and most graciously embraced your nation, bids us to argue well and be of good hope for the future, nevertheless we ought to strive, so far as lies in our power, to do that which will be most efficacious in healing the wounds which our religion may have received, or in warding them off, while still threatening us, so that our holy Christian doctrine and code of morals may daily spread and bear fruit more largely. This we do not say as though the Catholic faith were in want of greater and less timid defenders among you, for we know well, venerable brethren, that you, together with the larger and better parts, both of those in sacred orders and others, are by no means idly callous to the contests and dangers which your Church is surrounded. Therefore, as our predecessor, Pius IX, in his most loving letters addressed to the bishops of Bavaria, praised in the highest manner the great earnestness they displayed in preserving the sacred rites of the Church, so we also freely and openly give well-deserved praise to each one of those who have bravely undertaken and carried out the defense of their ancestral faith. But when our provident God allows his Church to be vexed with grievous storms, he himself justly demands from us dispositions and powers more prepared to assist her. But you, O venerable brethren, each one equally with us, behold with grief the strange and unhappy times upon which the Church has fallen. You were among the first to notice the conditions in which you were placed, and the difficulties with which you have to contend. Wherefore, you know by experience that your office has greater duties than formerly, and that to perform them well, you ought to strive very earnestly for watchfulness, diligence, strength, and Christian prudence. And firstly, we urge and exhort you concerning the preparation and welfare of the clergy. For the clergy are like an army, which, as they obey the laws and perform their duties so that they may be of service to the Christian multitude under the authority of the bishops, will bring honor and stability to public affairs in proportion to their number and discipline. Wherefore this has always been the first care of the Church, that she should choose and bring up to the priesthood those young men whose dispositions and desires afford a hope that they will persevere in the ministry of the Church, and again, that the young men should have been educated from their early years in piety and religion, before evil habits have gained possession of them as young men. And for them, indeed, she founded proper seats of training and seminaries, and laid down rules full of wisdom, especially in the Holy Council of Trent, so that this college of the ministers of God might be a perpetual seminary. In several places, indeed, certain laws are in force, which, if they do not stop, yet hinder the clergy in their training and discipline. We deem that it behooves us now, as at other times, openly to speak our mind on this matter, which is of the greatest possible interest, and to preserve the holy law of the Church inviolate by every means in our power. For indeed, the Church as a body, which is by its nature perfect, has an inalienable right of ordering and instructing its own forces, hurtful to none, helpful to many, in that kingdom of peace which Jesus Christ founded upon earth for the salvation of the human race. The clergy, however, will fulfill the duties committed to their charge fully and as a whole, when by the care of the bishops such a disposition of mind and intention has been brought about in the sacred seminaries as the dignity of the Christian priesthood and the natural change of times and manners require. They ought indeed to surpass others in the excellence of their teaching, and, which is the chief thing, in great reputation for virtue, so that they may attract the minds of men to it and lead them to its observance. It is necessary that Christian wisdom, which abounds in a wonderful light, should shine before the eyes of all, so that the darkness of ignorance, which is the greatest enemy to religion, having been dispelled, the truth may shine forth far and wide, and happily reign. Nay, more, it behooves that those manifold errors be refuted and dispelled, which, taking their rise either in ignorance or wickedness, or prejudiced opinions, perversely call away the minds of men from Catholic truth, and engender a certain hatred of it in their dispositions. This great duty, which is to exhort in sound doctrine and convince the gainsayers, Epistle to Titus, chapter 1, verse 9, belongs to the order of priests, who hold it legitimately, imposed by Christ our Lord, when he sent them forth to teach all the nations, by his divine power, going into the whole world, preach the gospel to every creature. Mark, chapter 16, verse 15. Equally plainly as the bishops, chosen in the place of the apostles, are set over the Church of God. The priests are their assistants. If ever these duties have been fully and perfectly carried out, it was in the first ages of our religion, and in the following centuries during that great struggle with heathen tyranny which raged for so long a time, whence the priestly band and the most holy order of fathers and doctors, whose wisdom and eloquence will be ever held in memory and admiration, obtained their great glory. For indeed, Christian doctrine deeply treated of by them, fully explained, and most valiantly maintained, by that means spread forth the more its truth and divine excellence. On the other hand, appeared the doctrine of the heathens, confuted and despised, even by the unlearned, as having no consistency, full of absurdities, useless. But in vain did the adversaries try to arrest and stop that course of Catholic wisdom. In vain did they seek objections from the schools of Greek philosophy, especially from those of Plato and Aristotle, with high-sounding words indeed. For our champions, declining not even that kind of contest, applied themselves to the learning and study of the heathen philosophers, having examined with the greatest diligence what each one of them had professed. They took these things into consideration one by one. They examined them. They compared them. Many things were rejected or corrected by them. Not a few were justly approved of and accepted. They also discovered and established by them that those things which are proved to be false by human reason and intelligence are in the same manner opposed to Christian doctrine, so that he who withstands and opposes this doctrine, of necessity, equally withstands and opposes reason. Contests of this kind were entered into by our fathers, and splendid victories obtained, and these were achieved not only by the virtue and arms of faith, but also by the aid of human reason, which indeed, guided by the light of divine wisdom, entered boldly upon the path of truth, from ignorance of many things, and as it were, out of a forest of errors. This admirable agreement and consent of the will with reason, although it has been honored by the learned works of many, yet as it were built up in one edifice, and shown at one view, shines forth especially in that work of St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, and equally in the Summa of St. Thomas Aquinas, in which books, indeed, are contained whatever things were deeply thought out and considered by wise men. And in them we may seek for the beginnings and font of that eminent school of learning called Christian theology. The memory of such illustrious examples should be remembered and cherished by the clergy, since in many ways ancient weapons are being sharpened by our adversaries, and nearly the same old battles are to be refought. This only the heathen formerly objected to the Christian religion, that they should not be led away from the ancient and accustomed rites of their divinities. But now the most iniquitous endeavor of wicked men contend that they should eradicate from Christian people all divine and most necessary teaching connected with our holy faith, and that they may use them worse than the heathen, and may involve them in the greatest misery, namely, the subversion and contempt of all faith and religion. Of which impure plague, than which none is more detestable, those were the founders who attributed to man that by the light of nature each one should know and judge concerning doctrine divinely revealed, by virtue of his own reason and judgment, and that there was no necessity to submit to the authority of the Church and the Roman Pontiff, whose sole right it is, by divine command and appointment, to be the guardian of that doctrine, to hand it on, and to judge truly concerning it. Thence the way easily opened, though to them it lay open most miserably, for denying and discarding all things which are placed above the natural order of things and the powers of man. Then, insolently denying that there was any authority which emanated from God, or even that there was a God, they at length lapsed into absurd theories of idealism and materialism. But this prostitution of the highest things, those who are named rationalists or naturalists do not hesitate to call by the false name of scientific and social progress, which in truth is nothing less than the destruction and ruin of both. Thus indeed, venerable brethren, you may know and see why, and in what way the younger members of the Church ought to be instructed in higher doctrines, that they may perform their duties with ease and utility at the present time. That these may be thoroughly grounded and accomplished in the study of humanities, they should not enter upon the study of sacred theology before having undergone a preparation in philosophy. We mean that deep and real philosophy, the investigator of the loftiest problems, the best patron of truth, by virtue of which they themselves will not be tossed about, nor carried away, by every wind of doctrine, by the wickedness of men, by the craftiness by which they lie in wait to deceive. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14. And will enable them to give to other doctrines the aid of truth, by the discussion and refutation of captious and deceptive theories. With this object, we have already advised that the works of the great Aquinas should be in their hands, and should be constantly and carefully explained, and we have often laid stress upon the same thing with solemn words. And we believe that the best fruits are thence received by the clergy, and we shall confidently look for fruits still more excellent and abundant. Indeed, the method of the angelic doctor is admirably adapted for training minds, wonderfully fitted for use in making comments, in philosophizing, in discoursing forcibly and incontrovertibly. For it shows clearly each subject, connected one with another in a continuous series, all, however, joined together and fitting into each other, all leading to the highest principles. Then it raises one to the contemplation of God, who is the efficient cause and strength and highest type of all things, to whom, finally, all philosophy and man himself, such as he is, ought to be referred. Thus, truly the knowledge of things, both divine and human, and the causes by which all these things are held together, as they are admirably shown, so also are they most firmly established by St. Thomas. By conflict with which knowledge, as the ancient sects of errors have entirely disappeared, so the new, unlike them rather in name and kind than in fact, as soon as they have put forth their heads, fall, laid low by the same blows, as indeed many of our writers have shown. Truly, human reason desires to penetrate freely into the hidden and secret knowledge of things, nor can it do otherwise. But with Aquinas for our author and master, it does this more quickly and freely, because it does it safely, without any danger of passing over the boundaries of truth. For neither can you rightly call that liberty which gathers and scatters opinions according to its own will and pleasure, nay, rather it is to be reputed the vilest license, lying, and false science, a disgrace and slavery of the mind. He indeed is the true doctor, who walks within the confines of truth, who not only never differs from God, the head and fount of all truth, but is always strictly in accordance with him, and always follows him when disclosing his secrets in any manner, who no less piously listens to the Roman pontiff when speaking, reveres in him the divine authority, and fully holds that submission to the Roman pontiff is necessary to salvation. In his school, therefore, let the cleric be brought up and exercised, both in philosophy and theology, for he will then be learned and strong as the mightiest to fight the sacred combats. But it is scarcely possible to express how great is the unity of the light of doctrine which shines from the clergy, and is poured among the different orders of Christian people, if indeed it shines, as it were from a beacon of virtue. For in the precepts which tend to the correction of men's morals, the acts of their masters are of more avail than their precepts, nor will any easily feel confidence when dealing with one whose deeds do not accord with his words and precepts. We turn our eyes and minds to Jesus Christ, who, as he is the truth, has taught us what we ought to believe, as he is the life and way, has offered himself to us as a perfect example, how we should lead a good life and eagerly seek after our final good. He himself desired his disciples to be ordered and perfected after his own pattern. So let your light shine, that is, in doctrine, before men, that they may see your good works, not differing from the principles of your doctrine, and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16. Having combined together the doctrine and excellence of the gospel, which he committed to them to preach. It is right that those precepts should be divine by which the life of priests is ordered and directed. Above all, it is necessary that they persuade themselves and have it almost written in their minds that they are now no longer in the companionship of the world, but that they are elected to the counsels of God, and through passing their time in communion of the world, still live the life of Christ our Lord, who, if they really live by him and in him, will in no way seek those things which are their own, but will be entirely taken up with those things which belong to Jesus Christ. Philippians chapter 2, verse 21. Nor will they receive the empty favor of men, but will seek after the solid favor of God. They will moreover abstain from and abhor these lower and contemptible things, and industriously trying to become rich in heavenly blessings, will generously and gladly pour themselves forth, as it is part of holy charity. Further, they will never permit themselves to oppose or prefer their own to the judgment and will of the bishops, but by obeying and giving way to them as bearing the person of Christ, they will obtain most happily in the Lord's vineyard abundance of most choice fruit, which will remain with them forever. But whosoever serves himself in thought or will from his shepherd and from the chief of shepherds, the Roman pontiff, is in no way joined to Christ. He that heareth you heareth me, and he that despiseth you despiseth me. Luke chapter 10, verse 16. But whosoever is separated from Christ scatters, rather than gathers together. Hence, moreover, is evident the kind and measure of consideration due to men who are placed in positions of public authority. For it is by no means intended that anyone should desire to deny or derogate from their rights. Rather, those are to be diligently observed by other citizens, and especially carefully by priests. Render to Caesar the things which are Caesar's. Matthew chapter 22, verse 21. For those functions are most noble and honorable which God the highest Lord and ruler has imposed upon men who are princes, that by counsel, reason, and all care of justice they should govern, persevere, and increase the state. Wherefore let the clergy carefully attend to and perform every duty as citizens, not after the manner of one who is servile, but of one who holds them in reverence, on account of religion, not on account of fear, at the same time with due observance, maintaining their own dignity, being both citizens and priests of God. But if it should happen that the civil power should invade the rights of God and of his church, then let a marked example be set by priests, as every Christian man ought to persevere in the path of duty during times of religious trouble. Let him bear many things in silence, with unstained virtue. Let him be cautious in bearing evil deeds, nor let him ever assent or consent to the wicked in any matter. But if it be a question of choice which he should do, whether the laws of God were to be broken or men pleased, let him freely choose that memorable and most dignified answer of the apostles. We ought to obey God rather than men. Acts chapter 5, verse 29. To this, as it were foreshadowed type of educating young men destined to sacred ends, it is our desire and right that we should add what appertains to youth in general. For we are exceedingly anxious as to its education, that it should be rightly and very fully carried out, both as regards mental culture and training the disposition. The Church has always cherished the age of youth in her maternal embrace. For its guardianship she has most lovingly undertaken many labors, and prepared many aids for it, among which is the foundation of many orders of religious men, which might train young people in science and learning, and might especially inculcate Christian wisdom and virtue. Under such auspices, it would come to pass that piety towards God would easily imbue their tender minds, after which the duty of man towards himself, his neighbor, and his country, having been duly set before them, there is every hope that they would bring forth fruit in due season. There is, therefore, a just cause of grief to the Church when she sees her little ones torn away from her at the tenderest age, and forced into schools where either the knowledge of God is passed over in silence, or but a maimed and perverted idea of it taught, where there is nothing to stem the torrent of error, no faith in divine revelation, no place where the truth may defend itself. But truly, to forbid the Catholic Church to use her influence in the abodes of science and literature is most injurious, since the duty of teaching religion, that subject indeed which no man carefully of his external salvation can neglect, has been given by God to his Church, but to no other society of men has it been given, nor can any other association take it for itself. She therefore claims it as her undoubted right, and complains when it is neglected. Further, we must beware, and the greatest care should be taken, that in schools which have either wholly or partially cast aside the authority of the Church, the young should incur no danger, nor receive any injury to their Catholic faith or good morals, in which indeed the skill of the clergy and other good men will be of great avail, both if they exert themselves that the knowledge of religion should not only not be driven out of those schools where it exists, but should occupy its due place and be taught by competent teachers of no nobility. And if also they could find and put into operation any other safeguards by which that knowledge may be imparted to their scholars incorrupt and satisfactorily. The counsel and cooperation of the heads of families will also be of use. Wherefore, there is need of warning and exhorting them as far as lies in our power most earnestly, that they should consider what great and holy duties God has imposed upon them with respect to the education of their children, that they may know their religion and be of good behavior, serving God religiously, but that they themselves act wrongly if they commit their children at a docile and guileless age to the care of questionable teachers. In these duties which devolve upon them with the procreation of their children, let the heads of families know that there are the same rights inherent both by nature and justice, and that they are of such a kind that no one can free himself of them, no power of man can absolve them from them, since it is impossible by any human power to be dispensed from those duties which man owes to God. Let then parents consider well that they have a great responsibility to bear in the education of their children, and a still greater one in bringing them up to look for a better and more perfect life, that of the soul, which, when they are themselves unable to superintend, it is their part to procure the aid of others, so that their children may hear and receive that knowledge of religion which is necessary for every man from approved teachers. Now, indeed, there are not infrequently a most excellent example of piety and munificence, in that where there are no public schools open except those which are called neutral, Catholics have opened certain establishments of their own at great labor and expense, and maintain them with an equal zeal. It is greatly to be wished that these excellent and safe refuges of youth should be established more and more, where the necessities of circumstances or places require. Nor must we pass over in silence the fact that the Christian education of youth redounds greatly to the advantage of the state itself. Indeed, numberless and very great losses are to be feared for that state in which the method and discipline of education is devoid of religion, or, what is worse, is opposed to it. For immediately that supreme and divine rule is laid aside and despised, by whose admonition we are commanded to reverence the authority of God, and in reliance upon the same God, to hold all his teachings with the most assured faith. There is a tendency of human science to fall into most grievous errors, especially those of materialism and rationalism. Hence, it follows that each man is allowed to follow his own judgment and inclination as to what he understands, and still more as to what he does, and forthwith the public authority of those in power is weakened and destroyed. For it would be wonderful indeed if those obeyed and endured the rule of man, who entertain the baneful opinion that they are in no way bound by the governance and rule of God. For once destroy the foundations on which all authority rests, and the bond of human society is loosened and destroyed, there will be no state. A tyranny full of violence and cunning will take possession of all things. But surely, can any state by reliance upon its own powers ward off so great a calamity? Can any state do so while refusing the aid of the Church? Can any state do so when absolutely opposing the Church? The matter stands open and clear to every prudent person. Prudence in affairs of state itself demands that their part in teaching and educating the young should be left to the bishops and clergy, and great care should be taken that the most noble duty of instructing others should not be left in the hands of those who are either careless and lax in their religion, or openly averse to the Church. What, however, would be still more intolerable would be that men of this character should be selected as professors of religious knowledge, which is the most important of all. It is likewise a matter of extreme importance, venerable brethren, that you should warn and guard your flocks against the dangers arising from the contagion of Freemasonry. We have in a special encyclical letter shown how full of evil and danger to the state is this sect of darkness, and we have pointed out means to contract and destroy its influence. The faithful can never be sufficiently warned against this wicked faction, for although from the very beginning it conceived a deep hatred against the Catholic Church, and has ever since increased and inflamed it, its enmity is not always openly displayed, but more often exercises itself in an underhand and hypocritical way, especially among the young, who, inexperienced and wanting in wisdom, are sadly ensnared by its deceits, often concealed by appearances of piety and charity. As to being cautious in regard to those outside the Catholic faith, keep to what the Church prescribes, so that intercourse with them or the depravity of their doctrines may not become a source of danger to a Christian people. We know and regret, as you do, that our power to ward off such dangers does not equal our zeal and our desire to do so. Nevertheless, we do not think it useless to excite your pastoral solicitude and to stimulate at the same time the activity of Catholics, so that our united efforts may turn aside, or at least lessen, obstacles set in the way of our common desires. And we exhort you in the words of our predecessor, Leo the Great: be full of pious zeal for religion, and let the anxiety of all the faithful be aroused against the most cruel enemies of souls. Sermons 15, Section 6. Therefore, throwing off their torpid neglect, let all good persons embrace the cause of religion and of the Church as their own, and let them fight faithfully and constantly on her behalf. Too often, the wicked are confirmed in their wickedness and their power for evil, and win the day by the sluggishness and timidity of good persons. The efforts and zeal of Catholics have not indeed always the effect intended and to be expected, but at heart they serve to restrain the enemy, and at the same time to encourage the feeble and timid, even without counting the advantages gained from the satisfaction of having fulfilled a duty. Moreover, we are not ready to admit that the zeal and activity of Catholics cannot attain their end if properly guided and with perseverance. For it ever has changed and will happen that enterprises most surrounded with difficulties end happily, provided, as we have said, they are carried out with courageous energy, guided and aided by Christian prudence. And indeed, truth, naturally desired by all men, will sooner or later win men's minds. Truth may be tired and oppressed by intellectual troubles and diseases, but it can never be destroyed. All that has gone before seems to apply in a special way to Bavaria. For by God's grace, since it ranks among Catholic kingdoms, it must keep and nourish rather than accept that divine faith which it received from its forefathers. Moreover, they who in the people's name make laws to govern the kingdom are mostly Catholics, as are also many of its citizens and inhabitants, and therefore we doubt not they will aid with their utmost strength the Church, their mother, in her many trials. If all unite their efforts as energetically and actively as they ought, there will, by God's grace, be reason to rejoice at the happy results of their zeal. We recommend to all such union, for as there is nothing so baneful as discord, there is nothing more powerful and efficacious than agreement and concord of spirit, when in united force they are brought to bear for some common purpose. Effectively, the laws give Catholics an easy way of seeking to amend the condition and order of the state, and to desire and will a constitution which, if not favorable and well-intentioned towards the Church, shall at least, as justice requires, be not harshly hostile. It would be unjust to accuse or blame anyone amongst us who has recourse to such means, for those means, used by the enemies of Catholicity to obtain and to extort, as it were, from rulers laws inimical to civil and religious freedom, may surely be used by Catholics in an honorable manner for the interests of religion and in defense of the property, privileges, and right divinely granted to the Catholic Church, and that ought to be respected with all honor by rulers and subjects alike. Of the rights of the Church, that it is our duty everywhere and always to maintain and defend against all injustice. The first is certainly that of enjoying the full freedom of action she may need in working for the salvation of souls. This is a divine liberty, having as its author the only Son of God, who by shedding of blood gave birth to the Church, who established it until the end of time, and chose himself to be its head. This liberty is so essential to the Church, a perfect and divine institution, that they who attack this liberty at the same time offend against God and their duty. For, as we have elsewhere more than once shown, God established his Church to protect and distribute what is of supreme good to souls by their nature superior to all others, and to bring men by means of faith and grace to a new life in Jesus Christ, a life that ensures eternal salvation. Since the character and rights of any society are fixed by its reason for existing and by the end it aims at, in accordance with the terms of its existence and conformably with its object, it naturally follows that the Church is a society, as distinct from civil society as their reasons for existence and ends are different. It follows that she is an indispensable society for all mankind, since all are created to live a Christian life, and so they who refuse to enter it or leave it are separated forever from life eternal. And it is a society eminently independent and above all others, because of the existence of the heavenly and immortal blessings towards which it tends. But an essentially free institution requires, as all may see, freedom to use the means necessary for its operations. The Church therefore needs, as proper and necessary means, the power of handing down Christian doctrine, of giving the sacraments, of exercising divine worship, of regulating and ruling all ecclesiastical discipline, with which gifts and offices God willed that his Church should be invested and strengthened, and, by an admirable providence, willed too that she alone should possess. To her alone has he given in charge all he has revealed to men, and established as sole interpreter, judge, and mistress, most wise and infallible, of the truth, whose precepts state, as well as individuals must hear and accept. It is equally certain that he has given the Church full freedom to judge and decide as to the things that may best suit her ends. Wherefore, it is unjustly that the civil powers take offense at the freedom of the Church, since the principle of civil and religious power is one and the same, namely God. Therefore there can be no discord between them, nor mutual obstacles, nor encroachments. For God cannot be at variance with himself, and there cannot be conflict between his works. Rather, there is between them a marvelous harmony of causes and effects. It is clear likewise that when the Catholic Church, obeying her Master's will, carries far and wide her standard among nations, she does not invade the territory of the civil power, and interferes with it in no way, but on the contrary, protects and guards those nations, just as the Christian law does not cloud the light of human reason, but adds to its brilliancy by turning it aside from falsities into which human nature easily falls, or in opening it to a newer and wider intellectual horizon. In regard to Bavaria, arrangements were made between the Holy See and that country, which were ratified and made binding by reciprocal treaties. Although the Holy See granted great concessions in making a convention touching its rights, nevertheless, in its wonted manner, it has never done anything that might give rise to conflict. Wherefore, it is earnestly to be hoped that they may be faithfully kept on both sides, not only according to the letter, but according to the spirit in which they were made. Once indeed this harmony was broken, but a decree of Maximilian I restored it, and Maximilian II confirmed it in a fair and just manner by sanctioning some opportune modifications. These modifications have, however, we know, been lately abrogated. We, nevertheless, on account of the religious prudence of the prince who governs the kingdom of Bavaria, are confident that he who inherits the rank and faith of the Maximilians will himself safeguard Catholic interests by removing obstacles that bar their way, and that he will favor their development. Consequently, the Catholics who form the majority of the people, and whose love of country and respect for authority are conspicuous, if they see that in a matter of such moment their desires are taken into account and satisfied, will increase their love and respect for a prince as sons for their father, and following his counsels for the welfare and honor of the kingdom, they will fulfill them to the utmost limits of their power. Such, venerable brothers, is what the duty of our apostolic office compels us to say to you. It only remains to implore in common and with assurance the help of God. And to this end, let us take as our intercessors the ever-glorious Virgin Mary and the heavenly patrons of Bavaria, so that he may hear our united prayers and graciously grant to the Church peace and freedom, and that, thanks to him, Bavaria may enjoy glory and prosperity daily increasing. As a promise of these heavenly favors, and in witness of our special goodwill, we earnestly bestow on you, venerable brothers, to you, the clergy, and people confided to your care, the apostolic blessing. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, the 21st day of December, in the year 1887, the 10th of our pontificate. This is the end of the encyclical letter Officio Sanctissimo on the Church in Bavaria by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Kevin Francis Karam, S.J.
Encyclical letter Quod Annuissarius on his sacerdotal Jubilee by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. Encyclical letter of our most holy Lord Leo XIII, by divine providence, Pope. To our venerable brethren, the patriarchs, primates, archbishops, and bishops of the whole world, in favour and communion with the Apostolic See. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. We return thanks, as is meet, to the sovereign goodness of God, whose will and providential wish governs the whole of men's lives, that the 50th anniversary of our priesthood has shone upon the Church. Moreover, the wonderful unanimity of hearts displayed in the tokens of respect, the liberal gifts, the public manifestations of readiness, is such as he alone could have inspired, on whom entirely depends the spirits, the wills, and the hearts of men, and who rules and directs events for the glory of the Christian religion. It is indeed a wonderful and memorable event, whereby the enemies of the Church, in spite of themselves, whether they desire it or not, see with their own eyes that the Church maintains her divine life, and the virtue with which she is endowed from heaven. This indeed makes them feel that the impious strive in vain when they rage and plan foolish attacks against the Lord and against his Christ. In order that the memory of this heavenly benefit may be continued, and that its utility may be spread as far and wide as possible, we have laid open the treasures of heavenly graces to all the flock committed to our care. We have not been wanting in imploring the succours of divine mercy in favour of those who are outside the ark of salvation, whereby we hope to obtain that all nations and all peoples, united in the faith by the bond of charity, may soon form one flock under one shepherd. This is what we have asked of our Lord Jesus Christ in our supplications on the occasion of the late solemn canonizations. For lifting up our eyes towards the Church triumphant, we have solemnly decreed and accorded on the one hand the supreme honour of the saints, on the other the title of blessed, to those Christian heroes, the examination of whose sublime virtues and miracles have been happily concluded according to due rites of law, so that the heavenly Jerusalem may be joined in a communion of the same joy with those who still pursue on earth the pilgrimage which is to lead them to God. But by the help of God, in order that we may crown this joy, we desire to fulfil, as far as lays in our power, our apostolic duty of charity by extending the plenitude of our infinite spiritual treasures to those beloved children of the Church who, having died the death of the just, have quitted this world of strife with the sign of faith, and are branches of the mystical vine, though they cannot enter into everlasting rest until they have paid the uttermost farthing which they owe to the avenging justice of God. We are moved to this, both by the pious desires of Catholics, to whom we know that our resolution will be especially grateful, and by the fearful tortures which the souls of the departed suffer. But we are also animated by the custom of the Church, which, amid the most joyous solemnities of the year, fails not to make a holy and salutary commendation of the dead, that they may be delivered from their sins. Therefore, since it is certain by the doctrine of the Catholic Church that the souls detained in purgatory are benefited by the prayers of the faithful, and especially by the august sacrifice of the altar, we think we can give them no more useful and desirable pledge of our love than by everywhere increasing the offering of the pure oblation of the most holy sacrifice of our divine Mediator for the expiation of their pain. We therefore decree, with all the necessary dispensations and indulgences, the last Sunday of next September as a day of ample expiation, on which will be celebrated by ourselves, and equally by each of our brethren, the patriarchs, archbishops, and bishops, and also by other prelates exercising jurisdiction in a diocese, each in his own church, whether patriarchal, metropolitan, or cathedral, a special Mass for the dead with the greatest solemnity possible, and according to the rite ordered in the Missal for the commemoration of all souls. We desire also that this should take place in the same manner in all parish and collegiate churches, both of the secular and regular clergy, and by all priests generally, provided that they do not omit the proper sacrifice of the Mass for the day where it is obligatory. As to the faithful, we strenuously exhort them, after sacramental confession, devoutly to partake of the bread of angels for the benefit of the souls in purgatory. We grant, by our apostolic authority, a plenary indulgence to be gained by such of the faithful, applicable to the dead, and the favour of a privileged altar to all those who, as has been said before, say Mass. Thus those pious souls who expiate the remainder of their sins amidst such tortures will receive a special and opportune consolation, thanks to the life-giving victim which the universal Church united to her visible head, and animated with a like spirit of charity, will offer to God that he may admit them to the dwelling of his consolation, to light and eternal peace. In the meanwhile, venerable brethren, we affectionately grant you in the Lord, as a pledge of celestial gifts, the apostolic benediction, to you and to all the clergy and people committed to your charge. Given at St. Peter's, at Rome, at the solemnity of Easter, in the year 1888, the 11th of our pontificate. Leo XIII, Pope. End of Encyclical Letter Quod Anniversarius, on his sacerdotal Jubilee, by Pope Leo XIII.
Encyclical Letter In Plurimis on the Abolition of Slavery by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dory Smith. Letter of our Most Holy Lord, Leo XIII, by Divine Providence, Pope, to his venerable brethren, the Bishops of Brazil. Venerable brethren, health and the apostolic benediction, in plurimis. Amid the many and great demonstrations of affection which from almost all the peoples of the earth have come to us, and are still coming to us, in congratulation upon the happy attainment of the 50th anniversary of our priesthood, there is one which moves us in a quite special way. We mean one which comes from Brazil, where, upon the occasion of this happy event, large numbers of those who in that vast empire groan beneath the yoke of slavery have been legally set free. And this work, so full of the spirit of Christian mercy, has been offered up in cooperation with the clergy by charitable members of the laity of both sexes to God, the author and giver of all good things, in testimony of their gratitude for the favor of the health and the years which have been granted to us. But this was specially acceptable and sweet to us, because it lent confirmation to the belief, which is so welcome to us, that the great majority of the people of Brazil desire to see the cruelty of slavery ended and rooted out from the land. This popular feeling has been strongly seconded by the Emperor and his august daughter, and also by the ministers by means of various laws which, with this end in view, have been introduced and sanctioned. We told the Brazilian ambassador last January what a consolation these things were to us, and we also assured him that we would address letters to the bishops of Brazil in behalf of these unhappy slaves. We indeed to all men are the vicar of Christ, the Son of God, who so loved the human race that not only did he not refuse, taking our nature to himself, to live among men, but delighted in the name of the Son of Man, openly proclaiming that he had come upon earth to preach deliverance to the captives, in order that, rescuing mankind from the worst slavery, which is the slavery of sin, he might reestablish all things that are in heaven and on earth, and so bring back all the children of Adam from the depths of the ruin of the common fall to their original dignity. The words of St. Gregory the Great are very applicable here. Since our Redeemer, the author of all life, deigned to take human flesh, that by the power of his godhood the chains by which we were held in bondage being broken, he might restore to us our first state of liberty, it is most fitting that men by the concession of manumission should restore to the freedom in which they were born those whom nature sent free into the world, but who have been condemned to the yoke of slavery by the law of nations. It is right, therefore, and obviously in keeping with our apostolic office, that we should favor and advance by every means in our power whatever helps to secure for men, whether as individuals or as communities, safeguards against the many miseries which, like the fruits of an evil tree, have sprung from the sin of our first parent, and such safeguards of whatever kind they may be help not only to promote civilization and the amenities of life, but lead on to that universal restitution of all things which our Redeemer Jesus Christ contemplated and desired. In the presence of so much suffering, the condition of slavery, in which a considerable part of the great human family has been sunk in squalor and affliction, now for many centuries is deeply to be deplored. For the system is one which is wholly opposed to that which was originally ordained by God and by nature. The supreme author of all things so decreed that man should exercise a sort of royal dominion over beasts and cattle, and fish and fowl, but never that man should exercise a like dominion over their fellow men. As St. Augustine puts it, having created man a reasonable being, and after his own likeness, God wished that he should rule only over the brute creation, that he should be the master not of men, but of beasts. From this it follows that the state of slavery is rightly regarded as a penalty upon the sinner. Thus the word slave does not occur in the Bible until the just man Noah branded with it the sin of his son. It was sin, therefore, which deserved this name. It was not natural. From the first sin came all evils, and specially this perversity, that there were men who, forgetful of the original brotherhood of the race, instead of seeking, as they should naturally have done, to promote the mutual kindness and mutual respect, following their evil desires, began to think of other men as their inferiors, and to hold them as cattle born for the yoke. In this way, through an absolute forgetfulness of our common nature and of human dignity, and the likeness of God stamped upon us all, it came to pass that in the contentions and wars which then broke out, those who were the stronger reduced the conquered into slavery, so that mankind, though of the same race, became divided into two sections, the conquered slaves and their victorious masters. The history of the ancient world presents us with this miserable spectacle down to the time of the coming of our Lord, when the calamity of slavery had fallen heavily upon all the peoples, and the number of free men had become so reduced that the poet was able to put this atrocious phrase into the mouth of Caesar: "The human race exists for the sake of a few." The system flourished even among the most civilized peoples, among the Greeks and among the Romans, with whom the few imposed their will upon the many, and this power was exercised so unjustly and with such haughtiness that a crowd of slaves was regarded merely as so many chattels, not as persons, but as things. They were held to be outside the sphere of law, and without even the claim to retain and enjoy life. Slaves are in the power of their masters, and this power is derived from the law of nations. For we find that among all nations masters have the power of life and death over their slaves, and whatever a slave earns belongs to his master. Owing to this state of moral confusion, it has become lawful for men to sell their slaves, to give them in exchange, to dispose of them by will, to beat them, to kill them, to abuse them by forcing them to serve for the gratification of evil passions and cruel superstitions. These things could be done legally, with impunity, and in the light of heaven. Even those who were wisest in the pagan world, illustrious philosophers, and learned jurisconsults, outraging the common feeling of mankind, succeeding in persuading themselves and others that slavery was simply a necessary condition of nature. Nor did they hesitate to assert that the slave class was very inferior to the freemen, both in intelligence and perfection of bodily development, and therefore that slaves, as things wanting in reason and sense, ought in all things to be the instruments of the will, however rash and unworthy, of their masters. Such inhuman and wicked doctrines are to be specially detested, for when once they are accepted, there is no form of oppression so wicked but that it will defend itself beneath some color of legality and justice. History is full of examples showing what a seedbed of crime, what a pest and calamity this system has been for states. Hatreds are excited in the breasts of the slaves, and the masters are kept in a state of suspicion and perpetual dread. The slaves prepare to avenge themselves with the torches of the incendiary, and the masters continue the task of oppression with greater cruelty. States are disturbed alternately by the number of the slaves and by the violence of the masters, and so are easily overthrown. Hence, in a word, come riots and seditions, pillage and fire. The greater part of humanity were toiling in this abyss of misery, and were the more to be pitied because they were sunk in the darkness of superstition, when, in the fullness of time, and by the designs of God, light shone down upon the world, and the merits of Christ the Redeemer were poured out upon mankind. By that means they were lifted out of the slough and the distress of slavery, and recalled and brought back from the terrible bondage of sin to their high dignity as the sons of God. Thus the apostles, in the early days of the Church, among other precepts for a devout life, taught and laid down the doctrine which more than once occurs in the epistles of St. Paul addressed to those newly baptized. For you are all the children of God by faith in Jesus Christ. For as many of you as have been baptized in Christ have put on Christ. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Where there is neither Gentile nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian nor Scythian, bond nor free. But Christ is all and in all. For in one Spirit were we all baptized into one body, whether Jews or Gentiles, whether bond or free. And in one Spirit we have all been made to drink. Golden words indeed, noble and wholesome lessons, whereby its old dignity is given back, and with increase to the human race, and men of whatever land or tongue or class are bound together and joined in the strong bonds of brotherly kinship. Those things St. Paul, with that Christian charity with which he was filled, learned from the very heart of him who, with such surpassing goodness, gave himself to be the brother of us all, and in his own person, without omitting or excepting any one, so ennobled men that they might become participators in the divine nature. Through this Christian charity, the various races of men were drawn together under the divine guidance in such a wonderful way that they blossomed into a new state of hope and public happiness. As with the progress of time and events and the constant labor of the Church, the various nations were able to gather together, Christian and free, organized anew after the manner of a family. From the beginning, the Church spared no pains to make the Christian peoples in a matter of such high importance accept and firmly hold the true teaching of Christ and the apostles. And now, through the new Adam, who is Christ, there is established a brotherly union between man, and people. Just as in the order of nature they all have a common origin, so in the order which is above nature they all have one and the same origin in salvation and faith. All alike are called to be the adopted sons of God and the Father, who has paid the selfsame ransom for us all. We are all members of the same body. All are allowed to partake of the same divine banquet, and offered to us all are the blessings of divine grace and of eternal life. Having established these principles as beginnings and foundations, the Church, like a tender mother, went on to try to find some alleviation for the sorrows and the disgrace of the life of the slave. With this end in view, she clearly defined and strongly enforced the rights and mutual duties of masters and slaves as they are laid down in the letters of the apostles. It was in these words that the princes of the apostles admonished the slaves they had admitted to the fold of Christ. Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward. Servants, be obedient to them that are your lords according to the flesh, with fear and trembling in the simplicity of your hearts as to Christ, not serving to the eye, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart, with a good will serving as to the Lord and not to men, knowing that whatsoever good thing any man shall do, the same shall he receive from the Lord, whether he be bond or free. St. Paul says the same to Timothy. Whosoever are servants under the yoke, let them count their masters worthy of all honor, lest the name of the Lord and his doctrine be blasphemed. But they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, because they are brethren. but serve them the rather, because they are faithful and beloved, who are partakers of the benefit. These things teach and exhort. In like manner he commanded Titus to teach servants to be obedient to their masters in all things pleasing, not gainsaying, not defrauding, but in all things showing good fidelity, that they may adorn the doctrine of God our Savior in all things. Those first disciples of the Christian faith very well understood that this brotherly equality of all men in Christ ought in no way to diminish or detract from the respect, honor, faithfulness, and other duties due to those placed above them. From this many good results followed, so that duties became at once more certain of being performed, and lighter and pleasanter to do, and at the same time more fruitful in obtaining the glory of heaven. Thus they treated their masters with reverence and honor, as men clothed in the authority from whom comes all power. Among these disciples the motive of action was not the fear of punishment, or any enlightened prudence, or the promptings of utility, but a consciousness of duty and the force of charity. On the other hand, masters were wisely counseled by the apostle to treat their slaves with consideration in return for their services. And you, masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing threatenings, knowing that the Lord both of them and you is in heaven, and there is no respect of persons with him. They were also told to remember that the slave had no reason to regret his lot, seeing that he is the freeman of the Lord, nor the freeman, seeing that he is the bondman of Christ, to feel proud, and to give his commands with haughtiness. It was impressed upon masters that they ought to recognize in their slaves their fellow men, and respect them accordingly, recognizing that by nature they were not different from themselves, that by religion and in relation to the majesty of their common Lord all were equal. These precepts, so well calculated to introduce harmony among the various parts of domestic society, were practiced by the apostles themselves. Specially remarkable is the case of St. Paul when he exerted himself in behalf of Onesimus, the fugitive slave of Philemon, with whom, when he returned him to his master, he sent this loving recommendation: "And do thou receive him as my own bowels, not now as a servant, but instead of a servant, a most dear brother. And if he have wronged thee in anything, or is in thy debt, put that to my account." Whoever compares the pagan and the Christian attitude towards slavery will easily come to the conclusion that the one was marked by great cruelty and wickedness, and the other by great gentleness and humanity, nor will it be possible to deprive the Church of the credit due to her as the instrument of this happy change. And this becomes still more apparent when we consider how tenderly and with what prudence the Church has cut out and destroyed this dreadful curse of slavery. She has deprecated any precipitate action in securing the manumission and the liberation of the slaves, because that would have entailed tumults and wrought injury, as well to the slaves themselves as to the commonwealth. But with singular wisdom she has seen that the minds of the slaves should be instructed through her discipline in the Christian faith, and with baptism should acquire habits suitable to the Christian life. Therefore, when, amid the slave multitude whom she has numbered among her children, some, led astray by some hope of liberty, have had recourse to violence and sedition, the Church has always condemned these unlawful efforts and opposed them, and through her ministers has applied the remedy of patience. She taught the slaves to feel that, by virtue of the light of holy faith and the character they received from Christ, they enjoyed a dignity which placed them above their heathen lords, but that they were bound the more strictly by the author and founder of their faith himself never to set themselves against these, or even to be wanting in the reverence and obedience due to them. Knowing themselves as the chosen ones of the kingdom of God, and endowed with the freedom of his children and called to the good things that are not of this life, they were able to work on without being cast down by the sorrows and troubles of this passing world, but with eyes and hearts turned to heaven were consoled and strengthened in their holy resolutions. St. Peter was addressing himself specially to slaves when he wrote, "For this is thanksworthy, if for conscience towards God a man endures sorrows, suffering wrongfully. For unto this you are called, because Christ also suffered for us, leaving you an example that you should follow his steps." The credit for this solicitude joined with moderation, which in such a wonderful way displayed the divine powers of the Church, is increased by the marvelous and unconquerable courage with which she was able to inspire and sustain so many poor slaves. It was a wonderful sight to behold those who, in their obedience and the patience with which they submitted to every task, were such an example to their masters, refusing to let themselves be persuaded to prefer the wicked commands of those above them to the holy law of God, and even giving up their lives in the most cruel tortures with unconquered hearts and unclouded brows. The pages of Eusebius keep alive for us the memory of the unshaken constancy of the Virgin Potamiana, who, rather than consent to gratify the lusts of her master, fearlessly accepted death and sealed her faithfulness to Jesus Christ with her blood. Many other admirable examples abound of slaves who, for their soul's sake and to keep their faith with God, have resisted their masters to the death. History has no case to show of Christian slaves for any other cause setting themselves in opposition to their masters or joining in conspiracies against the state. Thence, peace and quiet times having been restored to the Church, the Holy Fathers made a wise and admirable exposition of the apostolic precepts concerning the fraternal unanimity which should exist between Christians, and with a like charity extended it to the advantage of slaves, striving to point out that the rights of masters extended lawfully indeed over the works of their slaves, but that their power did not extend to using horrible cruelties against their persons. Chrysostom stands preeminent among the Greeks, who often treats of this subject and affirms with exulting mind and tongue that slavery, in the old meaning of the word, had at that time disappeared through the beneficence of the Christian faith, so that it both seemed and was a word without any meaning among the disciples of the Lord. For Christ indeed, so he sums up his argument, when in his great mercy to us he wiped away the sin contracted by our birth, at the same time healed the manifold corruptions of human society, so that as death itself by his means has laid aside its terrors and become a peaceful passing away to a happy life, so also has slavery been banished. Do not then call any Christian man a slave, unless indeed he is in bondage again to sin. They are altogether brethren who are born again and received in Christ Jesus. Our advantages flow from that new birth and adoption into the household of God, not from the eminence of our race. Our dignity arises from the praise of our truth, not of our blood. But in order that that kind of evangelical brotherhood may have more fruit, it is necessary that in the actions of our ordinary life there should appear a willing interchange of kindnesses and good offices, so that slaves should be esteemed of nearly equal account with the rest of our household and friends, and that the master of the house should supply them, not only with what is necessary for their life and food, but also all necessary safeguards of religious training. Finally, from the marked address of Paul to Philemon, bidding grace and peace to the church which is in thy house, the precept should be held in respect equally by Christian masters and servants, that they who have an intercommunion of faith should also have an intercommunion of charity. Of the Latin authors we worthily and justly call to mind St. Ambrose, who so earnestly inquired into all that was necessary in this cause, and so clearly ascribes what is due to each kind of man according to the laws of Christianity, that no one has ever achieved it better, whose sentiments, it is unnecessary to say, fully and perfectly coincide with those of St. Chrysostom. These things were, as is evident, most justly and usefully laid down. But more, the chief point is that they have been observed wholly and religiously from the earliest times, wherever the profession of the Christian faith has flourished. Unless this had been the case, that excellent defender of religion, Lactantius, could not have maintained it so confidently as though a witness of it. Should any one say, "Are there not among you some poor, some rich, some slaves, some who are masters? Is there no difference between different persons?" I answer, there is none, nor is there any other cause why we call each other by the name of brother, than that we consider ourselves to be equals. For when we measure all human things, not by the body but by the spirit, although their corporal condition may be different from ours, yet in spirit they are not slaves to us, but we esteem them and call them brethren, fellow workers in religion. The care of the Church extended to the protection of slaves, and without interruption tended carefully to one object, that they should finally be restored to freedom, which would greatly conduce to their eternal welfare. That the event happily responded to these efforts, the annals of sacred antiquity afforded abundant proof. Noble matrons, rendered illustrious by the praises of Jerome, themselves afforded great aid in carrying this matter into effect, so that, as Salvanius relates, in Christian families, even though not very rich, it often happened that the slaves were freed by a generous manumission. But also St. Clement long before praised that excellent work of charity by which some Christians became slaves, by an exchange of persons, because they could in no other way liberate those who were in bondage. Wherefore, in addition to the fact that the act of manumission began to take place in churches as an act of piety, the Church ordered it to be proposed to the faithful when about to make their wills, as a work very pleasing to God, and of great merit and value with him. Therefore those precepts of manumission to the heir were introduced with the words, "For the love of God, for the welfare or benefit of my soul." Neither was anything grudged as the price of captives. Gifts dedicated to God were sold, consecrated gold and silver melted down, the ornaments and gifts of the basilicas alienated, as indeed was done more than once by Ambrose, Augustine, Hilary, Eligius, Patrick, and many other holy men. Moreover, the Roman pontiffs, who have always acted, as history truly relates, as the protectors of the weak and helpers of the oppressed, have done their best for slaves. St. Gregory himself set at liberty as many as possible, and in the Roman Council of 597 desired those to receive their freedom who were anxious to enter the monastic state. Hadrian I maintained that slaves could freely enter into matrimony even without their master's consent. It was clearly ordered by Alexander III, in the year 1168, to the Moorish king of Valencia that he should not make a slave of any Christian, because no one was a slave by the law of nature, all men having been made free by God. Innocent III, in the year 1190, at the prayer of its founders, John de Matha and Felix of Valois, approved of and established the order of the Most Holy Trinity for redeeming Christians who had fallen into the power of the Turks. At a later date, Honorius III, and afterwards Gregory IX, duly approved of the Order of St. Mary of Help, founded for a similar purpose, which Peter Nolasco had established, and which included the severe rule that its religious should give themselves up as slaves in the place of Christians taken captive by tyrants, if it should be necessary in order to redeem them. The same St. Gregory passed a decree which was a far greater support of liberty, that it was unlawful to sell slaves to the Church, and he further added an exhortation to the faithful that as a punishment for their faults they should give their slaves to God and his saints as an act of expiation. There are also many other good deeds of the Church in the same behalf, for she indeed was accustomed by severe penalties to defend slaves from the savage anger and cruel injuries of their masters, to those upon whom the hand of violence had rested. She was accustomed to open her sacred temples as places of refuge, to receive the freed men into her good faith, and to restrain those by censure who dared by evil inducements to lead a free man back again into slavery. In the same way she was still more favorable to the freedom of the slaves, whom by any means she held as her own according to times and places, when she laid down either that those should be released by the bishops from every bond of slavery who had shown themselves during a certain time of trial of praiseworthy honesty of life, or when she easily permitted the bishops of their own will to declare those belonging to them free. It must also be ascribed to the compassion and virtue of the Church that somewhat of the pressure of civil law upon slaves was remitted, and, as far as it was brought about, that the milder alleviations of Gregory the Great, having been incorporated in the written law of nations, became of force, that however was done principally by the agency of Charlemagne, who included them in his Capitularia, as Gratianus afterwards did in his decree. Finally, monuments, laws, institutions, through a continuous series of ages, teach and splendidly demonstrate the great love of the Church towards slaves, whose miserable condition she never left destitute of protection, and always, to the best of her power, alleviated. Therefore sufficient praise or thanks can never be returned, since she has merited it by the prosperity of nations, to the Catholic Church, by the very great beneficence of Christ our Redeemer, the banisher of slavery and causer of true liberty, fraternity, and equality among men. Towards the end of the 15th century, at which time the base stain of slavery having been nearly blotted out from among Christian nations, states were anxious to stand firmly in evangelical liberty, and also to increase their empire. This apostolic see took the greatest care that the evil germs of such depravity should nowhere revive. She therefore directed her provident vigilance to the newly discovered regions of Africa, Asia, and America. For a report had reached her that the leaders of these expeditions, Christians though they were wickedly making use of their arms and ingenuity for establishing and imposing slavery on these innocent nations. Indeed, since the crude nature of the soil, which they had to overcome, nor less the wealth of metals, which had to be extracted by digging, required very hard work, unjust and inhuman plans were entered into. For a certain traffic was begun, slaves being transported for that purpose from Ethiopia, which at that time, under the name of La Tratia de Negri, too much occupied those colonies. An oppression of the indigenous inhabitants, who are universally called Indians, much the same as slavery, followed with a like maltreatment. When Pius II had become assured of these matters, without delay, on October 7th, in the year 1452, he gave a letter to the bishop of the place in which he reproved and condemned such wickedness. Some time afterwards, Leo X lent, as far as he could, his good offices and authority to the kings of both Portugal and Spain, who took care to radically extirpate that license opposed alike to religion, humanity, and justice. Nevertheless, that evil, having grown strong, remained there, its impure cause, the unquenchable desire of gain remaining. Then Paul III, anxious with a fatherly love as to the condition of the Indians and of the Moorish slaves, came to this last determination, that in open day, and as it were in the sight of all nations, he declared that they all had a just and natural right of a threefold character, namely, that each one of them was master of his own person, that they could live together under their own laws, that they could acquire and hold property for themselves. More than this, having sent letters to the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, he pronounced an interdict of sacred rites against those who acted contrary to the aforesaid decree, reserving to the Roman pontiff the faculty of absolving them. With the same forethought and constancy, other pontiffs at a later period, as Urban VIII, Benedict XIV, and Pius VII, showed themselves strong assertors of liberty for the Indians and Moors, and those who were even as yet not instructed in the Christian faith. The last, moreover, at the Council of the Confederated Princes of Europe, held at Vienna, called their attention in common to this point, that the traffic in negroes of which we have spoken before, and which had now ceased in many places, should be thoroughly rooted out. Gregory XVI also severely censured those neglecting the duties of humanity and the laws, and restored the decrees and statutory penalties of the Apostolic See, and left no means untried that foreign nations also, following the kindliness of the Europeans, should cease from and abhor the disgrace and brutality of slavery. But it has turned out most fortunately for us that we have received the congratulations of the chief princes and rulers of public affairs for having obtained, thanks to our constant pleadings, some satisfaction for the long-continued and most just complaints of nature and religion. We have, however, in our mind, in a matter of the same kind, another care which gives us no light anxiety and presses upon our solicitude. This shameful trading in men has indeed ceased to take place by sea, but on land is carried on to too great an extent and too barbarously, and that especially in some parts of Africa. For it having been perversely laid down by the Mohammedans that Ethiopians and men of similar nations are very little superior to brute beasts, it is easy to see and shudder at the perfidy and cruelty of man. Suddenly, like plunderers making an attack, They invade the tribes of Ethiopians, fearing no such thing. They rush into their villages, houses, and huts. They lay waste, destroy, and seize everything. They lead away from thence the men, women, and children easily captured and bound, so that they may drag them away by force for their shameful traffic. These hateful expeditions are made into Egypt, Zanzibar, and partly also into the Sudan, as though so many stations. Men bound with chains are forced to take long journeys, ill supplied with food, under the frequent use of the lash. Those who are too weak to undergo this are killed. Those who are strong enough go like a flock with a crowd of others to be sold and to be passed over to a brutal and shameless purchaser. But whoever is thus sold and given up is exposed to what a miserable rending asunder of wives, children, and parents, and is driven by him into whose power he falls into a hard and indescribable slavery, nor can he refuse to conform to the religious rites of Mahomet. These things we have received not long since with the greatest bitterness of feeling from some who have been eyewitnesses, though tearful ones, of that kind of infamy and misery. With these, moreover, what has been related lately by the explorers in equatorial Africa entirely coincides. It is indeed manifest by their testimony and word that each year 400,000 Africans are usually thus sold like cattle, about the half of whom, wearied out by the roughness of the tracks, fall down and perish there, so that, sad to relate, those traveling through such places see the pathway strewn with the remains of bones. Who would not be moved by the thought of such miseries? We, indeed, who bear the person of Christ, the loving liberator and redeemer of all mankind, and who so rejoice in the many and glorious good deeds of the Church to all who are afflicted, can scarcely express how great is our commiseration for those unhappy nations, with what fullness of charity we open our arms to them, how ardently we desire to be able to afford them every alleviation and support, with the hope that, having cast off the slavery of superstition as well as the slavery of man, they may at length serve the one true God under the gentle yoke of Christ, partakers with us of the divine inheritance. Would that all who hold high positions in empires or states, or who desire the rights of nations and of humanity to be held sacred, or who earnestly devote themselves to the interests of the Catholic religion, would all, everywhere, acting on our exhortations and wishes, strive together to repress, forbid, and put an end to that kind of traffic than which nothing is more base and wicked. In the meantime, while by a more strenuous application of ingenuity and labor new roads are being made, and new commercial enterprises undertaken in the lands of Africa, let apostolic men endeavor to find out how they can best secure the safety and liberty of slaves. They will obtain success in this matter in no other way than if, strengthened by divine grace, they give themselves up to spreading our most holy faith and daily caring for it, whose distinguishing fruit is that it wonderfully favors and develops the liberty with which Christ made us free. We therefore advise them to look as if into a mirror of apostolic virtue, at the life and works of St. Peter Claver, to whom we have lately added a crown of glory. Let them look at him who, for fully 40 years, gave himself up to minister with the greatest constancy in his labors to a most miserable assembly of Moorish slaves. Truly he ought to be called the apostle of those whose constant servant he professed himself and gave himself up to be. If they endeavor to take to themselves and reflect the charity and patience of such a man, they will shine indeed as worthy ministers of salvation, authors of consolation, messengers of peace, who, by God's help, may turn solitude, desolation, and fierceness into the most joyful fertility of religion and civilization. And now, venerable brethren, our thoughts and letters desire to turn to you, that we may again announce to you and again share with you the exceeding joy which we feel on account of the determinations which we have been publicly entered into in that empire with regard to slavery. If indeed it seemed to us a good, happy, and propitious event, that it was provided and insisted upon by law that whoever were still in the condition of slaves ought to be admitted to the status and rights of free men, so also it confirms and increases our hope of future acts which will be the cause of joy, both in civil and religious matters. Thus the name of the Empire of Brazil will be justly held in honor and praise among the most civilized nations, and the name of its august emperor will likewise be esteemed, whose excellent speech is on record, that he desired nothing more ardently than that every vestige of slavery should be speedily obliterated from its territories. But truly, until those precepts of the laws are carried into effect, earnestly endeavor, we beseech you, by all means, and press on as much as possible the accomplishment of this affair, which no light difficulties hinder. Through your means, let it be brought to pass that masters and slaves may mutually agree with the highest goodwill and best good faith, nor let there be any transgression of clemency or justice, but whatever things have to be carried out, let all be done lawfully, temperately, and in a Christian manner. It is, however, chiefly to be wished that this may be prosperously accomplished, which all desire, that slavery may be banished and blotted out without any injury to divine or human rights, with no agitation of the state, and so with the solid benefit of the slaves themselves, for whose sake it is undertaken. To each one of these, whether they have already been made free or are about to become so, we address with a pastoral intention and fatherly mind a few salutary cautions called from the words of the great apostle of the Gentiles. Let them then endeavor piously and constantly to retain a grateful memory and feeling towards those by whose counsel and exertion they were set at liberty. Let them never show themselves unworthy of so great a gift, nor ever confound liberty with license, but let them use it as becomes well-ordered citizens for the industry of an active life, for the benefit and advantage both of their family and of the state. To respect and increase the dignity of their princes, to obey the magistrates, to be obedient to the laws, these and similar duties let them diligently fulfill, under the influence, not so much of fear as of religion. Let them also restrain and keep in subjection envy of another's wealth or position, which, unfortunately, daily distresses so many of those in inferior positions, and presents so many incitements of rebellion against security of order and peace. Content with their state and lot, let them think nothing dearer, let them desire nothing more ardently than the good things of the heavenly kingdom, by whose grace they have been brought to the light and redeemed by Christ. Let them feel piously toward God, who is their Lord and Liberator. Let them love him with all their power. Let them keep his commandments with all their might. Let them rejoice in being sons of his spouse, the Holy Church. Let them labor to be as good as possible, and as much as they can let them carefully return his love. Do you also, venerable brethren, be constant in showing and urging on the freedom of these same doctrines, that which is our chief prayer, and at the same time ought to be yours and that of all good people, religion amongst the first, may ever feel that she has gained the most ample fruits of that liberty which has been obtained wherever that empire extends. But that may happily take place, we beg and implore the full grace of God and motherly aid of the Immaculate Virgin. As a foretaste of heavenly gifts and witness of our fatherly goodwill towards you, venerable brethren, your clergy, and all your people, we lovingly impart the apostolic benediction, given at St. Peter's at Rome, May 5th, in the year 1888, the 11th of our pontificate. Leo, Pope the 13th. End of Encyclical Letter in Plurimis on the Abolition of Slavery by Pope Leo the 13th, read by Dory Smith.
Encyclical Letter Libertas on Human Liberty, June 20th, 1888, by Pope Leo the 13th. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Human Liberty, Encyclical Letter Libertas, June 20th, 1888. Liberty, the highest of natural endowment, being the portion only of intellectual or rational natures, confers on man this dignity, that he is in the hand of his counsel and has power over his actions. But the manner in which such dignity is exercised is of the greatest moment, inasmuch as on the use that is made of liberty the highest good and the greatest evil alike depend. Man, indeed, is free to obey his reason, to seek moral good, and to strive unswervingly after his last end. Yet he is free also to turn aside to all other things, and, in pursuing the empty semblance of good, to disturb rightful order, and to fall headlong into the destruction which he has voluntarily chosen. The Redeemer of mankind, Jesus Christ, having restored and exalted the original dignity of nature, vouchsafed special assistance to the will of man, and by the gifts of his grace here, and the promise of heavenly bliss hereafter, he raised it to a nobler state. In like manner, this great gift of nature has ever been, and always will be, deservingly cherished by the Catholic Church. For to her alone has been committed the charge of handing down to all ages the benefits purchased for us by Jesus Christ. Yet there are many who imagine that the Church is hostile to human liberty, having a false and absurd notion as to what liberty is. Either they pervert the very idea of freedom, or they extend it at their pleasure to many things in respect of which man cannot rightly be regarded as free. We have, on other occasions, and especially in our encyclical letter Immortale Dei, in treating of the so-called modern liberties, distinguished between their good and evil elements. And we have shown that whatsoever is good in those liberties is as ancient as truth itself, and that the Church has always most willingly approved and practiced that good. But whatsoever has been added as new is, to tell the plain truth, of a vitiated kind, the fruit of the disorders of the age, and of an insatiate longing after novelties. Seeing, however, that many cling so obstinately to their own opinion in this matter as to imagine these modern liberties, cankered as they are, to be the greatest glory of our age and the very basis of civil life, without which no perfect government can be conceived, we feel it a pressing duty, for the sake of the common good, to treat separately of this subject. It is with moral liberty, whether in individuals or in communities, that we proceed at once to deal. But first of all, it will be well to speak briefly of natural liberty. For, though it is distinct and separate from moral liberty, natural freedom is the fountainhead from which liberty of whatsoever kind flows, sua vi suaque sponte. The unanimous consent and judgment of men, which is the trusty voice of nature, recognizes this natural liberty in those only who are endowed with intelligence or reason, and it is by his use of this that man is rightly regarded as responsible for his actions. For while other animate creatures follow their senses, seeking good and avoiding evil only by instinct, man has reason to guide him in each and every act of his life. Reason sees that whatever things are held to be good upon earth may exist or may not, and discerning that none of them are of necessity for us, it leaves the will free to choose what it pleases. But man can judge of this contingency, as we say, only because he has a soul that is simple, spiritual, and intellectual. A soul, therefore, which is not produced by matter, and does not depend on matter for its existence, but which is created immediately by God, and far surpassing the condition of things material, has a life and action of its own, so that, knowing the unchangeable and necessary reasons of what is true and good, it sees that no particular kind of good is necessary to us. When, therefore, it is established that man's soul is immortal, and endowed with reason and not bound up with things material, the foundation of natural liberty is at once most firmly laid. As the Catholic Church declares in the strongest terms the simplicity, spirituality, and immortality of the soul, so with unequaled constancy and publicity she ever also asserts its freedom. These truths she has always taught, and has sustained them as a dogma of faith. And whensoever heretics or innovators have attacked the liberty of man, the Church has defended it and protected this noble possession from destruction. History bears witness to the energy with which she met the fury of the Manichaeans and others like them, and the earnestness with which in later years she defended human liberty in the Council of Trent, and against the followers of Jansenius, is known to all. At no time and in no place has she held truce with fatalism. Liberty, then, as we have said, belongs only to those who have the gift of reason or intelligence. Considered as to its nature, it is the faculty of choosing means fitted for the end proposed, for he is master of his actions who can choose one thing out of many. Now, since everything chosen as a means is viewed as good or useful, and since good, as such, is the proper object of our desire, it follows that freedom of choice is a property of the will, or rather is identical with the will insofar as it has in its action the faculty of choice. But the will cannot proceed to act unless it is enlightened by the knowledge possessed by the intellect. In other words, the good wished by the will is necessarily good insofar as it is known by the intellect, and this the more because in all voluntary acts choice is subsequent to a judgment upon the truth of the good presented, declaring to which good preference should be given. No sensible man can doubt that judgment is an act of reason, not of the will. The end or object, both of the rational will and of its liberty, is that good only which is in conformity with reason. Since, however, both these faculties are imperfect, it is possible, as is often seen, that the reason should propose something which is not really good, but which has the appearance of good, and that the will should choose accordingly. For, as the possibility of error and actual error are defects of the mind and attest its imperfection, so the pursuit of what has a false appearance of good, though a proof of our freedom, just as a disease is a proof of our vitality, implies defect in human liberty. The will also, simply because of its dependence on the reason, no sooner desires anything contrary thereto, than it abuses its freedom of choice and corrupts its very essence. Thus it is that the infinitely perfect God, although supremely free, because of the supremacy of his intellect and of his essential goodness, nevertheless cannot choose evil. Neither can the angels and saints who enjoy the beatific vision. Saint Augustine and others urged most admirably against the Pelagians that if the possibility of deflection from good belonged to the essence or perfection of liberty, then God, Jesus Christ, and the angels and saints, who have not this power, would have no liberty at all, or would have less liberty than man has in his state of pilgrimage and imperfection. This subject is often discussed by the angelic doctor in his demonstration that the possibility of sinning is not freedom, but slavery. It will suffice to quote his subtle commentary on the words of our Lord, "Whosoever committeth sin is the slave of sin." John chapter 8, verse 34. Everything, he says, is that which belongs to it naturally. When therefore it acts through a power outside itself, it does not act of itself but through another, that is, as a slave. But man is by nature rational. When therefore he acts according to reason, he acts of himself and according to his free will, and this is liberty. Whereas, when he sins, he acts in opposition to reason, and is moved by another, and is the victim of foreign misapprehensions. Therefore, whosoever committeth sin is the slave of sin. Even the heathen philosophers clearly recognized this truth, especially they who held that the wise man alone is free. And by the term wise man was meant, as is well known, the man trained to live in accordance with his nature, that is, in justice and virtue. Such then being the condition of human liberty, it necessarily stands in need of light and strength to direct its actions to good and to restrain them from evil. Without this, the freedom of our will would be our ruin. First of all, there must be law, that is, a fixed rule of teaching what is to be done and what is to be left undone. This rule cannot affect the lower animals in any true sense, since they act of necessity, following their natural instinct, and cannot of themselves act in any other way. On the other hand, as was said above, he who is free can either act or not act, can do this or do that as he pleases, because his judgment precedes his choice. And his judgment not only decides what is right or wrong of its own nature, but also what is practically good and therefore to be chosen, and what is practically evil and therefore to be avoided. In other words, the reason prescribes to the will what it should seek after or shun in order to the eventual attainment of man's last end, for the sake of which all his actions ought to be performed. This ordination of reason is called law. In man's free will, therefore, or in the moral necessity of our voluntary acts being in accordance with reason, lies the very root of the necessity of law. Nothing more foolish can be uttered or conceived than the notion that because man is free by nature, he is therefore exempt from law. Were this the case, it would follow that to become free we must be deprived of reason, whereas the truth is that we are bound to submit to law precisely because we are free by our very nature. For law is the guide of man's actions. It turns him towards good by its rewards, and deters him from evil by its punishments. Foremost in this office comes the natural law, which is written and engraved in the mind of every man, and this is nothing but our reason, commanding us to do right and forbidding sin. Nevertheless, all prescriptions of human reason can have force of law only inasmuch as they are the voice and the interpreters of some higher power on which our reason and liberty necessarily depend. For, since the force of law consists in the imposing of obligations and the granting of rights, authority is the one and only foundation of all law. The power, that is, of fixing duties and defining rights, as also of assigning the necessary sanctions of reward and chastisement to each and all of its commands. But all this, clearly, cannot be found in man, if, as his own supreme legislator, he is to be the rule of his own actions. It follows, therefore, that the law of nature is the same thing as the eternal law, implanted in rational creatures, and inclining them to their right action and end, and can be nothing else but the eternal reason of God, the creator and ruler of all the world. To this rule of action and restraint of evil, God has vouchsafed to give special and most suitable aids for strengthening and ordering the human will. The first and most excellent of these is the power of his divine grace, whereby the mind can be enlightened, and the will wholesomely invigorated and moved to the constant pursuit of moral good, so that the use of our inborn liberty becomes at once less difficult and less dangerous. Not that the divine assistance hinders in any way the free movement of our will, just the contrary. For grace works inwardly in man and in harmony with his natural inclinations, since it flows from the very Creator of his mind and will, by whom all things are moved in conformity with their nature. As the angelic doctor points out, it is because divine grace comes from the author of nature that it is so admirably adapted to be the safeguard of all natures, and to maintain the character, efficiency, and operations of each. What has been said of the liberty of individuals is no less applicable to them when considered as bound together in civil society. For what reason and the natural law do for individuals, that human law, promulgated for their good, does for the citizens of states. Of the laws enacted by men, some are concerned with what is good or bad by its very nature, and they command men to follow after what is right and to shun what is wrong, adding at the same time a suitable sanction. But such laws by no means derive their origin from civil society, because just as civil society did not create human nature, so neither can it be said to be the author of the good which befits human nature, or of the evil which is contrary to it. Laws come before men live together in society, and have their origin in the natural, and consequently in the eternal, law. The precepts, therefore, of the natural law, contained bodily in the laws of men, have not merely the force of human law, but they possess that higher and more august sanction which belongs to the law of nature and the eternal law. And within the sphere of this kind of laws, the duty of the civil legislator is, mainly, to keep the community in obedience by the adoption of a common discipline, and by putting restraint upon refractory and viciously inclined men, so that, deterred from evil, they may turn to what is good, or at any rate may avoid causing trouble and disturbance to the state. Now there are other enactments of the civil authority which do not follow directly, but somewhat remotely, from the natural law, and decide many points which the law of nature treats only in a general and indefinite way. For instance, though nature commands all to contribute to the public peace and prosperity, still whatever belongs to the manner and circumstances and conditions under which such service is to be rendered must be determined by the wisdom of men and not by nature herself. It is in the constitution of these particular rules of life, suggested by reason and prudence, and put forth by competent authority, that human law, properly so called, consists, binding all citizens to work together for the attainment of the common end proposed to the community, and forbidding them to depart from this end. And in so far as human law is in conformity with the dictates of nature, leading to what is good, and deterring from evil. From this it is manifest that the eternal law of God is the sole standard and rule of human liberty, not only in each individual man, but also in the community and civil society which men constitute when united. Therefore, the true liberty of human society does not consist in every man doing what he pleases, for this would simply end in turmoil and confusion and bring on the overthrow of the state. But rather in this, that through the injunctions of the civil law, all may more easily conform to the prescriptions of the eternal law. Likewise, the liberty of those who are in authority does not consist in the power to lay unreasonable and capricious commands upon their subjects, which would equally be criminal and would lead to the ruin of the commonwealth. But the binding force of human laws is in this, that they are to be regarded as applications of the eternal law, and incapable of sanctioning anything which is not contained in the eternal law, as in the principle of all law. Thus St. Augustine most wisely says, "I think that you can see at the same time that there is nothing just and lawful in that temporal law, unless what men have gathered from this eternal law." If, then, by any one in authority, something be sanctioned out of conformity with the principles of right reason, and consequently hurtful to the commonwealth, such an enactment can have no binding force of law, as being no rule of justice, but certain to lead men away from that good which is the very end of civil society. Therefore, the nature of human liberty, however it be considered, whether in individuals or in society, whether in those who command or in those who obey, supposes the necessity of obedience to some supreme and eternal law, which is no other than the authority of God, commanding good and forbidding evil. And so far from this most just authority of God over men diminishing, or even destroying their liberty, it protects and perfects it. For the real perfection of all creatures is found in the prosecution and attainment of their respective ends, but the supreme end to which human liberty must aspire is God. These precepts of the truest and highest teaching, made known to us by the light of reason itself, the Church, instructed by the example and doctrine of her divine author, has ever propagated and asserted, for she has ever made them the measure of her office and of her teaching to the Christian nations. As to morals, the laws of the gospel not only immeasurably surpass the wisdom of the heathen, but are an invitation and an introduction to a state of holiness unknown to the ancients, and bringing man nearer to God, they make him at once the possessor of a more perfect liberty. Thus the powerful influence of the Church has ever been made manifest in the custody and protection of the civil and political liberty of the people. The enumeration of its merits in this respect does not belong to our present purpose. It is sufficient to recall the fact that slavery, that old reproach of the heathen nations, was mainly abolished by the beneficent efforts of the Church. The impartiality of law and the true brotherhood of man were first asserted by Jesus Christ, and his apostles re-echoed his voice when they declared that in future there was to be neither Jew nor Gentile, nor barbarian nor Scythian, but all were brothers in Christ. So powerful, so conspicuous in this respect is the influence of the Church, that experience abundantly testifies how savage customs are no longer possible in any land where she has once set her foot, but that gentleness speedily takes the place of cruelty, and the light of truth quickly dispels the darkness of barbarism. Nor has the Church been less lavish in the benefits she has conferred on civilized nations in every age, either by resisting the tyranny of the wicked, or by protecting the innocent and helpless from injury, or finally, by using her influence in the support of any form of government which commended itself to the citizens at home because of its justice, or was feared by the enemies without because of its power. Moreover, the highest duty is to respect authority, and obediently to submit to just law. And by this, the members of a community are effectually protected from the wrongdoing of evil men. Lawful power is from God, and whosoever resisteth authority resisteth the ordinance of God. Wherefore obedience is greatly ennobled when subjected to an authority which is the most just and supreme of all. But where the power to command is wanting, or where a law is enacted contrary to reason, or to the eternal law, or to some ordinance of God, obedience is unlawful, lest, while obeying man, we become disobedient to God. Thus, an effectual barrier being opposed to tyranny, the authority in the state will not have all its own way, but the interests and rights of all will be safeguarded. The rights of individuals, of domestic society, and of all the members of the Commonwealth, all being free to live according to law and right reason, and in this, as we have shown, true liberty really consists. If when men discuss the question of liberty, they were careful to grasp its true and legitimate meaning, such as reason and reasoning have just explained, they would never venture to affix such a calumny on the Church as to assert that she is the foe to individual and public liberty. But many there are who follow in the footsteps of Lucifer, and adopt as their own his rebellious cry, "I will not serve," and consequently substitute for true liberty what is sheer and most foolish license. Such, for instance, are the men belonging to that widely spread and powerful organization who, usurping the name of liberty, style themselves liberals. What naturalists or rationalists aim at in philosophy, that the supporters of liberalism, carrying out the principles laid down by naturalism, are attempting in the domain of morality in politics. The fundamental doctrine of rationalism is the supremacy of the human reason which, refusing due submission to the divine and eternal reason, proclaims its own independence, and constitutes itself the supreme principle and source and judge of truth. Hence these followers of liberalism deny the existence of any divine authority to which obedience is due, and proclaim that every man is the law to himself, from which arises that ethical system which they style independent morality, and which, under the guise of liberty, exonerates man from any obedience to the commands of God, and substitutes a boundless license. The end of all of this it is not difficult to foresee, especially when society is in question. For, when once man is firmly persuaded that he is subject to no one, it follows that the efficient cause of the unity of civil society is not to be sought in any principle external to man or superior to him, but simply in the free will of individuals. That the authority in the state comes from the people only, and that, just as every man's individual reason is his only rule of life, so the collective reason of the community should be the supreme guide in the management of all public affairs. Hence the doctrine of the supremacy of the greater number, and that all right and all duty reside in the majority. But from what has been said, it is clear that all this is in contradiction to reason. To refuse any bond of union between man and civil society on the one hand, and God the Creator, and consequently the supreme lawgiver, on the other, is plainly repugnant to the nature not only of man, but of all created things. For, of necessity, all effects must in some proper way be connected with their cause, and it belongs to the perfection of every nature to contain itself within that sphere and grade which the order of nature has assigned to it, namely, that the lower should be subject and obedient to the higher. Moreover, besides this, a doctrine of such character is most hurtful both to individuals and to the state. For, once ascribe to human reason the only authority to decide what is true and what is good, and the real distinction between good and evil is destroyed. Honor and dishonor differ not in their nature, but in the opinion and judgment of each one. Pleasure is the measure of what is lawful, and, given a code of morality which can have little or no power to restrain or quiet the unruly propensities of man, a way is naturally opened to universal corruption. With reference also to public affairs, authority is severed from the true and natural principle whence it derives all its efficacy for the common good, and the law determining what is right to do and avoid doing is at the mercy of a majority. Now this is simply a road leading straight to tyranny. The empire of God over man and civil society once repudiated, it follows that religion, as a public institution, can have no claim to exist, and that everything that belongs to religion will be treated with complete indifference. Furthermore, with ambitious designs on sovereignty, tumults and sedition will be common amongst the people, and when duty and conscience cease to appeal to them, there will be nothing to hold them back but force, which of itself alone is powerless to keep their covetousness in check. Of this we have almost daily evidence in the conflict with socialists and members of other seditious societies, who labor unceasingly to bring about revolution. It is for those, then, who are capable of forming a just estimate of things to decide whether such doctrines promote that true liberty which alone is worthy of man, or rather pervert and destroy it. There are indeed some adherents of liberalism who do not subscribe to these opinions, which we have seen to be fearful in their enormity, openly opposed to the truth, and the cause of most terrible evils. Indeed, very many amongst them, compelled by the force of truth, do not hesitate to admit that such liberty is vicious, nay, is simple license, whenever intemperate in its claims, to the neglect of truth and justice. And therefore they would have liberty ruled and directed by right reason, and consequently subject to the natural law and to the divine eternal law. But here they think they may stop, holding that man, as a free being, is bound by no law of God except such as he makes known to us through our natural reason. In this they are plainly inconsistent. For if, as they must admit, and no one can rightly deny, the will of the divine lawgiver is to be obeyed, because every man is under the power of God, and tends toward him as his end, it follows that no one can assign limits to his legislative authority without failing in the obedience which is due. Indeed, if the human mind be so presumptuous as to define the nature and extent of God's rights and its own duties, reverence for the divine law will be apparent rather than real, and arbitrary judgment will prevail over the authority and providence of God. Man must, therefore, take his standard of a loyal and religious life from the eternal law, and from all and every one of those laws which God, in his infinite wisdom and power, has been pleased to enact, and to make known to us by such clear and unmistakable signs as to leave no room for doubt. And the more so because laws of this kind have the same origin, the same author, as the eternal law, are absolutely in accordance with right reason, and perfect the natural law. These laws it is that embody the government of God, who graciously guides and directs both the intellect and the will of man, lest these fall into error. Let then that continue to remain in a holy and inviolable union, which neither can nor should be separated. And in all things, for this is the dictate of right reason itself, let God be dutifully and obediently served. There are others, somewhat more moderate, though not more consistent, who affirm that the morality of individuals is to be guided by the divine law, but not the morality of the state, so that in public affairs the commands of God may be passed over, and may be entirely disregarded in the framing of laws. Hence follows the fatal theory of the need of separation between church and state. But the absurdity of such a position is manifest. Nature herself proclaims the necessity of the state providing means and opportunities whereby the community may be enabled to live properly, that is to say, according to the laws of God. For since God is the source of all goodness and justice, it is absolutely ridiculous that the state should pay no attention to these laws or render them abortive by contrary enactments. Besides, those who are in authority owe it to the Commonwealth, not only to provide for its external well-being and the conveniences of life, but still more to consult the welfare of men's souls in the wisdom of their legislation. But, for the increase of such benefits, nothing more suitable can be conceived than the laws which have God for their author. And therefore, they who in their government of the state take no account of these laws, abuse political power by causing it to deviate from its proper end and from what nature itself prescribes. And, what is still more important, and what we have more than once pointed out, although the civil authority has not the same proximate end as the spiritual, nor proceeds on the same lines, nevertheless, in the exercise of their separate powers, they must occasionally meet. For their subjects are the same, and not infrequently they deal with the same objects, though in different ways. Whenever this occurs, since a state of conflict is absurd and manifestly repugnant to the most wise ordinance of God, there must necessarily exist some order or mode of procedure to remove the occasions of difference and contention, and to secure harmony in all things. This harmony has been not inaptly compared to that which exists between the body and the soul for the well-being of both one and the other, the separation of which brings irremediable harm to the body, since it extinguishes its very life. To make this more evident, the growth of liberty ascribed to our age must be considered apart in its various details. And first, let us examine that liberty in individuals which is so opposed to the virtue of religion, namely, the liberty of worship, as it is called. This is based on the principle that every man is free to profess as he may choose any religion or none. But assuredly, of all the duties which man has to fulfill, that, without doubt, is the chiefest and holiest which commands him to worship God with devotion and piety. This follows of necessity from the truth that we are ever in the power of God, are ever guided by His will and providence, and having coming forth from Him, must return to Him. And to which no true virtue can exist without religion, for moral virtue is concerned with those things which lead to God as man's supreme and ultimate good, and therefore religion, which, as St. Thomas says, performs those actions which are directly and immediately ordained for the divine honor, rules and tempers all virtues. And if it be asked which of the many conflicting religions it is necessary to adopt, reason and the natural law unhesitatingly tell us to practice that one which God enjoins, and which men can easily recognize by certain exterior notes, whereby divine providence has willed that it should be distinguished, because in a matter of such moment, the most terrible loss would be the consequence of error. Wherefore, when a liberty such as we have described is offered to man, the power is given him to pervert or abandon with impunity the most sacred of duties, and to exchange the unchangeable good for evil, which, as we have said, is no liberty, but its degradation, and the abject submission of the soul to sin. This kind of liberty, if considered in relation to the state, clearly implies that there is no reason why the state should offer any homage to God, or should desire any public recognition of Him, that no one form of worship is to be preferred to another, but that all stand on an equal footing, no account being taken of the religion of the people, even if they profess the Catholic faith. But to justify this, it must needs be taken as true that the state has no duties towards God, or that such duties, if they exist, can be abandoned with impunity, both of which assertions are manifestly false. For it cannot be doubted but that, by the will of God, men are united in civil society, whether its component parts be considered, or its form, which implies authority, or the object of its existence, or the abundance of the vast services which it renders to man. God it is who has made man for society, and has placed him in the company of others like himself, so that what was wanting to his nature and beyond his attainment, if left to his own resources, he might obtain by association with others. Wherefore civil society must acknowledge God as its founder and parent, and must obey and reverence his power and authority. Justice therefore forbids, and reason itself forbids, the state to be godless, or to adopt a line of action which would end in godlessness, namely, to treat the various religions, as they called them, alike, and to bestow upon them promiscuously equal rights and privileges. Since then the profession of one religion is necessary in the state, that religion must be professed which alone is true, and which can be recognized without difficulty, especially in Catholic states, because the marks of truth are, as it were, engraven upon it. This religion, therefore, the rulers of the state must preserve and protect, if they would provide, as they should do, with prudence and usefulness for the good of the community. For public authority exists for the welfare of those whom it governs, and although its proximate end is to lead men to the prosperity found in this life, yet, in so doing, it ought not to diminish, but rather to increase, man's capability of attaining to the supreme good in which his everlasting happiness consists, which never can be attained if religion be disregarded. All this, however, we have explained more fully elsewhere. We now only wish to add the remark that liberty of so false a nature is greatly hurtful to the true liberty of both rulers and their subjects. Religion, of its essence, is wonderfully helpful to the state. For, since it derives the prime origin of all power directly from God himself, with grave authority it charges rulers to be mindful of their duty to govern without injustice or severity, to rule their people kindly and with almost paternal charity. It admonishes subjects to be obedient to lawful authority as to the ministers of God, and it binds them to their rulers not merely by obedience, but by reverence and affection, forbidding all seditions and venturesome enterprises calculated to disturb public order and tranquility, and cause greater restrictions to be put upon the liberty of the people. We need not mention how greatly religion conduces to pure morals, and pure morals to liberty. Reason shows, and history confirms the fact, that the higher the morality of states, the greater are the liberty and wealth and power which they enjoy. We must now consider briefly liberty of speech and liberty of the press. It is hardly necessary to say that there can be no such right as this if it be not used in moderation, and if it pass beyond the bounds and end of all true liberty. For right is a moral power which, as we have before said and must again and again repeat, it is absurd to suppose that nature has accorded indifferently to truth and falsehood, to justice and injustice. Men have a right freely and prudently to propagate throughout the state what things soever are true and honorable, so that as many as possible may possess them. But lying opinions, than which no mental plague is greater, and vices which corrupt the heart and moral life should be diligently repressed by public authority, lest they insidiously work the ruin of the state. The excesses of an unbridled intellect, which unfailingly end in the oppression of the untutored multitude, are no less rightly controlled by the authority of law than are the injuries inflicted by violence upon the weak. And this all the more surely, because by far the greater part of the community is either absolutely unable, or able only with great difficulty, to escape from illusions and deceitful subtleties, especially such as flatter the passions. If unbridled license of speech and of writing be granted to all, nothing will remain sacred and inviolate. Even the highest and truest mandates of nature, justly held to be the common and noblest heritage of the human race, will not be spared. Thus, truth being gradually obscured by darkness, pernicious and manifold error, as too often happens, will easily prevail. Thus, too, license will gain what liberty loses. For liberty will ever be more free and secure in proportion as license is kept in fuller restraint. In regard, however, to all matters of opinion which God leaves to man's free discussion, full liberty of thought and of speech is naturally within the right of every one. For such liberty never leads men to suppress the truth, but often to discover it and make it known. A like judgment must be passed upon what is called liberty of teaching. There can be no doubt that truth alone should imbue the minds of men, for in it are found the well-being, the end, and the perfection of every intelligent nature. And therefore nothing but truth should be taught, both to the ignorant and to the educated, so as to bring knowledge to those who have it not, and to preserve it in those who possess it. For this reason, it is plainly the duty of all who teach to banish error from the mind, and by sure safeguards to close the entry to all false convictions. From this it follows, as is evident, that the liberty of which we have been speaking is greatly opposed to reason and tends absolutely to pervert men's minds, inasmuch as it claims for itself the right of teaching whatever it pleases, a liberty which the state cannot grant without failing in its duty. And the more so because the authority of teachers has great weight with their hearers, who can rarely decide for themselves as to the truth or falsehood of the instruction given to them. Wherefore, this liberty also, in order that it may deserve the name, must be kept within certain limits, lest the office of teaching be turned with impunity into an instrument of corruption. Now truth, which should be the only subject matter of those who teach, is of two kinds, natural and supernatural. Of natural truths, such as the principles of nature and whatever is derived from them immediately by our reason, there is a kind of common patrimony in the human race. On this, as on a firm basis, morality, justice, religion, and the very bonds of human society rest. And to allow people to go unharmed who violate or destroy it would be most impious, most foolish, and most inhuman. But with no less religious care must we preserve that great and sacred treasure of the truths which God Himself has taught us. By many and convincing arguments, often used by defenders of Christianity, certain leading truths have been laid down, namely, that some things have been revealed by God, that the only begotten Son of God was made flesh, to bear witness to the truth, that a perfect society was founded by Him, the Church, namely, of which He is the head, and with which He has promised to abide till the end of the world. To this society He entrusted all the truths which He had taught, in order that it might keep and guard them, and with lawful authority explain them. And at the same time He commanded all nations to hear the voice of the Church as if it were His own, threatening those who would not hear it with everlasting perdition. Thus it is manifest that man's best and surest teacher is God, the source and principle of all truth, and the only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father, the way, the truth, and the life, the true light which enlightens every man, and to whose teaching all must submit. And they shall all be taught of God. John chapter 6, verse 45. In faith and in the teaching of morality, God himself made the Church a partaker of his divine authority, and through his heavenly gift she cannot be deceived. She is therefore the greatest and most reliable teacher of mankind, and in her dwells an inviolable right to teach them. Sustained by the truth received from her divine founder, the Church has ever sought to fulfill holily the mission entrusted to her by God. Unconquered by the difficulties on all sides surrounding her, she has never ceased to assert her liberty of teaching, and in this way, the wretched superstition of paganism being dispelled, the wide world was renewed unto Christian wisdom. Now, reason itself clearly teaches that the truths of divine revelation and those of nature cannot really be opposed to one another, and that whatever is at variance with them must necessarily be false. Therefore, the divine teaching of the Church, so far from being an obstacle to the pursuit of learning and the progress of science, or in any way retarding the advance of civilization, in reality brings to them the sure guidance of shining light. And for the same reason, it is of no small advantage for the perfecting of human liberty, since our Saviour Jesus Christ has said that by truth is man made free. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John chapter 8, verse 32. Therefore, there is no reason why genuine liberty should grow indignant, or true science feel aggrieved, at having to bear the just and necessary restraints of laws by which, in the judgment of the Church and of reason itself, human teaching has to be controlled. The Church, indeed, as facts have everywhere proved, looks chiefly and above all to the defense of the Christian faith, while careful at the same time to foster and promote every kind of human learning. For learning is in itself good and praiseworthy and desirable, and further, all erudition which is the outgrowth of sound reason and in conformity with the truth of things, serves not a little to confirm what we believe on the authority of God. The Church, truly, to our great benefit, has carefully preserved the monuments of ancient wisdom, has opened everywhere homes of science, and has urged on intellectual progress by fostering most diligently the arts by which the culture of our age is so much advanced. Lastly, we must not forget that a vast field lies freely open to man's industry and genius, containing all those things which have no necessary connection with Christian faith and morals, or as to which the Church, exercising no authority, leaves the judgment of the learned free and unconstrained. From all this may be understood the nature and character of that liberty which the followers of liberalism so eagerly advocate and proclaim. On the one hand, they demand for themselves and for the state a license which opens the way to every perversity of opinion, and on the other, they hamper the Church in diverse ways, restricting her liberty within narrowest limits, although from her teaching not only is there nothing to be feared, but in every respect very much to be gained. Another liberty is widely advocated, namely, liberty of conscience. If by this is meant that every one may, as he chooses, worship God or not, it is sufficiently refuted by the arguments already adduced. But it may also be taken to mean that every man in the state may follow the will of God and, from a consciousness of duty and free from every obstacle, obey his commands. This indeed is true liberty, a liberty worthy of the sons of God, which nobly maintains the dignity of man and is stronger than all violence or wrong. A liberty which the Church has always desired and held most dear. This is the kind of liberty the apostles claim for themselves with intrepid constancy, which the apologists of Christianity confirmed by their writings, and which the martyrs in vast numbers consecrated by their blood. And deservedly so. For this Christian liberty bears witness to the absolute and most just dominion of God over man, and to the chief and supreme duty of man towards God. It has nothing in common with a seditious and rebellious mind, and in no tittle derogates from obedience to public authority. For the right to command and to require obedience exists only so far as it is in accordance with the authority of God, and is within the measure that He has laid down. But when anything is commanded which is plainly at variance with the will of God, there is a wide departure from this divinely constituted order, and at the same time a direct conflict with divine authority. Therefore, it is right not to obey. By the patrons of liberalism, however, who make the state absolute and omnipotent, and proclaim that man should live altogether independently of God, the liberty of which we speak, which goes hand in hand with virtue and religion, is not admitted. And whatever is done for its preservation is accounted an injury and an offense against the state. Indeed, if what they say were really true, there would be no tyranny, no matter how monstrous, which we should not be bound to endure and submit to. The Church most earnestly desires that the Christian teaching, of which we have given an outline, should penetrate every rank of society in reality and in practice. For it would be of the greatest efficacy in healing the evils of our day, which are neither few nor slight, and are the offspring in great part of the false liberty which is so much extolled, and in which the germs of safety and glory were supposed to be contained. The hope has been disappointed by the results. The fruit, instead of being sweet and wholesome, has proved cankered and bitter. If then a remedy is desired, let it be sought for in a restoration of sound doctrine, from which alone the preservation of order and, as a consequence, the defense of true liberty can be confidently expected. Yet, with the discernment of a true mother, the Church weighs the great burden of human weakness, and well knows the course down which the minds and actions of men are in this age being borne. For this reason, while not conceding any right to anything save what is true and honest, she does not forbid public authority to tolerate what is at variance with truth and justice, for the sake of avoiding some greater evil, or of obtaining or preserving some greater good. God Himself, in His providence, though infinitely good and powerful, permits evil to exist in the world, partly that greater good may not be impeded, and partly that greater evil may not ensue. In the government of states, it is not forbidden to imitate the ruler of the world. And as the authority of man is powerless to prevent every evil, it has, as St. Augustine says, to overlook and leave unpunished many things which are punished, and rightly, by divine providence. But if, in such circumstances, for the sake of the common good, and this is the only legitimate reason, human law may or even should tolerate evil, it may not and should not approve or desire evil for its own sake. For evil of itself, being a privation of good, is opposed to the common welfare which every legislator is bound to desire and defend to the best of his ability. In this, human law must endeavor to imitate God, who, as St. Thomas teaches, in allowing evil to exist in the world, neither wills evil to be done, nor wills it not to be done, but wills only to permit it to be done, and this is good. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, Question 19, Article 9, Third Reply. This saying of the angelic doctor contains briefly the whole doctrine of the permission of evil, but, to judge aright, we must acknowledge that the more a state is driven to tolerate evil, the further it is from perfection. and that the tolerance of evil which is dictated by political prudence should be strictly confined to the limits which its justifying cause, the public welfare, requires. Wherefore, if such tolerance would be injurious to the public welfare, and entail greater evils on the state, it would not be lawful. For in such case the motive of good is wanting. And although in the extraordinary condition of these times the Church usually acquiesces in certain modern liberties, not because she prefers them in themselves, but because she judges it expedient to permit them, she would in happier times exercise her own liberty, and, by persuasion, exhortation, and entreaty, would endeavor, as she is bound, to fulfill the duty assigned to her by God of providing for the eternal salvation of mankind. One thing, however, remains always true, that the liberty which is claimed for all to do all things is not, as we have often said, of itself desirable, inasmuch as it is contrary to reason that error and truth should have equal rights. And as to tolerance, it is surprising how far removed from the equity and prudence of the Church are those who profess what is called liberalism. For, in allowing that boundless license of which we have spoken, they exceed all limits, and end at last by making no apparent distinction between truth and error, honesty and dishonesty. And because the Church, the pillar and ground of truth, and the unerring teacher of morals, is forced utterly to reprobate and condemn tolerance of such an abandoned and criminal character, they calumniate her as being wanting in patience and gentleness, and thus fail to see that, in so doing, they impute to her as a fault what is in reality a matter for commendation. But, in spite of all this show of tolerance, it very often happens that, while they profess themselves ready to lavish liberty on all in the greatest profusion, they are utterly intolerant towards the Catholic Church, by refusing to allow her the liberty of being herself free. And now, to reduce for clearness' sake to its principal heads all that has been set forth with its immediate conclusions, the summing up is this briefly: that man, by a necessity of his nature, is wholly subject to the most faithful and ever-enduring power of God, and that as a consequence any liberty, except that which consists in submission to God and in subjection to His will, is unintelligible. To deny the existence of this authority in God, or to refuse to submit to it, means to act not as a free man, but as one who treasonably abuses his liberty, and in such a disposition of mind the chief and deadly vice of liberalism essentially consists. The form, however, of the sin is manifold, for in many more ways and degrees than one can the will depart from the obedience which is due to God or to those who share the divine power. For, to reject the supreme authority of God, and to cast off all obedience to Him in public matters, or even in private and domestic affairs, is the greatest perversion of liberty, and the worst kind of liberalism. And what we have said must be understood to apply to this alone in its fullest sense. Next comes the system of those who admit, indeed, the duty of submitting to God, the Creator and Ruler of the world, inasmuch as all nature is dependent on His will, but who boldly reject all laws of faith and morals which are above natural reason, but are revealed by the authority of God, or who at least impudently assert that there is no reason why regard should be paid to these laws, at any rate publicly by the state. How mistaken these men also are, and how inconsistent we have seen above. From this teaching, as from its source and principle, flows that fatal principle of the separation of church and state, whereas it is, on the contrary, clear that the two powers, though dissimilar in functions and unequal in degree, ought nevertheless to live in concord, by harmony in their action and the faithful discharge of their respective duties. But this teaching is understood in two ways. Many wish the state to be separated from the Church wholly and entirely, so that regard to every right of human society, in institutions, customs, and laws, the offices of the state and the education of youth, they would pay no more regard to the Church than if she did not exist, and at most would allow the citizens individually to attend to their religion in private if so minded. Against such as these, all the arguments by which we disapprove the principles of separation of church and state are conclusive, with this superadded, that it is absurd the citizen should respect the church, while the state may hold her in contempt. Others oppose not the existence of the church, nor indeed could they, yet they despoil her of the nature and rights of a perfect society, and maintain that it does not belong to her to legislate, to judge, or to punish, but only to exhort, to advise, and to rule her subjects in accordance with their own consent and will. By such opinion, they pervert the nature of this divine society, and attenuate and narrow its authority, its office of teacher, and its whole efficiency. And at the same time, they aggrandize the power of the civil government to such extent as to subject the Church of God to the empire and sway of the state, like any voluntary association of citizens. To refute completely such teaching, the arguments often used by the defenders of Christianity and set forth by us, especially in the encyclical letter Immortale Dei, are of great avail. For by those arguments it is proved that, by a divine provision, all the rights which essentially belong to a society that is legitimate, supreme, and perfect in all its parts, exist in the Church. Lastly, there remain those who, while they do not approve the separation of church and state, think nevertheless that the Church ought to adapt herself to the times and conform to what is required by the modern system of government. Such an opinion is sound, if it is to be understood of some equitable adjustment consistent with truth and justice, insofar, namely, that the Church, in the hope of some great good, may show herself indulgent, and may conform to the times insofar as her sacred office permits. But it is not so in regard to practices and doctrines which a perversion of morals and a warped judgment have unlawfully introduced. Religion, truth, and justice must ever be maintained. And as God has entrusted these great and sacred matters to the care of the Church, she can never be so unfaithful to her office as to dissemble in regard to what is false or unjust, or to connive at what is hurtful to religion. From what has been said, it follows that it is quite unlawful to demand, to defend, or to grant unconditional freedom of thought, of speech, of writing, or of worship, as if these were so many rights given by nature to man. For if nature had really granted them, it would be lawful to refuse obedience to God, and there would be no restraint on human liberty. It likewise follows that freedom in these things may be tolerated wherever there is just cause, but only with such moderation as will prevent its degenerating into license and excess. And where such liberties are in use, men should employ them in doing good, and should estimate them as the Church does. For liberty is to be regarded as legitimate, insofar only as it affords greater facility for doing good, but no further. Whenever there exists, or there is reason to fear, an unjust oppression of the people on the one hand, or a deprivation of the liberty of the Church on the other, it is lawful to seek for such a change of government as will bring about due liberty of action. In such case, an excessive and vicious liberty is not sought for, but only some relief, for the common welfare, in order that, while license for evil is allowed by the state, the power of doing good may not be hindered. Again, it is not of itself wrong to prefer a democratic form of government, if only the Catholic doctrine be maintained as to the origin and exercise of power. Of the various forms of government, the Church does not reject any that are fitted to procure the welfare of the subject. She wishes only, and this nature itself requires, that they should be constituted without involving wrong to any one, and especially without violating the rights of the Church. Unless it be otherwise determined, by reason of some exceptional condition of things, it is expedient to take part in the administration of public affairs, and the Church approves of every one devoting his services to the common good, and doing all that he can for the defense, preservation, and prosperity of his country. Neither does the Church condemn those who, if it can be done without violation of justice, wish to make their country independent of any foreign or despotic power. Nor does she blame those who wish to assign to the state the power of self-government, and to its citizens the greatest possible measure of prosperity. The Church has always most faithfully fostered civil liberty, and this was especially seen in Italy, in the municipal prosperity and wealth and glory which were obtained at a time when the salutary power of the Church had spread, without opposition, to all parts of the state. These things, venerable brothers, which under the guidance of faith and reason, in the discharge of our apostolic office, we have now delivered to you, we hope, especially by your cooperation with us, will be useful unto very many. In loneliness of heart we raise our eyes in supplication to God, and earnestly beseech Him to shed mercifully the light of His wisdom and of His counsel upon men, so that, strengthened by these heavenly gifts, they may in matters of such moment discern what is true, and may afterwards, in public and in private, at all times and with unshaken constancy, live in accordance with the truth. As a pledge of these heavenly gifts, and in witness of our good will to you, venerable brothers, and to all the clergy and people committed to each of you, we most lovingly grant in the Lord the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Libertas on Human Liberty, June 20th, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Encyclical Letter CassiopeiaSparks Nos on Boycotting in Ireland, June 24, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. The following letter from the Holy Father to the Irish bishops was read in the churches of Ireland on Sunday. To our venerable brethren, the bishops of Ireland, Pope Leo XIII. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. From this supreme dignity of the apostolic office, we have frequently directed our solicitude and our thoughts to your Catholic people, and our feelings have been more than once recorded in published documents from which all may clearly learn what are our dispositions towards Ireland. They are sufficiently attested by the provisions which, under our direction, the Sacred Congregation of Propaganda made in former years respecting Ireland, and also by the letters which, on more than one occasion, we addressed to our venerable brother Cardinal MacCabe, Archbishop of Dublin. Once again, they have been attested by the address which we recently delivered to a not inconsiderable number of Catholics belonging to your nation, from which we received not only congratulations and heartfelt wishes for our preservation, but also expressions of gratitude on account of our benevolent dispositions, clearly discerned by them, towards the Irish people. Furthermore, within these past few months, when it was resolved to build a church in this city in honour of St. Patrick, the great apostle of the Irish, we most warmly encouraged the undertaking, and we shall substantially aid it within the limits of our resources. Now this, our paternal affection, remaining as it does unaltered, we cannot disguise that tidings which have recently come to us from Ireland have deeply pained and grieved us. We have learned that an untoward excitement has suddenly arisen because the Sacred Congregation, whose office it is to vindicate the authority of the Church against those who resist it, has decreed that those methods of warfare known as boycotting and the plan of campaign, which had begun to be employed by many, may not lawfully be used. And what is more to be deplored, there are not a few who have come forward and summoned the people to excited meetings, where inconsiderate and dangerous opinions are set in circulation, the authority of the decree not being spared. For not only is the real scope of this decree grievously perverted by means of forced interpretations, but, furthermore, it is even denied that obedience is due to the decree, as if it were not the true and proper office of the Church to decide what is right and what is wrong in human actions. Such a manner of acting is but little in harmony with the profession of the Christian religion, which assuredly brings in its train the virtues of moderation, respect, and obedience to legitimate authority. Besides, in a good cause, it is not fitting to seem in some sense to imitate those who in the pursuit of an unlawful end seek to attain it by disorderly effort. Such line of action, too, is the more painful to us, inasmuch as we had carefully inquired into the case, so that we might obtain full and reliable knowledge of the state of your affairs, and of the causes of popular discontent. Our sources of information are trustworthy. We investigated the matter in personal interview with yourselves. Further, last year, we sent to you as legate a man of tried prudence and discretion, with the commission to use the greatest diligence in ascertaining the truth, and to make a faithful report to us. For this very act of watchful care, the thanks of the Irish people have been publicly given to us. Can it therefore be asserted, without rashness, that we have given judgment in a case with which we were not sufficiently acquainted? The more so as we have condemned things which fair-minded men, not mixed up in your struggle, and thus bringing a calmer judgment to the consideration of the case, unite in condemning? There is also a suspicion, not less unjust to us, namely, that the cause of Ireland appeals but feebly to us, and that the present condition of her people gives us little care. Now, on the contrary, we yield to no one in the intensity of our feeling for the condition of the Irish people, and we have no more earnest desire than to see them at length in the enjoyment of that peace and prosperity which they have so well deserved. We have never opposed their struggling for a better state of things, but can it be regarded as admissible that in the carrying on of that struggle a way should be thrown open which might lead to evil deeds? Rather, indeed, for the very reason that under the influence of passion and political partisanship things lawful and unlawful are to be found mingled in the same cause, it has been our constant effort to mark off what was right from what was wrong, and to withhold Catholics from everything not sanctioned by the Christian rules of morals. On this account we gave to the Irish people timely counsels, to be mindful of their obligations as Catholics, and to take part in nothing at variance with natural right or forbidden by divine law. Hence the recent decree ought not to have come upon them unexpectedly. All the more as you yourselves, venerable brethren, assembled in Dublin in the year 1881, bade the clergy and people to beware of everything contrary to public order or to charity, such as refusing to discharge just obligations, preventing others from discharging theirs, inflicting injury on anyone either in person or property, violently resisting the law or those engaged in the discharge of public duties, joining in secret societies, and the like. These injunctions, most just in themselves and given most seasonably, were praised and approved by us. Nevertheless, as the people were being carried away by ever-increasing vehemence in the pursuit of the object of their desires, and as there were not wanting those who daily fanned the flame, we perceived that something more definite was needed than the general precepts of justice and charity which we had previously given. Our duty forbade us to suffer that so many Catholics, whose salvation must be our first care, should pursue a hazardous and unsafe course, leading rather to disorder than to the relief of distress. Let matters, then, be viewed in their true light, and let Ireland read in this decree our love for herself and our desire to promote the prosperity she hopes for, since nothing is so harmful to a cause, however just, as recourse to violence and injustice in its defence. These instructions which we address to you, venerable brethren, you will convey to the Irish people. We feel confident that, united in due conformity of views and of purpose, and sustained not only by your own, but also by our authority, you will accomplish much, and chiefly this, that the true estimate of things shall not continue to be obscured by passion, and most especially that those who have urged on the people to excitement may come to regret the rashness with which they have acted. Since there are many who seem to seek out means of escaping from even the plainest obligations, take all necessary steps that no room be left for doubt as to the force of this decree. Let it be understood by all that the entire method of action, whose employment we have forbidden, is forbidden as altogether unlawful. Let your people seek to advance their lawful interests by lawful means, and most especially, as is becoming in Christians, without prejudice to justice or obedience to the Apostolic See, virtues in which Ireland has in all times found comfort and strength. In the meantime, venerable brethren, as a pledge of heavenly favours, and in testimony of our affection, we most lovingly in the Lord bestow on you, and on the clergy and people of Ireland, the Apostolic Benediction. Given at St. Peter's, Rome, the 24th day of June, in the year 1888, the 11th year of our pontificate. End of Encyclical Letter CassiopeiaSparks on Boycotting in Ireland, June 24th, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII. Encyclical Letter Paterna Caritas on Reunion with Rome, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy Pug. Pope Leo XIII. To the Armenian Churches. Important Encyclical. The following important encyclical to the Armenian bishops and their Patriarch Stephen Peter X, which has appeared at a most critical and therefore most opportune moment for the schismatic churches of the East, was published on Tuesday in Rome. We give a full translation, the Latin text of which will be published next week. Leo XIII. Venerable brethren, beloved children, health and the apostolic benediction. The fatherly love with which we regard the whole of the Lord's flock is so strong and deep that everything happening among the Christian body is felt by us with constant and ready sympathy. Hence, in proportion to the great and enduring sorrow with which our soul was filled because certain members of the Armenian race held themselves aloof from fraternal communication with you, is the keen and long-desired joy which we feel now that the difference, by God's blessing, has been appeased. But while we congratulate you on the restoration of peace and unity, we cannot refrain from exhorting you earnestly to preserve with care, and even to increase, this evidence of God's goodness to you. But to obtain this grace, namely, to think and feel in unity on the doctrines of faith, it is necessary that you should all preserve, as you do now, your obedience to the Apostolic See, and that you, beloved children, should well and truly strive to obey with all submission your Patriarch and the other bishops who rightfully are placed over you. But since so many temptations arise to wean you from this religious unity, both from party strife connected with public life, and from distractions among your domestic circles, you will find your great defence from these evils in that loyal reverence and subjection of spirit which is so conspicuous among you, towards the head of the Ottoman Empire, whose fairness of feeling, desire for peace and goodwill, evidenced on so many occasions towards us, have been matters of universal observation. Dissension and party strife will cease among you if you preserve constantly the remembrance of what Paul, the apostle of the Gentiles, wrote on perfect charity, which is patient, is kind, envieth not, dealeth not perversely, is not ambitious, seeketh not her own, is not provoked to anger, thinketh no evil. But this admirable unanimity of feeling, if accomplished among you, will be fraught with yet another good, so that you may, as we have said, reap even richer harvests from the restoration of peace and unity. It will turn to you the minds and hearts of others who, although they boast to belong to the same race as yourselves, still stand aloof from us, and do not form part of the sacred sheepfolds of the flock over which we are set. Thus, looking upon the examples which you display of peace and brotherly love, they will be led easily to understand that the Spirit of Christ is ruling you, since He only is powerful enough to join His followers in one mind and make them one body. May they recognize this and resolve to return to that unity from which their ancestors fell away. Hence there will be in store for them untold gladness when they find themselves joined in faith to us and to you, yea, and to all the faithful who call themselves Catholic throughout the whole world. And they will know by experience what it means to dwell in the halls of the mystical Zion, to which it has been granted by the divine word to widen its dwelling and stretch the skin of its tents over the face of the whole earth. Now for the accomplishment of this conversion it is necessary for you, venerable brethren, who rule the Armenian diocese, and who, we know, will never be wanting in zealous exhortation or persuasive teaching, to give all your efforts. Moreover, we are anxious that they, who do not acknowledge us, should be called back through you, in our name and by our words. For it is no shame, nay, it is praiseworthy in the highest degree, that a father should himself call his wandering and long expected children home, should even go forth with open arms to receive and welcome them. Nor do we think it possible for your words and arguments to fall on barren soil. For the great mercy of God, which He has shown to the nations, supported by the humble-mindedness and docility of the Armenian people, gives us hope for a favourable result. The testimony of history is full of manifold examples of their readiness to embrace truth once recognised, and their eagerness to retrace their steps if they see that they have fallen away from the right path. Nay, even these very men, who fulfil the duties of religion in schism from you, boast that the Armenians were taught the faith of Christ by Gregory, a man of eminent holiness, who earned the surname of the Enlightener, and they honour him as their father and patron with displays of much reverence and devotion. It is moreover recorded amongst them that this man undertook a journey to the city of Rome to lay his faith and his obedience at the feet of Roman Pontiff Saint Sylvester, who, it is said, received him with much affection and conferred upon him several privileges. We know, moreover, that many of those who afterwards ruled the Armenian churches followed in the footsteps of Gregory, from their letters, their pilgrimages to Rome, and especially from their synodal decrees. Particularly memorable are the decrees of the Armenian fathers in the Synod of Jubilee, held in the year 1307, on the duty of obedience to this apostolic see. As the body must obey the head, so the universal church, which is the body of Christ, should obey him who has been appointed by Christ the Lord, head of the whole church. Moreover, all these decrees were countersigned and explained more clearly in the Council of Anno, in the 16th year of the same century. You are well aware also, to speak of less important embassies, what took place in the Synod of Florence. For when the legates of the Patriarch Constantine V arrived there, they said that they had come to the head, to the shepherd, to the cornerstone of the church, entreating Eugene IV, our predecessor in the vicariate of the Lord Christ, as head to sympathise with the members, as shepherd to gather together the flock, as cornerstone to strengthen the church. And bringing forth the symbol of their faith, they asked, "If aught is wanting, instruct us." Then the constitution of the Church, Exsultate Deo, was published by the Pope, in which he taught them all that he considered to be necessary for the right knowledge of Catholic truth. And upon this the legates, in the name of their patriarch and of the whole Armenian race, declared that they received the constitution in entire submission and readiness to obey, promising in the same name, as true sons of obedience, loyally to obey the behests and commands of the Apostolic See. On this account, Azarius, Patriarch of Cilicia, wrote most truly in letters addressed to our predecessor, Gregory XIII, dated April 10th, 1585. Behold, we have found the decrees of our predecessors on the obedience of Catholics and our patriarchs to the Roman Pontiff, and on the submission of St. Gregory the Enlightener to Pope St. Sylvester. Hence it has ever been the custom of the Armenian race to receive with honour legates sent on any mission from the Apostolic See, and to carry out the commands of that See with religious care. We consider these facts to be of such force that we trust many who hitherto have remained out of communion with us will incline now to the renewal of it. And if a fear that they will not find the Holy See sufficiently interested in them, or will not be welcomed as lovingly as they wish, is any reason for delay or obstinacy, bid them, venerable brethren, recall to their minds the acts of our predecessors, who have never permitted the Armenians to feel the want of fatherly affection. For the Roman pontiffs have always offered them a cordial welcome, whether as pilgrims or as refugees, and have even desired to open hospices for them. It is well known that Gregory XIII intended to found a school for the education of Armenian youths, and, when cut off by death, he was unable to do this. Urban VIII partially effected it by receiving Armenians, among other students, into the immense college founded by him for the propagation of the faith. We, however, though our lot has been cast in troublous times, were enabled, by God's help, to carry out more completely the plans of Gregory XVI, and we devoted a house of considerable size dedicated to St. Nicholas at Tolentino for the needs of Armenian students, which we have formally erected into their college. All this has been done in order to render due honour to the Armenian liturgy and language, which are immortalised in an abundance of writings which are at once ancient, graceful, and polished. For this object also it has long been the custom for one of the bishops professing your right to remain always in Rome, and it is his duty to ordain the young Armenians whom the Lord has chosen for his vineyard. For these reasons a class of the Armenian language has long been an institution in the urban college, and Pius IX, our predecessor, arranged that there should be a professor in the Roman Pontifical Seminary to teach our own students the language, literature, and history of the Armenian nation. Nor was the care of the Roman pontiffs for that people confined to the limits of this city, for there are few things which they had so constantly at heart as extricating your church from complication, healing the wounds inflicted upon it by the evils of the times, and consulting its interests. No one is ignorant of the zeal with which Benedict XIV strove that your liturgy might be kept in its entirety like that of other Eastern churches, and that the succession of the Catholic patriarchs of Armenia in the See of Cizaboli might be restored. You are also well aware of the action taken by Leo XII and Pius VIII towards obtaining a prefect of civil affairs in the chief city of the Armenian Ottoman Empire, as was the privilege of other nations acknowledging the same rule. Finally, the action of Gregory XVI and Pius IX in the increase of episcopal sees in your country, and in giving to the Armenian Bishop of Constantinople an honourable rank and prestige, are of recent date. This first being accomplished when the archiepiscopal and primatial see was constituted, and again by the union made with it and the Patriarchate of Cilicia. Under this condition, that the Patriarch should dwell in the capital of the empire. Lest, moreover, the distance intervening between the Armenian faithful and the Roman see might weaken the bonds between them, it was prudently arranged that there should be an apostolic delegate in the capital of the empire to take the place of the Pope. To the anxious care which we have felt for your nation you yourselves can bear witness, and we, in our turn, testify to your goodwill towards us, of which we have received proof many times. Wherefore, since, on the one hand, popular feeling, inherited inclinations, and all the associations of the past unite in drawing the separated Armenians to the truth, and in a manner too strong to be resisted by a longer delay, and, on the other hand, the Holy See has always striven for a complete union with that nation, and for a recall to former obedience at times when they had fallen from it. You have indeed, venerable brethren, many and most weighty arguments at hand to aid you in your persuasions, giving us great hope that the old harmony will be completely restored. And this will prove not only of universal benefit in the eternal salvation of souls, but also in earthly happiness and glory, which may be piously desired. For history testifies that among the bishops of Armenia, those shone above all the others with star-like splendour who adhered most closely to the Roman Church, and the nation fulfilled its greatest glory in the days when the Catholic religion was the most widespread. That matters will end prosperously, and as we wish, God, the ruler of all, can grant, who calleth whom he holdeth worthy, and to whom he willeth giveth the grace of faith. Send up your prayers to him with us, venerable brethren, and beloved sons, that those of your nation who have been brought by baptism into the Christian body, and yet are separated from us, may be moved by his bending grace, and may fill up the measure of our joy by their return, being of one mind, having the same charity, being of one accord, agreeing in sentiment. Pray, in the words of the Armenian antiphon, that she may approach the throne of grace as intercessor, who is the most glorious, blessed, holy Mary, ever Virgin, Mother of God, Mother of Christ, that she may offer our prayers to her Son and our God. May the illustrious martyr Gregory the Enlightener lend his prayers to hers, that the work which he began in toil and in the heroic suffering of cruel torments may be perfected and strengthened by him as the servant of the divine strength. Lastly, pray with us that the docility of the Armenians and their return to Catholic unity may be an example and guiding light to others who indeed are Christians but have seceded from Rome, so that all having returned to the home from which they fell away, there may be one fold and one shepherd. And while we look forward to this in our prayers and in our hopes, with heartfelt affection we grant to you, in token of our loving kindness, venerable brethren, and to you all, beloved children, the apostolic blessing. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, July the 25th, 1888, the 11th year of our pontificate. Leo the 13th. End of Paterna Caritas, on reunion with Rome, by Pope Leo the 13th.
Encyclical Letter Quam Irum Nosa on Italian Immigrants, December 10, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pope to the American Bishops. Italian Immigration. Leo XIII, Pope. Venerable brethren, greeting and the apostolic blessing. How sad and fraught with trouble is the state of those who yearly emigrate in bodies to America, for the means of living is so well known to you that there is no need of us to speak of it at length. For the evils which press about them are witnessed by you close at hand, and more than once in your letters to us, many of you have mournfully referred to the matter. It is indeed piteous that so many unhappy sons of Italy, driven by want to seek another land, should encounter ills greater than those from which they would fly. And it often happens that to the toils of every kind by which their physical life is wasted, is added the far more wretched ruin of their souls. The very first voyage of the immigrants is full of perils and hardships, for they fall, for the most part, into the hands of avaricious traders, whose slaves they in a manner are, and thrown together by droves in the narrow spaces of the ships, but with slight clothing, they are gradually driven into depraved habits. When they reach the lands for which they are destined, ignorant as they are of the language and place, and hired out for daily labor, they fall into the hands of the dishonest and into the snares of those more powerful men to whom they enslave themselves. Even those who by their industry are able to provide the wherewithal of life, by continually mixing with men who value everything by profit and worldly advantage, they learn to toss aside by degrees the high aspirations of humanity, and to live the life of those who place all their hopes and desires upon this world. Then the troubles of ambition are on all sides in their path, and the deceits of sects, which in these countries are widespread in their hostility to religion, pull down many into the path that points to ruin. Among all these evils, however, that is by far the most calamitous, which, among so many men, and in so wide and difficult a country, renders it not as easy as it should be to obtain the saving assistance of God's servants, who are unable to speak to them the word of life in the Italian tongue, to administer the sacraments, or to uphold, by the aids whereby the soul is raised to the desire of heavenly things, and the life of the Spirit is strengthened and nourished. Hence, in many places very few are consoled by a priest in death, and many are deprived of baptism at birth, and there are many whose marriage is not blessed by the lawful ceremonies of the Church, and hence a young generation is born like their fathers, and on every side, by man's forgetfulness, Christian morality is killed, and all that is most wicked grows rank. Considering these things with care, and sorrowing over the wretchedness of so many men, whom we saw to be wandering like sheep on steep and difficult places, without a shepherd, and at the same time calling to mind the charity and teaching of the Eternal Father, we considered it to be our duty to hasten, with all the help in our power, to prepare healthy pastures, and by every possible exertion, to advance their salvation and their good. And we did so with a greater good will, because the love for men who spring from the same race as ourselves makes us more zealous for their benefit. And we had the certain hope that your zeal and assistance would never be wanting to us. Wherefore, we ordained that in the sacred council of propaganda, this matter should be discussed, and we issued commands that when the remedies had been carefully inquired into and well weighed, by means of which these evils might be crushed, or at least alleviated, the most opportune should be laid before us, both questions being at the same time carefully considered, namely the salvation of souls and the lessening of the material distress of the immigrants as far as possible. Moreover, as the principal cause of the growing ill lay in this, that these unhappy men were without the help of a priestly ministry, by means of which the grace of heaven is given and increased, we determined to send from Italy to that land many priests to console their countrymen in their own tongue, to teach the faith and the obligations of the Christian life, which were unknown or neglected, to administer to them the saving sacraments, to spread among the rising generation religion and charity, in fine, to help all of every class, by word and work, and to assist them by all the duties of the priestly office. And for the fuller and more convenient accomplishment of this, we founded, by our letter of December 15th last year, sealed by the seal of the fishermen, the Apostolic College of Priests in the Episcopal See of Placentia, under the care of the Venerable Brother John Baptist, Bishop of Placentia, in which ecclesiastics, stimulated by Christ's love, might be practiced in those duties and that discipline by which they might well and worthily fulfill Christ's mission among the scattered sons of Italy, and become fit dispensers of God's mysteries. Among the students of this college, which we wish to be considered a seminary for God's ministers for the assistance of Italians dwelling in America, we desire youths born of Italian parents, even in your country, to be received, provided they are called and desire to fulfill the Lord's ministry, so that when they have become priests, they may go forth under your pastoral authority to fulfill all the duties of the apostolic ministry as far as there is need for it. Nor do we doubt that these will be received by you with fatherly affection, and will obtain the necessary faculties for the sacred ministry to their countrymen, to exercise them under the instructions of the parish priest. Behold, they come to you as helpers, that under the authority of each of you, in whose diocese they are working, they may give their best aid in the holy warfare. In truth, in the beginning, their help will not be so large as the needs of the occasion demand, nor will it be possible from the numbers and necessities of the faithful to appoint priests in separate remote districts for the cure of souls. Wherefore we consider it wisest course that in the dioceses where Italians are most numerous, there should be communities of priests who may go forth and journey in the surrounding districts and arrange touring missions. But on what system or in what special places this can be done, it will be for your prudence to decide. All these things which we consider to be a duty of our apostolic care, we have commanded to be made known to you by this letter. But if any one of you shall learn, either by his own instinct and judgment, or from the united counsel of brethren, anything in addition which we may do for the comfort and profit of these men, you will be doing a favor to us, if you make it known to the sacred council of propaganda. And from this work which we have undertaken for the good of many souls deprived of every consolation of the Catholic religion, we promise the most abundant fruits, especially if, as we trust, we are assisted in its growth by the zeal and assistance of those of the faithful whose means equal their piety. Moreover, we pray to the good God, who wishes all to be saved and to arrive at the knowledge of truth, that he may look graciously upon those beginnings, and may give a successful increase. And we very lovingly grant the apostolic blessing as a pledge of our most devoted affection to you, venerable brethren, and to all the clergy and faithful whom you rule. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, December 10th, 1888, the 11th year of our pontificate, Leo XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Quam Irumnosa on Italian Immigrants, December 10th, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII.
Encyclical Letter XIII Anno on the Right Ordering of Christian Life, December 25th, 1888, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the close of the year in which, by the singular blessing and benefit of God, we have in sound health celebrated the 50th anniversary of our priesthood, we naturally look back upon the past months and with great pleasure recall to memory each and all of them. And not without reason, for while the event, as far as it regarded us personally, was in itself neither great nor wonderful, it has moved the hearts of men in an unusual manner, and has been celebrated with so many manifestations of joy and congratulation that nothing was left to be desired. This general joy was indeed most pleasing to us and most gratifying, but what we valued most in connection with it was the significance of those heartfelt demonstrations, and the constancy of faith which they so unmistakably display. For the congratulations which came to us from all sides express clearly this fact, that in all places the minds and hearts of men are turned to the Vicar of Jesus Christ, that, in the many evils that press upon us from every quarter, men look with confidence to the Apostolic See as to an ever-flowing and ever-pure source of salvation, and that in every land where the Catholic religion flourishes, the Roman Church, mother and mistress of all churches, is reverenced and honoured as the right and fitting, with one mind and with ardent love. For these reasons we have often during the past months lifted up our eyes to the ever-holy and eternal God, in thanksgiving for the most gracious gift of life bestowed upon us, and for the many consolations vouchsafed to us in our sorrows, And during all this time we have used every occasion of showing our gratitude to those whom it was due. Now, however, the closing days of the year and of the Jubilee bid us renew the recollection of benefits received, and, to our very great satisfaction, the whole Church is joining with us in fresh thanksgiving. At the same time, we anxiously wish by the letter to declare publicly that as so many testimonies of devotion and kindness and love have done much to lighten our burden, so too a grateful remembrance of them will live always in our mind. But a holier and higher duty yet remains, for in this affectionate and extraordinary eagerness to show honour to the Roman Pontiff, we seem called upon to acknowledge the power and design of God, who often draws and alone can draw the beginnings of great good from events of the smallest moment. For God, in his most loving providence, seems to have wished to arouse faith in the midst of widespread disbelief, and to recall the Christian people to the pursuit of a higher life. Wherefore we must strive diligently that, laying the foundation of good, a favourable change may be inaugurated, and that the intentions of God may be both understood and put in practice. The obedience shown to the Apostolic See will indeed be full and perfect, if, joined with the admiration for Christian virtue, it lead to the salvation of souls, the only end worth seeking, and one which will abide forever. In the exercise of the high apostolic office bestowed upon us by the goodness of God, we have many times, as in duty bound, undertaken the defence of truth, and have striven to expound particularly that teaching which seemed the most opportune for the public welfare, so that, in seeking the truth, all might watchfully and carefully avoid the dangers of error. But now, as a loving parent of his children, we wish to address all Christians, and in simple, homely words to exhort all and each to lead a holy life. For, beyond the mere profession of faith, Christian virtues and practices are necessary for the Christian, and upon these depend not only the eternal salvation of souls, but also the stable peace and true prosperity of the human family and of society. If we inquire into the kind of life men everywhere lead, it is impossible for any one to avoid the conclusion that public and private morals differ vastly from the precepts of the Gospel. Too sadly, alas, do the words of the Apostle St. John apply to our age. All that is in the world is the concupiscence of the flesh, and the concupiscence of the eyes, and the pride of life. For in truth most men, with little heed as to whence they have come, or whither they are going, place all their thoughts and all their care upon the vain and fleeting goods of this life, and, contrary to nature and right order, they voluntarily give themselves up to serve things of which their reason tells them they should be the masters. It is a short step from the desire of comfort and luxury to the striving after the means to obtain them. Hence arises the unbridled eagerness to become rich, which binds those whom it possesses, and while they are seeking the gratification of their passion, hurries them along, often without reference to justice or injustice, and not infrequently even with insolent contempt for the penury of others. Thus very many who live in luxury call themselves the brethren of the multitudes, whom in the depths of their hearts they despise. With minds puffed up with pride, they strive to be subject to no law, and to have respect for no authority. They call self-love liberty, and think themselves born free. Like a wild ass's colt, snares and temptations to sin abound. Impious and immoral dramas are exhibited on the stage. Books and the daily press jeer at virtue and a noble crime. And the fine arts themselves, which were intended for virtuous use and for rightful recreation, are made to minister to depraved passions. Nor can we look to their future without fear, for new seeds of evil are continually being sown broadcast in the hearts of the rising generation. As for the public schools, it is well known to you that there is no ecclesiastical authority left in them, and during the years which tender minds could be trained carefully and conscientiously in Christian virtue, the precepts of religion are for the most part even left untaught. Youth somewhat advanced in age encounter a still graver peril, namely from evil teaching, which is of such a kind as to deceive them by misleading words, instead of filling them with a knowledge of what is true. For many nowadays seek to learn truth by the aid of reason alone, putting divine faith entirely aside. And, through the exclusion of this strength and of this light, they fall into many errors and fail to discover the truth. They teach, for instance, that matter alone exists in the world, that men and beasts have the same origin and a like nature, and some even there are who go so far as to doubt the existence of God, the ruler and maker of the world, or to err most grievously, like unto the heathen, as to his divine nature. Hence the very essence and form of virtue, of justice, and of duty are of necessity distorted. Thus it is that, while they hold up to admiration the high authority of reason, and unduly extol the subtlety of the human intellect, they fall into the just punishment of pride, through ignorance of what is of the greatest importance. When the mind has thus been poisoned, the moral character becomes at the same time deeply and substantially corrupt, and so diseased a state can be cured only with the utmost difficulty in this class of men, because on the one side their opinions vitiate the judgment of what is right, and on the other they have not the light of Christian faith, which is the principle and foundation of all righteousness. Daily we see, with our own eyes, as it were, the numerous evils that afflict all classes of men from these causes. Poisonous doctrines have corrupted both public and private life. Rationalism, materialism, and atheism have begotten socialism, communism, and nihilism, fatal and pestilential evils, which naturally and almost necessarily flow forth from such principles. In good sooth, if the Catholic religion may be rejected with impunity, whose divine origin is made clear by such unmistakable signs, why should not all other forms of religion be rejected, when it is clear that they have not the same evidence of truth? If the soul is by nature one with the body, and if therefore no hope of a happier eternity remains when the body dies, what reason is there why man should endure toil and suffering here in the endeavour to subject the appetites to right reason? The highest good of man will consist in enjoying the comforts and pleasures of life, and since there is absolutely no one who does not by an instinct and impulse of nature strive after happiness, every man will naturally lay hands on all he can in the hope of living happily on the spoils of others, nor will there be any power mighty enough to bridle passions when fully set astir. For if the supreme and eternal law, which commands what is right and forbids what is wrong, be rejected, it follows that the power of law is thwarted, and that all authority is loosened. Hence the bonds of civil society will be utterly shattered, when every man is driven by insatiable greed to a perpetual struggle, some striving to keep what they possess, others to obtain what they covet. Such is more or less the spirit and tone of our age. There is, nevertheless, some consolation for us, even while looking at existing evils, and we may lift up our heart in good hope. For God created all things that they might be, and he made the nations of the earth for health. But as all this world cannot be upheld save by will and providence of him who called it out of nothing, so also can men be healed only by the power of him by whose goodness they were recalled from death to life. For Jesus Christ redeemed the human race once by the abundant shedding of his blood, and the efficacy of this great work and gift is for all ages. Neither is there salvation in any other. Hence they who strive by the enforcement of law to extinguish the ever-growing flame of popular passions strive indeed for what is right and just, but they will labour with little or no result, as long as they obstinately reject the power of the gospel and refuse the assistance of the Church. These evils can be cured only by a change of principles, and by returning in public and private conduct to Jesus Christ and to a Christian rule of life. Now the whole essence of a Christian life is not to take part in the corruption of the world, but to oppose constantly any indulgence in that corruption. This is taught by all the words and actions, by all the law and institutions, by the very life and death of Jesus Christ, the author and finisher of faith. Hence, however strongly we are drawn back by our evil nature and the profligacy that is around us, it is our duty to run the fight proposed to us, armed and prepared with the same courage and the same weapons as he who, having joy set before him, endured the cross. Wherefore men are bound to consider and understand this above all, that it is contrary to the profession and duty of a Christian to follow, as they are wont to do, every kind of pleasure, to shrink from the hardship attending a virtuous life, and to allow oneself all that gratifies and delights the senses. They that are Christ's have crucified their flesh with the vices and concupiscences. Hence it follows that they who are not accustomed to suffer, and to disregard ease and pleasure, belong not to Christ. By the infinite goodness of God, man was restored to the hope of an immortal life, from which he had been cut off, but he cannot attain to it if he strives not to walk in the very footsteps of Christ, and to conform his mind and life to that of Christ by meditating on his example. Therefore, this is not a counsel, but a duty, and the duty not only of those who desire a more perfect life, but of all, always bearing about in our body the mortification of Jesus. How else shall the natural law, which commands man to live virtuously, be kept? For by holy baptism the sin which we contracted at birth is taken away, but the evil and perverse roots which sin has planted in our hearts are by no means removed. That part of man which is without reason, although harmless to those who fight manfully by the grace of Christ, nevertheless struggles with reason for supremacy, disturbs the whole soul, and tyrannically bends the will away from virtue, with such power that we cannot escape vice or do our duty except by a daily struggle. The Council of Trent says, "This holy synod teaches that in the baptized there remains concupiscence, or an inclination to evil, which, being left to be fought against, cannot hurt those who, instead of yielding to it, manfully fight against it by the grace of Jesus Christ. For he who hath lawfully striven shall be crowned." There is in this struggle a degree of valour to which only a very perfect virtue attains, such as belongs to those who, by putting to fight impulses opposed to right reason, have made such advances in virtue as to seem almost to live a heavenly life on earth. Granted that few attain excellence so great, yet even the philosophy of the ancients taught that every man should conquer his evil desires, and still more, and with greater care, should those do so who, from daily contact with the world, are more sorely tempted, unless it be foolishly thought that where the danger is greater, watchfulness is less needed, or that they whose maladies are most grievous need medicine more seldom. But the toil which has to be borne in this conflict is compensated by great blessings over and above its eternal reward in heaven, and particularly because by the quelling of the passions, nature is in a measure restored to its original dignity. For man has been born under a law that the soul shall rule the body, and that the appetite should be restored by mind and reason, and hence it follows that to restrain evil passions, striving for the mastery over us, is our noblest and greatest freedom. Moreover, it is difficult to see what can be expected of a man, even as a member of a society, who is not thus disposed. Will anyone be inclined to do right, who has been accustomed to make self-love the sole rule of what he should do or avoid doing? No man can be high-souled, or kind, or merciful, or restrained, who has not learned to conquer self, and to despise all worldly things when opposed to virtue. Nor must we refrain from affirming that it seems to have been determined in the designs of God that there should be no salvation for men without struggle and pain. Indeed, when God gave to man pardon for sin, he gave it under the condition that his only begotten Son should pay its just and due penalty. And though Jesus Christ might have satisfied divine justice in other ways, nevertheless he preferred to satisfy it by the utmost suffering and the sacrifice of his life. Therefore he has imposed it upon his followers as a law signed with his blood, that their life should be an endless strife with the vices of their age. What made the apostles unconquerable in their mission of teaching truth to the world? What strengthened our countless martyrs in bearing witness by their blood to the Christian faith? Their more than readiness to obey fearlessly this law. All who have taken heed to live a Christian life and to seek after virtue have trodden the same path. We too must walk along this road if we desire to assure either our own salvation or that of others. Therefore, in the unbounded license that prevails, it is necessary for everyone to guard manfully against the allurements of luxury. And since on every side there is so much pretentious display of enjoyment and wealth, the soul must be strengthened against the dangerous snare of wealth, lest, in striving after what are called the good things of life, which cannot satisfy and soon fade away, the soul should lose the treasure in heaven which faileth not. Finally, it is a further matter of deep grief that free thought and evil example have had such an influence in enfeebling the minds of men as to make many ashamed in the name of Christian, a shame which is the sign either of hopeless wickedness or of extreme cowardice. Each of these is detestable, and each injurious in the extreme. For what salvation remains for men, or on what hope can they rely, if they cease to glory in the name of Jesus Christ, if they openly and constantly refuse to live in the precepts of the gospel? 'Tis a common complaint that the age is barren of courageous men. Bring back into vogue a Christian rule of life, and the minds of men will forthwith regain their strength and constancy. But man's power of itself is not equal to the responsibility of so many and such various duties. As we must ask of God our daily bread for the sustenance of the body, so we must pray to him for strength of soul that we may be sustained in virtue. Hence that universal condition and law of our life, which we have said is a perpetual warfare, brings with it the necessity of prayer to God. For, as is well and gracefully said by St. Augustine, devout prayer passes beyond the world's space and calls down the mercy of God from heaven. In order to conquer the assaults of our passions and the snares of the devil, lest we be led into evil, we are commanded to seek the divine help in the words, "Pray that ye enter not into temptation." How much more is this necessary, if we wish to labour profitably for the salvation of others also? Christ our Lord, the only begotten Son of God, the source of all grace and virtue, first showed by example what he taught in word. He passed the whole night in the prayer of God, and when nigh to the sacrifice of his life, he prayed the longer. The frailty of nature would be much less perilous, and the moral character less weak and languid, if that divine precept of prayer were not so much disregarded as treated almost with dislike. God is easily appeased. He desires to do good to men, having clearly promised to give his grace in abundance to those who ask for it. Nay, he even invites men to ask, and almost insists upon their asking, with most loving words. I say unto you, ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. And that we may have no fear in doing this, with all confidence and familiarity. He makes use of tender phrases, comparing himself to a most loving father, who desires nothing so much as the love of his children. If you will, then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father, who is in heaven, give good things to them that ask him? Whoever considers these things will not wonder at the efficacy of human prayer, seeming so great to St. John Chrysostom that he thought it might be compared with the divine power. For, as God created all things by his word, so man by prayer obtains whatever he wills. Nothing has so great a power to obtain grace for us as prayer when rightly made, for it contains the motives by which God easily allows himself to be appeased and to incline to mercy. In prayer we separate ourselves from things of earth. Filled with the thought of God alone, we become conscious of our human weakness, and therefore, resting in the goodness and embrace of our Heavenly Father, we seek refuge in the power of him who created us. We approach the author of all good, as if pressing him to look upon our weak souls, unsteadfast strength and great poverty, and full of hope, we implore his aid and guardianship, who alone can heal our infirmities, and give help to us in our weakness and misery. By such a condition of mind, in which, as is fitting, we think humbly of ourselves, God is greatly moved to mercy, for God resisteth the proud, and to the humble he giveth grace. Let, then, the habit of prayer be sacred to all. Let the mind and heart and voice pray together, and let our life be in conformity with our prayer, so that by keeping the divine laws, the course of our days may seem a continual ascent towards God. The virtue of prayer of which we are speaking is, like other virtues, produced and nourished by divine faith. For God is the author of all true and alone desirable blessings, and to him also we owe our knowledge of his infinite goodness, and of the merits of Jesus our Redeemer. But, on the other hand, nothing is more fitted for the nourishment and increase of faith than the pious habit of prayer, and the need of the virtue of faith is seen plainly at this time, though its weakness in most men, and its absence in so many. For faith is especially the source whereby not only each one's life may be amended, but also right judgment may be obtained as to those matters which by their conduct hinder states from living in peace and security. If the multitude thirsts and raves for excessive liberty, if the indignation of the lower orders is with difficulty constrained, if the greed of the wealthier class is insatiable, and if to these be added other evils of the same kind which we have elsewhere fully set forth, it will be found that nothing can remedy them more fully or more surely than Christian faith. And here it is fitting that we should turn our thoughts and words to you, whom God has made his helpers, by giving you his divine power to dispense his mysteries. If the sources of public and private moral welfare are examined, it will without doubt be found that the lives of the clergy may be of immense influence, Let them therefore remember that they have been called by Jesus Christ, the light of the world, and that the soul of the priest should shine like a light illuminating the whole world, the light of learning, and this in no small degree is needed in the priest, because it is his duty to fill others with wisdom, to overcome error, and to be a guide to the many in the steep and slippery paths of life. Learning, however, must above all be accompanied by innocence of life, because in the reformation of man example avails far more than precept. Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works. The meaning of this divine precept is, that the perfection of virtue in priests should be such that they should be like a mirror to the rest of men. Nothing leads others more surely than the love and worship of God, than the life and example of those dedicated to the divine ministry. For since they are separated from the world and placed in a higher sphere, others look on them as on a mirror, to seek from them an example which they may follow. Therefore, if all men must watchfully take heed against the allurements of sin, and against the too eager seeking after fleeting pleasures, it is clear that priests ought to do the same more faithfully and more steadfastly. But it is not enough for them merely to restrain their passions. Their sacred dignity requires of them, in addition, the habit of stringent self-denial, and that they should devote all the powers of their soul, particularly the intellect and the will, which hold the highest powers in man, to the service of Christ. If thou hast a mind to leave all, says St. Bernard, remember to reckon thyself among the things that thou wishest to abandon. Nay, deny thyself first and before everything. Not until their soul is unshackled and free from any unhallowed desire will priests have a ready and generous zeal for the salvation of others. And without this they cannot properly secure their own. One thing only shall they seek and rejoice at in those subject to them. In one thing shall they glory, to make of them, if possible, a perfect people. For this they will strive in every way, with great labour of mind and body, in toil and suffering, in hunger and in thirst, in cold and nakedness. Frequent meditation upon the things of heaven wonderfully nourishes and strengthens virtue of this kind, and makes it always ready and fearless of the greatest difficulties for the good of others. The more pains they take in such meditation, the more clearly will priests understand the greatness, the excellence, the holiness of their office. They will see how sad it is that so many men, redeemed by Jesus Christ, should run headlong to eternal ruin, and by meditation upon the divine nature, they will themselves be more strongly moved, and will more effectually excite others to the love of God. Such, then, is the surest way to secure the general welfare. But let us not be frightened by the greatness of our difficulties, or despair of cure by reason of the long continuance of evil. The impartial and unchangeable justice of God reserves due reward for good deeds and fitting punishment for sin. But since the life of peoples and nations does not outlast this world, these necessarily reserve their retribution upon this earth. Indeed, it is not a new thing for prosperity to have a place in a sinful nation, and this is by the just designs of God, who from time to time rewards good deeds with prosperity, for no people is altogether without worth. This St. Augustine considered to have been the case with the Roman people. The law, nevertheless, remains clear, that nations may prosper. It is to the interest of all that virtue, and especially justice, the mother of all virtues, should be publicly practised. Justice exalteth nation, but sin maketh nations miserable. It is not our purpose here to consider how far evil deeds may succeed, or whether some kingdoms, while flourishing according to their desires, may nevertheless bear with them the seeds of ruin and misery. This one thing, of which history has innumerable examples, we wish to be understood, that injustice is always punished, and with greater severity the longer it has been continued. We, however, are greatly consoled by the words of the Apostle St. Paul. For all things are yours, and you are Christ's, and Christ is God's. That is, by the hidden dispensation of divine providence, the course of earthly things is so guided and governed that all things that happen to man turn to the glory of God, and lead to the salvation of the true disciples of Jesus Christ. Of these, the mother and sustainer, the leader and guardian, is the Church, which, united by Christ to her spouse in intimate and unchangeable charity, is also joined to him in common contest and in common conquest. Hence we are not and cannot be anxious for the sake of the Church, but we greatly fear for the salvation of very many who in their pride despise the Church, and by many kinds of error are borne along to their own destruction. We are anxious for those states which we cannot but see have turned from God, and are sleeping in the midst of danger with dull security and insensibility. Nothing is equal to the power in the Church, How many have opposed the Church and have themselves perished? The Church reaches to the heavens. Such is the Church's greatness. She conquers when attacked. When beset by snares she triumphs. She struggles and is not overthrown. She fights and is not overcome. Not only is she not conquered, but she perseveres entire, that reforming power and efficient principle of salvation, which she derives unceasingly from God, and which remains unchanged by time. And, if by this power she freed the world grown old in vice and lost in superstition, why should she not by the same bring it back again to the right way? Let suspicion and enmity cease at length, let all obstacles be removed, and let the Church, whose duty is to guard and spread abroad the benefits obtained by Jesus Christ, be restored everywhere to her rights. Then shall we know by experience how far the light of the gospel can reach, and what the power of Christ our Redeemer can effect. This year, now coming to a close, has given, as we have said, many signs of a reviving faith. Would that this little spark may increase till it becomes a mighty flame, which, burning up the roots of vice, may quickly prepare the way for the restoration of morals and for salutary works. We, indeed, who command the mystical bark of the Church in so formidable a storm, fix our mind and heart upon the divine pilot who sits unseen at the helm. Thou seest, O Lord, how the winds have burst forth from every side, how the sea rages, and the waves are lashed to fury. Command, we beseech thee, who alone canst do so, the winds and the sea. Give back to mankind that tranquillity of order, that true peace which the world cannot give. By thy grace and impulse let men be restored to proper order, with piety towards God, with justice and love towards their neighbour, with temperance in regard to themselves, and with reason controlling all their passions. Let thy kingdom come, let the duty of submitting to thee and serving thee be learnt by those who, far from thee, seek truth and salvation with a purpose that is all vain. In thy laws, justice, and a father's gentleness are found, and thou grantest to us thy own good will the power to keep thy commands. The life of man on earth is a warfare, but thou lookest down upon the struggle, and helpest man to conquer. Thou raisest him that falls, thou crownest him that triumphs. Our mind is upheld by these thoughts to a joyful and firm hope, and as a pledge of heavenly favours, and of our good will we most lovingly in the Lord grant to you, venerable brothers, and to the clergy and people of the whole Catholic world, the apostolic blessing. End of Encyclical Letter XIII Anno, on the right ordering of Christian life, by Pope Leo XIII.